and communications.
Wait, does he makes money with that somehow?
Cytosolve? Allegedly. I don't know. Allegedly, it's probably a multi-million-dollar company. He has a few patents. So.
That's why he doesn't want. He wants to be in the globe side because imagine companies and people working with a flat earther. Come on, bro.
I think he's trying to suck up flat earthers into his political movement. That's what I think. I think he's trying to cut off the head of the snake, and then all the little snakes come to him. I think that's his plan.
Well, we can no longer discriminate people.
What was that?
We can no longer discriminate people for their beliefs system in terms of, because we have a lot of politicians who just have the craziest belief. Like, who was the one who thought that that islands like floated on top of the water? Who was that?
Ronald Reagan had an astrologer come to the White House. That should say it all.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, people just say and believe like the craziest things.
Yeah, it was that Hank Johnson. I think that he said Guam would flip over. Yeah.
Guam would flip over.
Yeah, he was worried about he was on the Armed Forces Committee, and they wanted to send another division over to Guam, and his question to the admiral was, would that be but sending that many people to Guam might cause it to capsize and flip over? And the admiral was like, look at him like, are you fucking kidding? Like, what? Like, where's Candid Camera? Am I on Candid Camera? This is ridiculous. And he's like, no, we don't expect the island to tip over because there's more people on it. And he defended, though. He doubled down. He's like, well, the island is only like 700 or 7 miles by 14 miles. That's not a lot of space if you put too much weight on one side. And the guy's like, no, the islands don't flip over. They don't capsize like that. It was pretty hilarious. I think it's on C-SPAN if you want to look it up, or maybe other people.
Morvis is on the case. He's got it there for you. YouTube.com. 15 years ago. Very impressive, Morvis.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I know that's a good point that Ulrich makes there, Ultra, that if politicians can believe that an island will capsize, so we put too many Marines on it, then why can't I believe the Earth is flat? What's wrong with that?
And yeah, remember like Sarah Palin said she could see like Russia from her house, and she had to like extensively study like basic concepts. Huh?
You want me to debunk that for you? Yeah, I mean, most people misunderstand, they mischaracterize what she said because they remember the SNL parody of what she said, the Tina Fey as Sarah Palin character.
I know she was talking about
for you.
I know what she was talking about. She was talking about the outer islands because Alaska has like multiple outer islands that kind of coincide across the Bering Sea with Russia, and at some point from those islands you can see Russia, but she also had to be like exclusively and very heavily schooled on basic political concepts in order to make speeches, which was really embarrassing for her.
Even Snopes.com, even Snopes.com is debunking that. Imagine that. Yeah.
Debunking what?
What you just claimed, that she said that. Yeah, GOP, 2008 GOP vice.
She did say it. She did say it, but it was, again, in the context.
Yeah, she did not say those words. She said different words. But yeah, that's fine. I'll find more details for you.
Well, that was the context, right? Because she was talking about the outer islands, the outer... sorry. What's it called? Archipelago.
The Aleutians. They're called the Aleutian.
The Aleutians?
Yeah, let's see. She's the governor of a gigantic state that has very complicated issues in terms of still having a lot of native populations there mixing with the newer populations, oil and gas, including the oil and gas revenues distributed to the people of the state. So, yeah, I don't think, what you just said was a complete mischaracterization, but people did slam her. Yeah, you're right, because she was a normal person. Yeah, who didn't sit there with her little airbrushed, persona with all her little, PR people. She was just a normal hockey mom who, was very intelligent, obviously, to be able to be the governor of a gigantic, very complicated state like Alaska. But I digress. I'll go find the debunk for you.
I mean, it's fine. I believe you that I'm mischaracterizing her, but I explained that she more than likely did say something along those lines, but it had more to do with the outer archipelago. I'm sorry, what did you say they were called? Because I keep calling
Aleutian.
it Aleutian.
Aleutian, yeah.
Because you can technically walk to Russia when the sea freezes over.
I would say that whole time frame was like a Disney movie where you had like the princess of Alaska staring down the evil villain Putin.
Yeah, it's still happening to this day.
And then she quit after the election. They're like, okay, well, now you're done with that. Can you come back and govern Alaska? She's like, nah, bro. I'm international now. I'm nationwide. I'm a celebrity. I work for Fox News. And then all of a sudden, then she gets fired from Fox. And she's like, can I have my job back? No, that's not how this works. Once you resign, you're done. You just don't, become a TV persona. And then when that becomes boring and just come back to governing, why not? Well, again,
there's just a lot of politicians now that just believe the most incredibly dumb things.
Yeah, so there's the article I posted there for you. Yes, you actually can see Russia from Alaska. The soundbite that she could see Russia from her house came from Tina Fey, like it says there. So what she actually said was, you can actually see Russia from land here in Alaska.
That's what your job is. That's your job.
Someone's on my
Meticulous? Oh, that's Meticulous. Hey, Meticulous! Are you trying to speak to us? I don't know if maybe he was. I mean, I'd like to hear him speak. Hello.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. What'd you say, Neil?
Never mind.
Oh. Who the heck?
That whole time frame, I mean, think about how scary that was. It had, McCain won, and he was already kind of pushing it. His age, he was like 1 foot in the grave already. Sarah Palin could have became the commander in chief.
Like better than John McCain. John McCain was psychotic.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, but someone completely disqualified for that position.
Yeah, John McCain is completely disqualified. He dropped his bombs on the deck of an aircraft carrier. He's unqualified. The aircraft carrier his plane was on while he was in it.
Oh, he pushed the bomb release button instead of
yes. The USS Forrestal was on fire. He dropped his bombs on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Anyway, enough about Vietnam. But Alice, you didn't get my point. My point is that the Overton window, right? If you have a certain number of people, then you can break the threshold, right? Some small amount, 2%, 3%, whatever it is. Sheba's he knows there's probably, I bet you there's at least 1 million flat earthers in America. Let's just be conservative. Let's say there's 1 million flat earthers in America. If he can siphon those off into his political movement, then he might be able to reach that threshold and become politically relevant. And that's what I think his motivation is. That's why I think, because he would refuse to engage this topic for a long time, but I think he's only got so far on his own steam. But now if you go to other, quote unquote, communities or organizations and try to take them over, right, and fold them into your shit sandwich, then, all the better for you.
Honestly, I think you're speaking politically, actual politics, and not just.
He's run for governor. He's run for president. He's run for senator in Massachusetts. So
He's been on Trump's campaign. He testified in the election fraud shit. He's deeply into politics. He sued X. He sued X for the secret backdoor. He sued over a couple other things. He sued government officials. He sued the Republican Party in Massachusetts. So he's a political animal. He isn't just like some nerd. That's his thing. His whole thing. He like streams almost every day. His political rantings. So.
Yeah, I think that if you're a good politician, you should be able to appeal to everybody, regardless of like what your beliefs are in terms of like your personal like what's the word I'm looking for? Like what you think about. I don't know if I'm not framing this correctly. You should be able to appeal to anybody. You don't have to win people over to.
I'm a fat nigga, fuck me in a Tesla. Nigga rubbing on my thighs with some ketchup. Bitch, I'm gay, so you know that I am next up. I got dildo.
Okay.
Gosh, I can't believe I was the first one to get to that. I'm like extremely slow, but anyway.
I was intrigued by the song.
Indio just liked it. He was waiting for more.
Yeah, I was rocking out to that.
I wanted to know how degenerate that song was going to get. I wanted to see how low it was going to go. I was curious.
I've heard worse.
Good job.
Well, yeah. So I wanted to see if it got to the worst.
Hey, what's up, Mary Mom? I haven't talked to you in days or seen you around. I actually just started kind of coming back. I talked to Crit the other day, but just started hopping back in here. But hello, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yeah, welcome back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think you should be able to have anybody vote for you, regardless of like what they believe about the Earth. I guess it's the easiest way to say it. Like, you don't need people to believe.
No, I don't think that's his thing. His thing is he got to remember people have bias about what they think about flat Earth. He thinks flat Earth is some community of people led by grifters, right? And people believe the Earth is flat because they follow these grifters, and that he can push them out of the way and take control of it as if it's some group. That's his bias of how he thinks about it. He doesn't realize that it's not that way.
Yeah, that's confusing to me because what exactly would you be grifting? Like, are you like?
I don't know, dude.
What are you like? What are you?
You're gonna die broke. I'll tell you that. You'll die broke if you want to try to make money off of flat Earth as a career. You're gonna die a poor man.
India, I will think that he already had the FE people because he went against the Jibby Jabbies. I would think that the FE side will go with that.
Well, what he used to say, he's like, oh, yeah, I don't care if the Earth is flat or a globe or anything. He said that's not important because the swarm, that's what he calls the powers that be, are screwing everybody anyway, and that it's not important.
I mean, I know.
Yeah, but think about it. When he was running, but he was at the same time talking about Burma, all of this stuff. He will be the candidate for, let's say, political flat earthers.
He would, because he's like, yeah, bottoms up movement. That sounds good, right? Working people, changing the government or the system in a way that benefits working people instead of the elite. I mean, that's a great talking point. It's a great idea. But he was actually doing it, but he's made some assumptions about, this topic and the people involved in it that are just, based upon his silly bias.
Has Discovery Channel ever done a show about like flat versus round earthers? Like, who can prove it first? Wouldn't that be fun though?
National Geographic did.
Oh, they did. Well, like
round Earth versus flat Earth, dude.
Well, I don't know.
You weren't aware of that?
No, is it like a whole is it like a series or just like a documentary?
It's a documentary, like an hour-long documentary.
Oh no! So what I'm talking about is, I'm surprised that they have never done anything along the lines of, you have a claim for an episode, and then you have the flat earther prove their claim, and the round earther attempt to prove their claim, and then that's like
National Geographic kind of does something like that. So one of the things they did was they went to the Salton Sea and they took a rowboat or some sort of boat. And they had a flag on it with a bunch of stripes, and they sailed it away, and the stripes started disappearing, bottom up, and they were all like, that proves the Earth is curved. But what they didn't notice in that experiment, that the horizon, even though the 4 stripes did disappear, is behind the flag. Yeah, so the horizon can't be the curve of the Earth, because that's supposed to be where the horizon is. So all they did was prove our contention that shit disappears bottom up because of other reasons, has nothing to do with Earth curve. But that video's still up, and you can still go watch it, and they had so it's a group of professional debunk group that did these. So there was flat earthers there was globe earthers there. It was like Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, some other ones, and this group called do you know what their name is, Crit? Do you remember the name?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what they were. Yeah, I'm trying
to think. It's like a group of engineers and scientists. They debunk ghosts and all sorts of stuff. Right, they're just like a professional debunk group, and they perform this test. And she's talking to me like, look, you can't see the bottom stripe. And he's like, she goes to the guy, why does that happen? Because of the curve of the Earth. But you can see from the photograph that the horizon's behind the flag. So it's just, it's silly. Like that if you, this is a thing you encounter often. The narration doesn't match what you're actually observing. So
I see that quite often.
A particular clown that actually does this all the time is Jesse Pathaway. He'll narrate something, but then what's actually in the video isn't what's actually happening. That's they do this all the time. So they're like, "Hey, we're watching this flag disappear, straight bottom up behind the curve of the Earth," but that's not what's actually being shown in the video.
Screenshot in the side chat. The seeing the water far beyond the flag.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they can have a TV show like Mountain Monsters, or the one where they hunt, I think it's Mountain Men or Mountain Monsters or something, where they find monsters. I don't see why they wouldn't have an episodical, show like that. That would be really interesting, especially if they did it in an unbiased way.
That was kind of the idea behind the curve, but they couldn't help themselves.
Yeah, if they did it in an unbiased way, it would be really good.
Yeah, they got so mad that, my understanding is the producers, the people that made the show, that made it, got so mad at what they were hearing, is that they were like, we're going to make him look intentionally bad. That they basically, they came into it one way, but they got the freaking cognitive dissonance globe triggered, because they just thought that they were going to be interviewing a bunch of kooks. And then when they found out that these guys are doing experiments and stuff, they were like, oh my God, freaking, we can't have this. We got to make this look stupid. You are aware of that. Oh, go ahead.
Isn't it because a load of children are starting to seriously?
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, Jedi. Yeah. It was something like that. I knew it had something to do with kids. I wasn't sure, so.
They were, I'm sorry, that you cut out. They were doing what?
It had something to do with kids. Kids were children. They found out something about children being influenced or taught that the Earth is flat, and that made them go mental.
Oh, okay. Kids get taught crazy things all the time.
Dude, kids get taught how to steal, how to do drugs, how to sell drugs. I mean, dude, it's crazy. No one cares about that, right?
Is that their biggest concern? Okay, wait.
Yeah, that is.
In my opinion,
it is. Yeah.
So, in my opinion, I think that anybody should be able to challenge their own belief system by engaging in discourse from the other side. So, if you have any belief, you should be able to argue both sides. Or if you know.
Well, what I was going to say is these people, they don't even want you to challenge whether you have a belief system in the first place.
That's just intellectual dishonesty.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. Just keep thinking the Earth's a globe. We don't care. The ends justify the means in their mind.
Yeah, like the average person saying they're an open-minded skeptic is just a virtue signal. It's got nothing to do with such behavior or attitude, you know?
People are definitely not open-minded. They're only open-minded when you agree with them.
Well, what is it? The Overton window or something? Yeah, I forget exactly. They're open-minded in that area, that region, you know, of thought. But when it comes to properly fringe stuff, you know, they won't consider it. Things that change the entire premise of how we regard this world operates socially and whatnot.
Dude, there are people right now who are sitting there seriously considering that that Charlie Kirk was actually a hologram.
Well, hold on. We're not
going to talk about... where are you even... okay, yeah, I know.
No.
Okay, sorry. But, like, I don't understand how people engage in these, like, insane... there are some conspiracy... I love conspiracy theories, don't get me wrong. But there are just some that are just way, way, way too out there for me.
Yeah, well, a lot are just controlled opposition nonsense. I mean, you think like there isn't office spaces full of just people hired to just put out the most ridiculous statements on social media regarding whatever the latest controversy is?
No, because now they do it with bots. They don't use people anymore. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm behind the times. Anyhow.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all AI now, yeah. It probably was all AI for the last 20 years, you know. If we've got it now, they've had it for a while, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's interesting is actually you can go to Grok, and I've done this before. You can go to Grok, and you can at Grok and say, search the entirety of Twitter and find me bot accounts, and it'll spit out like a bunch of accounts for you.
Yeah, it's don't know what to say about the internet at this point, you know what I mean?
And I've even done something where somebody has posted something that I suspect is a bot, and I'll at the post and I'll say, Grok, is this a bot? And it'll actually search the person's entire account and kind of analyze their rhetoric and whether or not it seems bot-like, and they'll tell me yes or no. It'll tell me yes or no, which I think is really neat.
Hail Grok.
You what?
Hail Grok.
Have you noticed people are using Grok as like their pseudo mind?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're having debates, and then when you reply to them, they go, "At Grok, is this true?" So like you're like have to like pass a Grok litmus test before you can even have a conversation.
Yeah.
And Grok is literally the worst AI, dude. It is the dumbest fucking AI out of all of them.
You think so?
Yeah, I figured Grok was an AI. So. Is it on Twitter or something, or X?
Yeah, it's on X, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it's horrible. It's fucking horrible, dude.
Yeah, it's like the, what? Down syndrome fact checker of X.
Exactly. And it's been seriously curated to be against flat Earth. It'll contradict itself. It'll contradict itself 25 times to maintain not promoting flat Earth. So, what I was gonna say, Alish, is that people aren't rational. Okay, so this is known in game theory. This is the rational actor theorem, right? You're at a disadvantage if you assume, if you're rational and assume that everyone else is rational, right? And they're going to act rationally, then you act rationally according to what you project their rational move is. But if they're irrational, then good luck to you. So people use things like logical fallacies. Why do you think people use them? Because they work. They work. Using fallacious reasoning works to convince people of things. You have to keep that in mind.
It sucks. I hear people all the time just saying things that are patently false, but they're saying it in such a way that makes it seem like it's correct, but they're obfuscating one of the key factors of the thing they're talking about to make it seem either good or bad, depending upon what they're referring to. I don't know if that sentence made any sense.
Well, I mean, you heard one earlier. She was saying that you can't do science without mathematics. That sounds okay. Most of science uses mathematics, but that's actually not true. You can't do science without mathematics. You don't need any mathematics. You don't have to quantify shit. Yeah, obvious, right? So there's plenty of like scientific theories that don't involve any mathematics.
The boiling of water is one simple one. You don't need math. You just need to discern that it's heat. You know, you just, yeah.
Well, I mean,
if you find the exact Celsius that water boils at, yeah, then you need some numbers, you know.
They didn't even have units for a long time. Like, units wasn't even a thing. Like, quantification of units. There was no standardized units. How did they do science before that? Right? Before the standardized unit. How did they if you don't have a standardized unit, you can't do the quantification required to do math, required to do science. So just logically, historically, that's just a nonsense statement. But it sounds good, right? And a lot of people will agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a simple experiment like, oh, I have 3 plants. I'm going to water them with 3 different liquids. I'm going to see which one grows. You don't need math for that. You can just say, if I water it with water, which makes sense, it'll grow. If I water it with soda.
You can science the color purple. You don't need math for it.
The movie or the color?
Like the movie? You
can science the color green. You can science anything that you observe in nature. You can science it as long as you understand what's going on with it.
Anything that you observe in nature? It's very specific, the thing that we observe.
Well, I mean, what can't you science that you observe in nature?
Okay, so the observation is of something happening in the scientific method because you want to predict the cause of the happening, right? So, for example, I can see a tree. Now, a tree isn't doing anything. It might drop leaves. That'll be a go for that. We can look at many things that aren't doing anything, but it's when they do things that's a phenomenon that we want to figure out the cause of. Those would be concrete nouns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the scientific method only applies to phenomena. That's things happening. There are lots of things in the physical world that aren't happening.
I agree. There's things that we can't explain. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
As in phenomena. Right. As in there's lots of things in nature that are just, there.
Yeah. But if we figured out some things in the process and we could get to that point, maybe we can science in the future, and that would be an appeal to the future. But I'm just saying, like, if we can touch it, and we can have access to it, then we generally can science it. There are some things that are a little bit tricky.
If we can formulate a hypothesis based on an observation and then demonstrate that hypothesis through experiment where we show what caused the phenomena to happen, then we've done science. We can categorize things. That's not science.
I completely agree.
Cool.
But I was just giving an example of, like, you don't need math to do science. You can science the color green.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Maths is a language, right? You can use it to, I don't know, show what's happening, I guess. PV equals NRT is a good one, right? Lots of physical went into that, and then we can express it in this way. That's nice.
I don't know if I've ever... I won't go into it now, obvious Jedi, but have I told you why math proves God?
No.
Oh, I haven't? Well, we don't have to get into it right now because it's off topic, but...
Okay.
Unless nobody else has anything to say.
Had quite a few people explain to me how math proves gods in many different ways. Be interested to hear what you've got to say, but you're right. Right now is probably not the best time.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just taking a look around prove some creator.
I mean, yeah, but there's...
Not to be facetious, but, you know.
Yeah.
Seems you like hanging out with flat earthers now, Irish. What's changed?
No, I always have.
Any particular reason?
No.
She says that we're the most interesting people that she could talk to on the internet. There's no other conversation like it.
That is 100% true, yeah. There is no conversation like it. The more I listen, the more I learn, the more I
like stable, sane conversation, or like, you know?
I mean, the conversation varies a lot, but the more I listen, the more I can learn, the more I look up, the more I investigate, the more knowledge I acquire.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to click for one day, though.
There's like a Tyson quote about that the more you learn, like the periphery of your not unknowing gets bigger too.
Yeah, that's the burden. And then the other way around is you know more than those around you, and then you feel like you almost feel like you're carrying the people around you in a sense.
But isn't that like along the lines of if you have like a pebble-sized level of awareness of something, you'll have a pebble-sized level of understanding of it?
Yep.
To tie into what you were saying, Grit, about Tyson.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that, like a sphere or like a circle or like a square or whatever shape you want. The bigger the object gets, the more stuff that's in it, the bigger the perimeter it gets also.
Yeah, span of control. Wearing yourself thin. Yeah, if you seek to chase all knowledge in the world and learn everything, in my opinion, you're just going to waste away your life. Like, at some point, you need to go out and enjoy it.
Yeah, I think they love people like hanging about on all these kind of conspiracies that we know like they're true, but there's no way to like empirically verify them as true. You know, even 9/11 is just surrounded by speculation. You know, I'll know what went down that day wasn't as they said, but there's no way to truly prove any of it at this point. But they love people just hanging about at the level and just conversing endlessly about it, you know. But when you get to flat Earth, it's like, no, we don't have to refer to any authority or anybody's opinion. Just go out, make the observations, make the measurements, and that's it, you know. What comes after, you know, whether you got the courage to accept what you see, the evidence you get, that's a whole different story. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, we know 9/11 happened. It's on the calendar, silly goose. You can even go back like a million years and it's still there. So, trying to say how it happened.
You know what I'm talking about, though. Yeah, it comes around every year, I get it. But what I mean is there's a lot of stuff that people are on the right path with a lot of things, but they get stuck there, and the social controllers, whatever, don't mind that at all, because they'll constantly just be chasing their tail.
I'll add this, right? Like, people ask me, like, okay, once you know the Earth is flat, what changes? Well, I'm no longer imagining what life would be like on some other planet. I'm living in this world, and I am more fascinated with the reality of this world than the imagination of something else out there. Like, there's just so much good in this world, regardless of the attitudes of people, like just the way nature beautifully interacts with each other. It's amazing.
I don't think it doesn't have to change anything, you know what I mean? Don't have to qualify it like that. It's just knowing what's true versus the falsity that was fed to us,
Well, that's true, but at the same time, you do try to seek out information, but instead of like reading books on things that make no sense and it's not reality, you find yourself reading on topics that are reality, and you find yourself learning more about the reality where you live. And it's nice.
Yes, certainly. There's a lot of good things. Like I'm saying, like Globers come in and they ask, "Oh, what difference is it going to make for my life?" Whether it's a globe or flat, and they need it qualified in that way for them to even like pursue the conversation. It's like I don't know why they put that on it.
Well, because they already thought that their life is meaningless.
Like, here's this information you've been taught is false, and here's the correct information, and it doesn't have to be any more than that. But it does change a lot of things. It does change your outlook, your perspective on everything,
They thought their life was meaningless, that they were insignificant dust in the corner of space, and that's just not the case. Like, there is purpose, there is meaning. Everything around you is in its place because it was set there for you, and it was set there for the creator, by the creator.
I would hope if it changes anything for anybody that comes to it, it would give them that sense of true responsibility towards their fellow human in the world they're in,
It's a psychological defense. So when Glover comes in here and they realize, oh, I didn't know what I thought I knew, they just go to, oh, well, it doesn't matter anyways. So they don't really have to deal with that cognitive dissonance and realizing, oh, I don't know how to answer that question. So then you just go to, well, it doesn't even matter. Like, what does it matter? So it's really like it's a psychological defense.
Yeah, it is. It's a knee-jerk reflex, just to get away from it. I think most people, it's just kind of the natural way it goes for them. That's why, like, we already concluded as soon as someone starts asking why would they lie, they've basically conceded that they not necessarily understand what you're telling them completely yet, but they believe what you're saying to have some merit, Yeah,
it's like, why can't you just be comfortable with not knowing, because you got to go to, well, why would they lie, or it doesn't matter anyways. Just sit with the fact that, wait, I don't really know these things, and somebody just told me them, so here's my chance to investigate further. But so few do that.
It doesn't take more than 5 minutes of genuine thought, not even hard thought, to come up with many reasons why they would lie about this, It's why when people ask the question, it's just a sporadic kind of kickback thing, Because there's no way they couldn't answer the question for themselves. Exactly, Toby. Why wouldn't they lie? You know. I think that's what most regular people completely miss about the world and authorities, is that them telling the truth is the edge case. You know, it's fucking rare. Them lying is completely normal. It's day to day. It's business as usual. Sup, old dude? You steaming?
No, dude, I tripped over the table. Getting old.
Sure you're not just steaming?
No, there's hardly anything at the bottle, sir.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's just old age. I don't do anything fancy.
I just heard you cracking on the whiskey got a few hours back on the stream, you know. Wonder how it ended up.
Nah, there's only 4 fingers at the top of the bottle.
That's impressive for this country.
Yeah. I've seen the day, sir, and now it's night. I like the flavour now and again, and I'm bothered with toothache. I use it more than that, more for that than anything else.
Yeah, it's the way it's supposed to be enjoyed.
Aye. At the end of the day, I might get a phone call to just go and drive at the drop of a hat, so I've always got to be careful.
Yeah, certainly. Can't be driving too sober now.
I think you, alcohol aside, I think you have to be somewhat laid back out there in the world of vehicles. People can be quite erratic and being too hyper, even if you're in a hurry, it just doesn't pay off. You have to be able to sort of deal with it and ignore it and move on, drive around it and carry on going. But no, when it comes to the drink driving thing these days, no, it's just not worth it, dude. It's the limit's down that far that even.
No, it's nothing, man. Nothing. It's like, what is it, 0 now here? So.
No, it's actually quite good because it does draw the line between, I might be able to drive, or I think I could drive. It's just a flat out no now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've kind of solved drink driving here, and now we brought in all these dumb fucks that just crash cars sober anyway.
Well, now you get a bunch of people that just no respect for the law. They think it's like something in America. When they see a blue flashing light, they put their foot down. They try and go even faster in more built-up areas to get away because they know the way the police work here. They know the police will drop off. But it's brought a level of crime and a level of accidents. Well, you saw the thing in the motorway with the umpteen squad cars. That was just ridiculous.
My old man wouldn't be driving anywhere if he wasn't fucking half cut.
It was a way of life.
It just was, back in the day.
It's actually, if I was still working and I didn't have to drive to work, I would still be a bowl of porridge and a dram in the morning before I went to my work.
Why not?
Sets you up well for the day, dude. And it's better that than thinking you could take a hip flask with you and just drink all through your work during the day. If you've got a little bit of fire in your belly, you'll just keep going and, it's not enough as get drunk on, eh?
Mind there was a Chewing the Fat sketch where it's like the office alcoholic. Boss calls him in, he's like, you got a real problem with drinking, you stop, kind of like showing it around the workplace. So you see him in the morning injecting vodka into oranges and taking like fucking dozen oranges into work and just munching them.
I can't imagine.
I wonder where it all ends though, like you kind of all the bubble wrap in the entire world just where does that end? Take all the random nature out of it. It's just pod people at the end of the day, right? Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything, just consume. Order everything online. You don't need,
Yeah, port in and tune out, eh?
Something like that.
It's I don't know. For a while, society get extremely obese. Humanity get very, very obese, very, very quick. And now, like they've addressed a lot of the snack foods and a whole load of other things, but in general, our food's still not right. I'm still easily overweight and carrying too much weight from too young. We really are kind of going like that. The majority of us, if something turned around tomorrow and said you don't need to get up off your arse, your fat arse, you can do your work from home. You know what I mean? Like, same money and everything. I think the majority of people will go, okay, I'll just stay sat down then. And it's kind of heartbreaking.
Well, I mean, this is what we're trying to tackle here with the hypnosis of heliocentrism. It's really just people don't see the world they exist in, you know? They don't see the potential, they don't see the beauty, all these types of things. Just want to escape from it.
Yeah, you do. Shut the curtains and go back to sleep. Ignore the sociological problems that's going on in your head in that lovely world out there and just deny it, and it all gets worse and worse. Aye.
Yeah.
Like you were saying earlier on, if you're willing to admit the beauty of nature, you don't even need to be like, oh, I'm a flat earther, or, you know what I mean? Oh, what I think we're created. Just recognise what's around you and the potential that there is for you. And the fact that it's not meant to be some emotional hellscape where you don't know what's going on or who you are or all that. You're not meant to be like that. You're meant to be happy and fulfilled and learning things and enjoying life, eh? I think everybody's
like saying man suffers because he takes serious what the gods created for play or joy, you know.
Switch the television off. If you can afford to throw the thing out, throw the thing out. Get on with your lives. Makes a big difference.
The kind of connectedness that we've reached now, the level of it in the modern world, it seems like the end game for humanity, you know what I mean? I really wonder how we reel back from this.
I think younger
without some major rejigging of the world, similar to what happened in the last century, you know, the major event.
Yeah. I think younger generations see through a lot of the technology and the hype and the not even all this nothing real.
You know, are people voluntarily gonna go back to the kind of community life that was still existent in the 80s, 90s, you know?
That's the thing, though. I mean, what is society going to have for them to go back to? Will there be careers and jobs and stuff to do? Will there be homes? You know, communities where they can grow up and build family? Yeah. It seems like we're splitting apart. If you've got the money to get out and facilitate a life for yourself and be able to take part in life, yeah, but if you haven't got the money to get out, I think that'll be that'll eventually be the mega city one tower blocks.
Oh yeah, it's coming. I'm sure.
You can live off YouTube now. It's just stream. Just stream. That's all you need to just stream your life. Just stream yourself talking. Just stream yourself doing anything.
Yeah,
just trim and show yourself.
People pay you. They pay you. I think they pay to stay on, right? I don't know. It's weird.
Pay to watch you sleep.
The worst one I've seen T-Dub is people with these fucking low effort reaction videos to other people's stuff.
Yeah, third reactor. Yeah, something will happen or someone will put a piece, someone will review it, and then there's another two after that will review it as well. What's all that about?
Yeah, a lot of it's brain rot. I know. Yeah, I watch a lot of the TikTok reactions to TikTok videos on YouTube. I don't have TikTok, so I don't use TikTok, so I watch TikTok on YouTube.
Oh, bravo, sir.
Yeah, a few of them are flat earthers. Well, they say they are. They're kind of like, you know, low-hanging fruit, but, you know, they still mention it, and they watch clips about it and stuff. Nothing on the level of what we talk about, but, you know, it still gets brought up.
What about those sales guys that throw their sales pitch where they'll show like a funny video or a pretty girl or something? No, we ain't talking about that there. What I got here is a 2016 Nissan.
Yeah.
Or the sign guy, I like the Asian sign guy. What's up, Taurus?
Someone sounds happy. You sound well happy.
Must have found out the Earth was flat.
He's auditioning for the next Joker film.
Hmm. Yeah, you giggle all you want, my friend. It beats the alternative, hands down. B.O.B. That's a voice from the past. Does anyone know if ODD's still around? Or rather, ODD, if you're out there, get your arse back in here, boy. I'd love to talk to you again. If you're still about.
Doris, why are you posting articles from 2016?
Muting me.
Maybe it's nitrous oxide.
You know you're both in VC, right? No thanks, Taurus.
I don't know if Taurus exists. He hasn't proven it yet, so we'll see.
I think Taurus is shy.
Yeah, that the author of that article did not try very hard at all, Taurus. It's just pathetic.
What was it? Oh, we have images from space and eclipses, right?
No, it's not even any of that. Nothing. It's just all mockery, ridicule, like saying BOB is wrong. Just boldly claims that, scientists know they're not flat, and then just goes on to say how, the conspiracy goes much deeper, like Everest isn't really there, and it's just making all these stupid claims. It's really on the moon, it's just dumb.
Yeah, no, you're not really Australian, right?
Well, Australia doesn't exist, eh?
It's not even funny. So I don't know if that's what you were laughing about, but if you're entertained by that, that makes you laugh. And I guess small minds, whatever.
I think he's a LARPing, so.
Well, I mean, at least the article gets him in the right place. The first thing they say is that a flat surface is a level surface. They're aware. Somehow, Taurus has come to the conclusion that a flat surface, which is a level surface, is actually not a flat surface. I don't know how, but his article is against him.
So what is he, like, a Bearite?
Must be a different article. I didn't read that.
For example, it says, first paragraph.
Guys, I think you're getting dragged into a very low effort LARP.
Yeah, that's mockery.
If Taurus has anything of value to add, he can speak it. Otherwise, he should just be ignored.
Yeah, but there's no other alligators to play with.
Yeah, but he's in here thinking he's playing with us.
Oh dear. Oh dear. They do that, don't they? Put the lotion in the basket, Taurus. That's very true. No one is ever getting to Mars. There's no going to Mars. We live in a turtle, do we? Are you part of the?
Swinging a mess, eh?
You part of the Indian? Sorry, the tribes. Which scoot of the turtle do you live on, Taurus?
The taint.
I was just away to take a sip of coffee too. Just away. Aye, nice.
I'm glad we got it out early then. You'd be cleaning up your monitor 2 seconds later.
I did. I think I've learned every time. But it's pride before the fall, eh?
You're a real Taurus, T-Dub.
No, no, I'm not. I guess someone was a Taurus the other day in the lobby. It was funny. This dude's going on about astrology, rah, rah, rah. It makes me angry. And I said, you must be a Taurus. It's like, no, for real. Seriously, how did you know? I was laughing.
I'm a Taurus. I wouldn't consider myself excessively angry.
No. It's just things that grind your gears. I don't know. Like
dumb people? Yeah. That gets me.
Yeah, if you relate it to the bull, the territorial and they have a harem. No, kidding. Very horny.
Tell me anybody that likes their space being invaded.
Right.
Except Clovers. They're waiting for their space to be invaded by aliens. I love that shit.
Yes, they love their probings.
Hey, Kurt, are you still in here?
Oh, you mean? Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, it's just he was following that thing with like congresswomen petitioning or writing to NASA or something to divert a probe towards some fucking object or something. I don't know. It's a couple months back.
The 3i Atlas.
I don't know. I didn't follow it. Just remember hearing him talking about it.
Is that Muamura's baby?
No, I'm lost.
One of the last one was the last big pencil kind of thing was something. It was something like Muamura.
Oh,
I remember that.
The name of the object, or
yeah. Well, I don't. Maybe it was the noise it made, or what they were chanting when they looked at it, or I don't know, dude. Yeah, something like that. It reminded me of like some sort of Kiwi name.
Yeah, or Hawaiian god or something, right?
Yeah.
It was an Easter Island head.
I'm waiting for them to tell us that it's Cthulhu.
Yeah.
That one I will sit up and take note for. I might even go for a wee holiday. Watch from a distance. And start calling out names like that, take note of.
I wonder when they're going to do anything with aliens for real.
Well, it's going to have to be soon because Jedi's been talking a lot about it recently, and we're sort of coming into a sign of a time of signs. So if they don't start monopolising what's liable to be, well, appearing in nature, they're going to miss a trick, and I think they're going to have to. Otherwise, they're going to blow their game. If they don't claim it as theirs, try and expand on it. Same as the global warming stuff. all this, like, like terrible weather fronts and stuff like that, it suddenly came along and then they pounced on it as global warming.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, problem, reaction, solution, right?
Yeah. Rivers run blood red, and they tell you it's because people in England are using their cars too much. There's
fucking English, man.
Plagues and hails of frogs and crickets, and they're like, oh, the English are doing colds and stuff. Aye, right.
Well,
was that Scottish-centric propaganda by any chance?
Well,
there's nothing like a common enemy to unite enemies, right? And what's his name? Reagan, in his speech, pretty much said as much. What do we need? Do we need an external force to threaten all of us for us to unite? And think as one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He introduced it. He really did introduce it. Yeah, because NASA at that point they were messing around with SETI and things like that. The brass disc had been sent out. There was a signal had been sent out. They were so convinced they were going to get a ping back, but it was like, it was a ping back from a very, very higher intelligence. They were quite scared at that. Well, they made it out, so they were, but.
Wasn't it MacArthur too made some cryptic remarks about, something like along the lines of the next world war will be an interplanetary war, like the next Great War. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's going to involve a lot of CGI sets,
It's one about the next war will be a nuclear war, but the war after that will be fought with sticks and stones or something like that as well.
That was Einstein, I think.
Yeah, that was Einstein, yeah.
Fuzzy-headed little thing that he was.
Hey, he's got something right.
It was it was on his script for that day. It was on the page in front of me. Read it.
No, I do see the Great Reset thing coming. I think if the powers that be could have, humanity back at a Garden of Eden level, yeah, I think they would try it.
How long would that last? Like less than a week?
Well, depends who was there, did. Depends who was there and whose garden it was. But yeah, you can imagine it would turn to Lord of the Flies straight off. Looking for innocence and, honesty. When, no, you can't just put on a toga and go dancing amongst the flowers and claim that you're something you're not. Try and hide all the rest of it. If they did it generationally like The Village, where the generation that knew had died out, and all the young ones actually just believed the paradigm, yeah, possibly.
That's exactly what's happened with the globe. Okay. We're like, what, 2 generations from people that were taught it as flat and knew it through their common sense as flat.
And I think they're actually all gone now. There were some.
That's what I mean, yeah. That's them. And
there were some. So it's their children who are technically our parents, kind of thing. And then us.
Yeah, who were the first generation to kind of come up with the globe indoctrination. No, I've gotten this wrong. This is not analogous to the village, of course, because this is two different ideologies. But just that when you said like the elders that knew and the truths are gone, you know.
I kind of think that with whoever's at the helm of this as well, whoever it is, there's not many of the old guard left to actually steer politics or world government, the big money. There's hardly any of the old generation left, and there's maybe some younger ones that maybe know what they're doing, but they're born into.
I don't think anybody's at the helm anymore.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I honestly don't. I think it's just it's an opportunist's paradise right now, you know? And that's all it is.
And they should be CEO of the companies that are putting the money into government and world engineering. They're not. They're CEO of a Ferrari in the Bahamas and, all that goes with it.
No, this deterioration in human intellect and kind of human spirit and stuff has hit the fucking elites just as much as it's hit the smaller people, and it'll have its fallout in them circles as well, incompetence and falling empires and yada yada.
Yeah, well, you can't have noblesse oblige if there's no nobles left. If they're not noble to each other anymore, then how can they oblige to help each other?
Yeah. Like there's definitely string pullers behind the globe deception. You know, some few have to at least know. You know.
It could be that
it's a sin put upon them. You know, it's not their creation.
It could be that it's kind of at the end of its, the NASA space exploration thing. It's been played out. There's too many people out here making a bit too much of a hoorah about the moon landing without being flat earthers and whatnot. Maybe it was, a 50 to 100 year plan to try and get away with it and then go a different direction. But their time's up.
Even the Globers that see through the moon, they still rationalise it away. America just had to do it to get one up on the Russians. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to rationalise it away and maintain them. Couldn't be that NASA had to fake it because you literally physically can't go to any such place called the moon, you know? I think they were a race against the clock to kind of brave new world the world population to the point where once all this shit started to fall apart like it is, all the inconsistencies and problems start coming to light with their major narratives. People are just the general population is far too apathetic to give a shit at this point. They've been numbed by their consumption and comforts and drugs and whatnot,
Yep.
And they're running life philosophies such as nihilism and all that shit. I often think of the movie Idiocracy, and I imagine if they were to come out and tell that population of people that the Earth was flat and they lied all this time about the globe, and they wouldn't care, they'd just turn their head backs to their entertainment.
Yeah, that's at the point where they could tell them anything and then start clapping, and they would all just start smiling and clapping and go, "Yay!"
Yeah,
I like President Camacho for another 3 years. This cognitive state of being switched off to whatever whether it's an ambulance going past them, or whether it's a little old lady falling over, or whether it's just whatever. They're just so switched off to it. And the first reaction is to get the phone out and stand there recording it, drilling. And that's humanity should never be in that state, especially when it comes to government in your own country and being aware of it and whatnot. And but that's where they've got a lot of them just permanently switched off.
Yeah, just people being overloaded, right?
Yeah. Well, everything in the media, everything that went down sociologically, health-wise, all that stuff. And then there's the sociological side of that. And then there's all the sociological issues that we're having now.
The irony, I think pretty much all of it is a product of comfort.
The having too much comfort.
I think comfort is the enemy of the human spirit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we got to this place of kind of abundance of resources, I'm not saying everybody's got a mansion and all that, don't have abundance, and then not them levels, but the abundance we have just in our supermarkets and drugstores and whatever the fuck else, We do live like kings. The average person does live like a king, really.
Well, how many? The change,
and all the problems have started since then,
Aye. The change in the demographic from a home being a place where if you had any spare ground, you would grow some food on it. Or possibly maybe keep a pig or a goat, or have a fuel store, or maybe work on cars from there. All of that's gone. People don't see that. They'll pave over a back garden and a front garden to put 2 cars in or 3 cars in. And they'll pave patio over the back garden as well because it's a fresh, clean look and it's easy to keep. Put in pot plants. But in actual fact, they could be feeding themselves and their neighbours from the back garden.
Even just grass, right? There's grass, millions upon millions of acres of lawn, of wasted soil, wasted land that could be used to grow food. Yep.
People are scared of it. I don't want to get my hands. There are worms in that ground. I'm not touching that ground.
Finding the little beasties, and just seeing them kind of go about themselves. That's the intrigue of the world.
Go and buy a rotavator. Get a partner to hold on to it with you and have some fun. But as I say, there's a lot of the younger ones seeing through it all now. They're already doing that. If they could get out of society or suburbia or the cities, they would. They're already in the tiny home mindset where all they need is the materials and somewhere to do it, and they're gone. They know how to cook, they know how to bake, they know how to make things from home. They've had their own small business for the past 6 years since all of the health nonsense. There's a lot of the younger ones just ready to get going. But they're held back in so many ways. They can't afford to get out of the cities because they're paying so much in rent, but they still can't afford to get out of the cities because of the jobs.
They realise they're trapped in the system and they just need the coin to break free of it. Once they do, though, they'll thrive.
For sure.
Aye.
I was going to say, yeah, I was trying to get that. Remember the thought I lost there while you were saying. Someone came back to me. Yeah, I noticed this change between the kind of my dad's generation, probably yours, to be honest, with like hoarding. What we class as hoarding wasn't seen as an issue back then for that generation, you know. But now, younger generations are so anti-hoarding, you know. And I'm not talking about like that unhealthy level where you're climbing over 100 trash bags to get in your front door. That's something else. But they kind of like hanging on to you know, useful materials and stuff. That just because like I'm thinking of like clearing out my dad's like workshop when he passed, you know, and they have all types of fucking loose stuff just in tubs and containers, like for the one rainy day it might come in useful, you know. And it was just a different mindset, you know.
Absolutely.
But that was alluding to what I was saying earlier, because them generations didn't have that mindset of abundance, you know. It's why they hung on to things. Whereas now, fucking people live in showrooms. They want as little in their house as possible, and not that that's a bad thing, you know. But it's like going the other extreme. They're so comfortable. They have such faith that the system will still be there tomorrow that they've got no contingency plan if it isn't, you know.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point now where the digital world has facilitated that lifestyle where you can literally buy your clothes for the day before, and then sell them the next day. You don't have to have cupboard space. You don't have to have a range of clothing because it's a stress to deal with. You know, fresh new look every other day just by buying second hand now. And you're doing something good for the community and reusing stuff. But the skill set that's lost in maintaining and repairing, that's sort of gone commercial. It's strange because there's people out there now, you know, that they'll buy the worn and torn things and then put them back in. But yeah, they've lost something. It's like they don't know how to cherish things, in a sense.
We've lost our ingenuity, to be honest.
Aye.
That's what it is, because, you know, a lot of things you can find a good use for, you know, or you can reuse them in some way. But now it's just easier to dump it and get something new.
Yeah, I mean, that's you don't want to live in clutter, but at the same, or you know, tripping over everything and falling over your table like me. But at the same time, if I want,
yeah, I'm not advocating clutter, of course, no way. There's a balance, you know.
If I need a piece of timber, I know I've got it. If I need a nail or a screw of a specific type, I know I've got it. Mainly because over the years, what wasn't already accrued by former generations, I picked up my own stuff as I was going. You know, if something's going to the trash and it's got brass screws in it, I'll spend 5 minutes taking the brass screws out. You know, and refiling the head in them so that I've got proper old-fashioned brass screws, slot screws, should I need. And there's been a few things, you know.
Brass screws look nice, you know. I want to keep them.
Built a few bits of furniture with some nice stuff, or, you know, done some things for people at their homes with some nice older bits of ironmongery or, you know, timber or whatever, And it's worth it. It really is. It really is. And it brings a wealth of life being involved in stuff like that, where if you're not involved in it, you've no idea, no connotation of it, what fun it can be. But as I say, there's a lot of younger ones, yeah, they're on the same mindset. They just need to get out of the rat race. I've got faith in humanity. I really do.
Well, I'm not old and wise enough yet for my faith to have returned completely, but staying hopeful.
Look, dude, it's all you can do. You can only walk with the feet you've got.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I just, as I said earlier, I just try and reconcile in mind like how we're going to walk back from the internet age, you know, in a healthy way. I'm not saying get rid of it all, you know, just how we're going to find that harmony with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the younger ones. A lot of them, they don't even, you know, they maybe touch their digital devices, and I'm talking maybe up to like 13, 14. You know, once or twice they'll have a look at the digital device, update their parents or update the home, whatever digital stuff, and then it's switched off again, and they're back to drawing and, you know, making stuff. And they're little entrepreneurs as well at that age. You know, they would rather be out in the garage fixing up an old Austin. They see right past it all.
Just comes in cycles, doesn't it?
I think it does. I'm looking for the meme. I'll find it, yeah.
So we're saying here that like Gen Z got hit the hardest then from this transition. Millennials pretty bad too, but you know.
Yeah. I think so, I think so.
Like Gen Z fell right into the middle of just when information went into fucking chaos mode, you know?
Said it good because we were on the crest, eh? And like we were sort of keeping up with the tech. We were, a lot of us went on to be the people who came out of Silicon Glen and all of that stuff, eh? But at the same time, we're sort of left behind. Instant fuddy duddies. At 20-odd year old, like you're burnt out. Well.
I mean, it's just one big story at the end of the day, you know. If we have another great war, that'll just be the story, you know. If certain countries, nations collapse and others prosper, that's the story. It just keeps going on.
I do think there's a chance that I could see massive movement for improvement and change in my lifetime still, and I'm kind of thinking that I'd be lucky enough to get another 30 or 40 years. I'm maybe chancing my arm at that, but hey ho, we can live in hope. But yeah, I think it's possible, but I really don't know. I really don't know. There's something says that there's still generations to come. There's spirits to learn that, you know, a certain way isn't the way. And that's why I've got faith in humanity, because, I think it's designed by higher power, eh? It really is. So no matter what we do down here, or what certain ones try to get us doing, there's a longer road, eh? But we'll see. If I'm around long enough, I'll let you ken what happens.
No, I'll be here watching it with you.
Oh, I can't find you, my neighbour. But you never know, there might be a fine bit of barbed wire between you and me by the time that day goes down.
I mean, just talk about our own country. I mean, yeah. There's definitely rumblings, you know.
Well, they've done it already. I mean, we saw that with the lockdowns, with the health things, when it became, what was it, once international borders became local borders, you know, and within shires, literally, you know, within your, you know, postcode at times, or with certain streets, it was already done, you know.
I don't think we humans are ready for, you know, mixing all the countries up and all that shit, you know. Just don't think we've got the wisdom.
Yep. Yeah, it's nice to be able to want to help, but if you're not strong yourself, you can't help others. And you should never lose your nationality and your history from where you're from. There's probably people wanting to hang me for just saying that alone, but, well, I've got right because I've seen it for 50 odd years and I know what is right and what is wrong. I know it's a better way.
It's just not the right time, that's all I'm saying about it.
Yeah, it's not the right time, no.
It's not ready. I don't think the dam's going to break soon because I'm doom and gloom about it. I just think it's like a natural cycle, you know? Just something has to give.
Yeah, boom and bust sort of thing. It's like the foxes and the hares, eh? But it's gone too long one way.
Yeah, that's all.
Yep.
And we'll get through it, you know, however it happens. We always do.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. You're supposed to. Sadly, at times it's, well, maybe it's, I don't know if it was worse back then. Maybe it was worse back then. You know, some of us really, really don't get very along on this earth at all. It feels like these days, but if you look back, yeah, there was some of us died very, very young in the past too. It was quite common back then. They didn't have much of a chance either.
It's not the amount of years lived, it's the life in the years.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm noticing a change in the younger ones' healths. There's a lot of health issues coming forward that seem to be recurrence of things in the past. Obviously, I'll not go too deep into it. But, you know, things that we grew up hearing about with our mothers and grandparents' generations seem to have resurfaced. But
seems digestive troubles seems to be leading the younger generations, which makes sense with the quality of foods and whatnot.
Aye, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a lot of youngins completely allergic to anything and everything. They go into anaphylactic shock if they see a piece of bread or smell milk. There's all of that going on. Yeah,
and then the psychological stuff as well, which I think is tied together. Because I've always been convinced that gut health is a strong influencer of mental health.
Yeah. I'm noticing a lot of younger ones wearing glasses and hearing aids, and some of them have to use wheelchairs and walking sticks and walking aids. But I was going to say the social care and the actual healthcare system that's grown up to or expanded to cope with this and deal with it, to facilitate for the young ones to have an active life and all that, has gotten massive. It really, really has. It's gotten huge, eh? And,
the support that is there now,
It really has.
Back in the day, you just be cast off, really.
Well, back in the day, it was something like, leg braces that weighed about 4 times what you weighed, or bedbound, or in an iron lung and never seen again. You know what I mean? But now it's all about making the most of what life you've got and the social interaction and stuff. And that's really great to see. And also the careers, people with, people with disabilities. Somebody will shoot me for saying that as well. But, people that aren't as able as other people, in whatever way, there's now more facility for them in the workplace, and you're seeing that as well now, where you're encountering people with, or differently abled, I believe the term is, people. And it's really good to see. I love seeing someone working at a stand-up desk because they've got back issues. They're not just told, right, sit down there and get on with your day. They've actually got a desk that they can work with, or somebody with a lowerable desk that that uses a wheelchair. All of that stuff, mate. This is where technology should make it better for us all, and it should facilitate anybody to migrate into the workplace in a lot of ways. But there's still this disconnect. A lot of people that are now here that don't have the skill set to be involved in the workplace and the legality to be involved in the workplace. They're only here, for sanctuary. And they're not actually legally able to get involved in the workplace because of our restrictions and stuff. It's like the devil in the deep blue sea at times. It really is. But no, we can only help so much. We can only do so much, but we've got to be strong again first. Everywhere has to be strong themselves first again. That's the problem. We've all given up our own strengths into these ideas where, we could do this in our country, we could do that in our country. That'd be a great idea to run their economy too, while our own falls to bits. No. Absolutely not.
Yeah, man, I've lived all my life feeling that Scotland should be significantly more than what it is.
Got the potential for it, dude. We've got wind power, solar power.
Fucking generate more energy than we use, man, like twice over.
Hydropower.
Still got fucking energy bills.
Yes. We've got agriculture, every type of agriculture. Marine culture, all of that. And to be honest, a lot of it's just made the environment worse. I know that because I've seen it firsthand. I was part of it. It was a scam. The whole idea of, the marine culture industry, fish farming and all of that. No, it was just a government scam.
Is there any other type of government initiative?
Many of them. Many. No, all these international deals and whatnot, same as with us being involved with Europe. At the end of the day, you come out of it.
Yeah, but can't you, it's clear we're artificially held back as far as technology goes. There was me speaking about us being in abundance, but we're in abundance in all the wrong ways, Bad food, bad entertainment, all this type of stuff. We're not allowed to be abundant in readily available energy and stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's like we solved the energy conundrum of the world fucking almost 100 years ago with nuclear power, you know what I mean?
You go back, there's hydropower, steam power. Yes, nuclear draw has been the new energy to steam. And look at the Americas, how many of them run on steam. And it used to be kerosene or coal-fired and whatnot, but there's still the big cities and it's all steam heated and whatnot. And from the diesel, from the electricity plants, 2 in 1. There you go. But it's 2 steps forward and about 8 back. I think with all this modern sort of attack on. Well, the thing is, it's like the internet. We've got wind power, wave power, hydropower. But is it at the point where it's free? No, it's at the point where umpteen companies are holding it back and monopolising it. And all the new installations go to all the big landowners. Where's the free benefit for the whole community? It's just not there. The money's going to the money, and they're still in the process to make money out of it when it should be free.
Yeah, see, this is a conversation that needs to be had in our countries. You know, we overshot the mark on everything, but still, a lot of people are struggling along. You know, in the rat race.
Absolutely, and that's where I think digital technology needs to step in, or we need to pull it in.
We just need to get our fucking sense about us and start demanding what's rightfully ours, you know?
Yeah, remembering that it is rightfully ours, that we don't need to demand it either, but we've got the ability to demand it, and we should be responded to as a request for it or a demand for action. And yeah, that's where, as I say, you probably heard me speak, that I think I don't want to be Prime Minister, but I would be very, very happy to be part of national government at a local level, where we were all interlinked digitally. We all had we had maybe part careers in it, or an officialdom of some sort in our area to do stuff and help enable things. You know, each and every one of us able to vote and bring up issues, and it all be sorted out digitally, and just made happen, did. But did we do that?
No. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at scale. You can't have that many people involved in governance. It just doesn't work. It never will. Not unless we're going to get extremely fucking regimental about it, where it's like every citizen has their compulsory 2 hours in the morning. They sit down for political meeting and look at the agendas and all that. You know what I mean?
Scary socialism stuff to die. Aye.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's always going to be the people that just don't care that much, and the people that really fucking care, and
I think that's where it would, the demographic of people that wanted to do it, that would be willing to get involved and actually help make it happen. I think
that's the demographic we have, and they get into power and they realise they're overseeing a bunch of fucking nursery children, so they decide to it's easier to just exploit these morons.
Well, yeah, and then they realise.
I don't blame politicians for being what, because at the end of the day, you get into that place and you realise I'm caretaking a bunch of fucking retards here. You know what I mean? They're all just shouting and squabbling at me. They don't know what they want. You know? They come in with good intentions at the beginning of their career, and they end up corrupted and exploitative, and that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, running a cabinet of up and coming, same as them's. Yeah. That's what I want to change. Where, it's more in the hands of the people than the hype. Well, the ones that have been removed from reality. If politicians actually came from every working background, after a working background in life, I would feel a lot more comfortable. But they're literally bred for the careers, schooled for the careers, filtered into the careers. Selected, not elected, and for the careers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so if we could have that,
I've spent most of my life being anti-politician, the typical stereotype, that they're to blame and they're the problem. It's not. It's the people. Politicians are nothing. They're just a symptom of a shitty, demographic. Yeah.
I think it's the system and the in-house thing that politics has become. Yes, it used to be an extension of the court of the court of the crown, where all politics went back to whoever was had the funny hat on, or a big sword or whatever.
And the wig, yeah.
You know what I mean? But that was it was the state of the nation, really, and it was like being brought, the riders would come in from all of the counties where whatever they taxed us, and news from afar what the people are wanting, what they're needing, And it was, I do believe it was far more addressed back then. But the volume of people now, could it be readdressed? I don't see why not. I don't see why we couldn't, take the the corruption out of politics, where it's become, you know, jobs for the boys.
Where the incentive.
Aye. And just restructure the process there around the laws that we've got, because we've got really quite good laws. We actually do. It's been a long time putting a lot of them in place, but there's also a lot of corruption in politics where things like the criminal justice bill, as you know, there were certain acts tacked onto the back of it and, you know, put through that are now in play. There's a lot of stuff like that in politics that people don't understand. You know, the politics has been played out so that it can motivate society or you know, move society when it's ready to. And I don't really agree with that either.
Politicians are just playing the never-ending balancing act, you know.
At the end of the day, most of them are just people in jobs.
Yeah.
You know, if you're born John Smith, you can go and work for the Labour Party. If you're born John Smythe, then you'll be a Tory, and that's the way it is. It's the family that you're born into, and your station. What is it they call it? Your station in life that you're born into.
Yeah. Which is a really horrible way to do politicians. You know what I mean?
Aye. It's very like caste and creed at that point, where it's completely wrong. Aye.
Oh yeah, I mean, but there's no guarantee that your offspring is, you know, the perfect match to take over your trade after you're gone.
Exactly. Mark Thatcher, Boris Johnson, and
you force the education and position into them, of course. But when it comes to like where their heart is, where their intelligence is, you know, it's just a crapshoot.
Aye. George Bush Jr. Aye.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect example.
Yeah.
At least, you know, humans and fish are coexisting in peace so far, still.
What's like humans and fish?
Yeah, well, that's what he said. I believe humans and fish or something can coexist.
Yeah, I wonder what that meant, eh? Aye. Was it Dagon worship the fish god?
I never thought about it or heard about it in that way at all. I just thought it was a dumb thing he said.
Yeah.
No doubt there'll be some deeper meaning behind it.
Pareidolia, you can read anything into it, especially when it comes to all of that stuff, or the Dumatia nonsense. You can read anything you want into it, and the tinfoil hat will be on, and you'll be, boarding up your windows quite the thing.
I kind of stay away from going down new rabbit holes nowadays.
They only come back to flat Earth, did?
What?
They only come back to flat Earth.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's the only thing you need to be interested in, really.
A lot of today's rabbit holes are just rabbit holes. They're going nowhere, you know, left not really knowing what this is, what that is. You know, left with inference that somebody's some sort of religious nut or something. Or you know, it's a body of religion, you know, it's that lot that do it. There's a lot of that going on, you know, finger pointing stuff down sort of rabbit holes that should go maybe somewhere else, but no, you know, it's they want you looking at this so they can point a finger at something else. Rabbit holes used to go somewhere, they used to be interesting.
But what was saying earlier, whereas things have to come to a head, you know, I wonder how it will is with this whole, how we're being held back, you know, technologically, you know. And I wonder just how long they can kind of hold it back for until people see it's blatantly obvious, you know. I was making a joke with my nephew, and he's coming up on 16. And I'm like, he's going to get to like 40, 50 in his life, I was saying, and fucking fusion power will be on the go, and you'll have energy bills more expensive than me, probably.
A high chance of it, yeah. See if they don't.
At what point does it just become a blatant fucking joke that, like, oh, these things shouldn't exist in day life anymore? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like it's going very much like Back to the Future. You know, where you'll have cars with hydrogen bolt-on units and stuff like that, eh?
It's like, we've built the first fucking major fusion reactor. It can only power the entire United States for like 5 years. Just one of them, you know. Oh, you guys are still gonna have to pay, you know. Got a lot of maintenance, so everybody, you know, all 400 million Americans need to pay up for maintenance costs.
I know they're pushing hard for clean tech and all that now as well, but you know, I still see it turn. Well, look at the cities, the way that they've gone. Some of them, they're cesspits, absolute toilets, actual toilets. Yeah,
well, that's what you want to see happen in the cities. Everybody buggering the fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of tech moving into cities, a lot of automated cleanup procedures, self-driving stuff.
That's the best use we have for them. Just turn them into massive industrial zones. You know what I mean? Contain the pollution with whatever means we have. If we actually work at it, we could. And let everybody else bugger off out into the country.
Well, that was the theory, yeah. Nixon and like, you know, the whole the British building industry since the war was to rebuild the council housing and build ahead for, you know, the coming generations and the expansion of people that would be here, because we've always taken people in, and especially at the end of the war we took a lot of people in. You know, it's British ethos, the doors are open, yes, we probably stole your country 300 years ago, so yes, you can come live here now. You're part of the Commonwealth.
I don't know about that, man. We had these policies within fucking reason. It's a bit beyond reason right now. You know what I mean?
Now, dude, yes, because it's hemorrhaging too much the wrong way now, eh? We were ahead, we had the expansion in housing and stuff for a wee while, but then the market went crazy, housing went, you know, the cost of housing went ridiculous, like some people ended up in negative equity, all of that stuff, eh? And the housing market just slumped. Nobody could afford to build more, because nobody could afford to buy it, but we're picking up again now. I'm noticing massive expansions between, you know, like Edinburgh and, well, Perth now, or the same with Stirling. You know, all around the cities, suburbia is stretching again. And we need to build, we need to expand, but not in the cities. We need to go back further and further out. And if it is all these 15-minute communities for the now, you know, as long as they're putting in houses and schools and shops, that's fine, but we need to expand, because we've hemorrhaged far too many people in there. But again, the economy needs to just get out there and build. Fool itself into thinking that we're doing okay. Because housing's a massive issue, man. Massive issue. We've used up all the housing that we did have free because we've hemorrhaged, well, the number of people that have hemorrhaged in that we've given help to. There isn't anywhere for the, you know, people that are from here to get housing now.
Well, I mean, population growth is exponential, you know. But our ability to construct more housing and stuff is not necessarily as well. In fact, it's probably on a downtrend, you know, incompetence, crisis in the trades.
Same thing there. They're dealing with the same thing everyone else has been dealing with. You know, people that don't want to touch things because they're slimy. Oh, that hammer's heavy.
Yeah.
Do you not have a lighter hammer because I'm tired? All this stuff. Why can't I have
Tell
a
me
big
what's
hammer?
fucking better than washing off dirty hands at the end of the day after a good day's graft. I mean, working for yourself, you're building your own habitat, you know. If your labour is wasted away on some, you know, quote, globalist fucking company, there's something to be said about that. But, yeah, that's been lost on a lot of people.
Yeah, the skill set to actually just build something as opposed to phone someone and get it brought in and constructed for you. Yeah. That's where we used to go out and forage for parts and rummage about and, you know, find somebody that could help and actually make it and make a fine job. Some of it was a bit Heath Robinson at times, but hey-ho. Yeah, but all of that's been lost now. It's just phone a company and pick the model you want. When it comes flat pack.
Who knows? Could be a fatherhood issue of the previous generation, you know. A lot of absentee fathers.
Any demographic had an effect on it, did? Yeah, there are. But the hygiene thing, the whole... I don't want to touch that.
That's a feminine thing, you know. Germophobia is taught into children from their mothers, not their fathers.
Yeah. And
it's a feminine thing. That's single mother stuff, you know.
Aye. If anything, it should have brought a level of hyper cleanliness. You know, where the bairns are hoovering and washing and cleaning and getting into nooks and crannies, but it's went the opposite way. They're scared to clean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. More boys, at least, would be like that if their fathers were present in their upbringing, you know. Now, maybe the fathers were present physically, but, you know, not there, wisdom-wise and all that. You know, drunks, yada yada.
Yeah, the family unit actually broken, whether the parents are still together or not. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the other side of it is this whole movement that Elon Musk's got, the transhumanism thing, you know, where we're going to the cyber age. And I want to say that kind of quick before anybody get freaked out that the first 4 letters are used. You have to be so careful about saying anything now because it's off the scale, and I think that's what a lot of people in maybe America don't quite understand yet. You know, if we don't
words mean things.
Yeah, well, words.
They struggle with that one.
Words can mean a knock at the door these days. Words can mean a visit from the police these days. You know, if you're not careful what you say and how you say it. You know, certain people are lucky not to quite have that yet, but other people are on the wrong side of things, and they're sitting in a jail cell right now because of it. But it's...
I just fucking saw something the other day where it was a foreign person here in Britain had done a very bad thing to a 16-year-old girl, and he got 12 months. And then you got fucking women who posted something over them stabbings that had happened, a year back. She got 36 months for inciting hatred online. We're fucked in this country as far as that shit goes.
Yeah. This is a judiciary system, though. It's actually geared up with allocated, depending on what crime you do, and depending on what infliction you make, it's actually already, 5 points for that, 10 points for that, 15, 75 points for that, 100 points for that, straight to jail. Depending on what you inflict, or what kind of crime you commit. And that doesn't mean, murder anymore. That's a class. It can be an attack on a person's race, creed, colour, sexuality, whatever. But it's already pre-described how they're going to deal with you.
All that's happened is can't call out shit behaviour anymore in anybody. I don't know what your skin colour or where you came up in the world has got to do with you being a fucking, a cunt bag in any given moment.
Absolutely, yes. And that's, I feel very, very strongly about that. An asshat's an asshat, mate. I'm not being donkeyist or hatist here.
You can call it out.
If you're an asshat, I don't care if you're wearing a dress or working boots. You're being an asshat. And I shouldn't be, I shouldn't get any kind of grief for identifying the issue and explaining it.
Yep,
I'm not slandering you. I'm not pillorying you. It's not a slur. I'm not intending a slur against you, whatever the hell that means. I don't mean to hurt your fifis, and I shouldn't be chastised for that. But no.
I do mean to hurt your fifis. I'm all about that. You just fucking need it. Man the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Well, I learned to do it with sarcasm. My family taught me with sarcasm and a raised eyebrow. And a half a smile. That's where I learned it. And yeah, that's still where I put it across, because it's a bit of a safe space, but at the same time it can be construed as having a laugh at, insert whatever here. But I just don't tolerate it either. If it goes to that sort of next level, I make sure that I'm the one that's, they're the one that's going to put themselves in the hands of the law for whatever they're trying to do or not aware that they're doing. No, I don't know any of it.
Suicidal empathy, that's how I've seen it described. You heard that term?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, generally the philosophy of the left.
It's a shame too, because there's a lot of good people out there lost, not knowing who they are. And in actual fact, that you find that behind it all, they kind of are good people. There's some that are too far gone, that are down that road, that are just, you need to go and live somewhere else now. That kind of thing. And scream yourself into oblivion. Let society be,
You're talking about the type of people that need a different hair colour every day?
No, I know. Yeah,
I know.
I know. It's the ones that just can't. They're on that level of vibration, and it doesn't matter whether they do change their hair colour or whatever they change every day. They're just at that point of vibration, and it's not. You just need to go away and scream it out in an island, or just explode somewhere. Just go and have a complete hissy fit and pop, and that's it.
They have them. They've got these rage getaways for women generally. Just fucking some. A smarter woman is charging less smart women like 200 quid to go on a fucking hike into the forest and hit trees with objects and break shit. I mean,
wow,
it's genius, honestly.
Right enough though. Thinking back, primal screamers and all of that, rage groups, let it out. Punch cushions.
That's what.
Isn't the point being missed? These people just need to go out into nature. That was always the advice given. Go take a walk in nature. Because that's what helps, you know. It's food for the soul.
I don't want to touch that grass. It's wet and green.
Fucking, I might go out of signal range and not get the latest updates on X or whatever.
But yeah, we need to do. I think that the schools cracked down a lot, and that they actually helped. They kind of saw it. The kids afflicted by it, and it was the power because it was actually affecting the curriculum and the health of the kids. So they had the ability to step in and say, "Phones box off, done." And deal with the tantrums and the hissy fits. They're still having to deal with it, you know, the odd one that's allowed their mobile, allowed phoning whoever they want during class. But yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, back when I was in high school, it was a no phones policy in class, you know. But now it seems to be treated like taking a kid's phone away is like trying to chop their arm off, you know, like it's an extension of their physical body, you know.
Yeah, aye. It's an imposition.
No, it's still just a fucking device, you know what I mean? Primarily for making calls, you know?
But the only reason you should need it is to have an emergency call to their parents or from the parents. So yeah, there's no reason it can't be left switched on in a box where it can be heard ringing. No reason at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or even charged, even plugged in and charging. They don't need to be checking it though. I mean, if they'll hear, if they'll hear it, you know what I mean?
You know what the issue is? Probably half the teachers nowadays have worse fucking phone addiction than the kids.
Well, yeah, there's all the kids on the phone, so I'll get on mine for 2 minutes, and then I'll give them a round, and then I'll give them a round.
And they're no better, you know what I mean?
At the end of the day, it's when it comes to technology, it's clever. It's got us showing the little ones. It's got us giving the bairn a tablet and you know, and then letting them play with it all day because it entertains them. You know, it's down to us. We don't see it. We're fooled into, you know, doing the right thing, what we think's the right thing. And then it's right, Wi-Fi off. And there's all manner of screaming fits and murder threats and things getting smashed just because you turned the Wi-Fi
off. It's like
off.
waking sleepwalkers, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it's worse.
Yeah, worse.
If you wake a sleepwalker, you can expect to duck or flinch or something. You know, they're liable to swing for you or go for you or whatever. But see, when you do that Wi-Fi off thing, and there's like 3 or 4 of them, and they're right into the middle of whatever they're into. Oh my lord. And even the adult ones. Oh no. What do you think they're doing? They've turned the Wi-Fi off. How have you turned the Wi-Fi off? I was in the middle of a conference.
Maybe we need to just start putting people on heroin to wean them off phone addiction, you know what I mean?
Dude, they're trying to get everybody on methadone to do the same thing.
Yeah, but, you know, get them on a weaker drug to get them off the stronger stuff. So, I mean, let's start with heroin.
Yeah, but that epidemic's already sown. They're on to far stronger stuff than that now.
That's my point. Like, even what we consider the hardest drugs out there, man, fucking nothing compared to technology addiction and being chronically online and all that.
Aye. And that's what I mean about we don't see it, how clever it is. The fact that we're its pushers. We're the enablers for it. Yeah.
Well, you know that whole thing, like, you never appreciate anything until you lose it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it just, gotta wait until everybody reaches 50, 60, old, fucked up, and realize they wasted their life away. They didn't appreciate any of it. Wasted it staring at a screen.
Yeah, it will come eventually for everyone. Either that or it'll be a car crash because they're reading the phone or what, they've walked in front of a bus and they're looking at the screen.
Yeah.
It will come because life comes along and issues come along and huge, massive arguments come along if you're not paying attention when you should be. Yeah. The phone will get absolutely smashed and all hell breaks loose. Just because somebody isn't focused. There's a lesson to be learned.
Do you ever notice, like, how the television is like the center of a shrine in the living room? It's a shrine, essentially.
2001, the black monolith, dude. I never got it until I started to get it, and it's everywhere.
Yeah. It's like, fuck, man, the television used to be just this fuzzy fucking thing in the corner, small enough, just over there and whatever. Yep. Now it's the centerpiece,
Well, now it's an entire wall.
Yeah.
And again, the centerpiece. What used to be an open fireplace with a mantle and your family above it, that's now gone to, a screen that shows a fireplace and the entire wall, which is also a screen.
Yeah, very much. But like, we've lost this kind of distinction between what is just it's just a piece of technology, it's just a tool, and then what's actual real life. You know what I mean? And that's happened so badly with phones.
Phones.
It's like you would never have fucking ever done this with your, you remember them old digital alarm clocks?
Mm-hmm.
You never carry that fucking thing about with you all day. Yada yada. I know, of course, it doesn't have the features, but you understood that thing's just there, just to tell the time, just to be used when needed. And that's totally lost with phones nowadays.
Well, there was a time that all you needed was your watch and a pen, and that was you. And it has, it's people are it's like some sort of shield or an armor. They can't move without it, and if they're out without it, they've massive, huge panic attacks because they're unable,
disconnected.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't blame the younger generations. They were born right into seeing their peers do this. They're just mimicking. Monkey see, monkey do.
Absolutely, yes. So, by the time they're old enough to get the phone, they know all about it.
Yeah.
It's this whole Black Mirror thing where it's the god in the home. It's the thing that, pacifies everyone or makes everyone laugh. And they're born into this now. When, it used to be, for me, it was, if there was a programme on that was important, like the news or whatever, the television would get, or the cabinet would be opened and the television was put on. and then it became sort of daily soaps and whatnot. So it would be on more and more. But now they're born into a family which is a digital member that's the alpha. This black thing, this black box is the alpha in a home.
It's just, again, it's a monolith, and it's worshipped every day. And the way you worship this God is you sit in front of it and allow it to preach to you.
Yeah. Yep. And if you tickle it the right way, it'll preach to you in the shapes and colours that tickle you.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a kind God. It does allow you to have some choice in the matter.
Far too much choice.
Well, none of it's to your benefit. We ultimately know. Doesn't care if you watch the news or some brain fucking rot soap opera, as long as you're watching. Watch some Attenborough, even that's pointless ultimately, as long as you keep watching,
Yeah. Subscription.
Because as long as you're neutralized in staring at this fucking object all day, every day, you're not out there influencing any real change in the world. You have no potential for it.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Order your meal online. Do everything from home. You're ultimately trackable for this Internet of Things, which they're trying to build for the transhumanism issue, where you can put on the VR goggles, jump in a weightless hammock or whatever, and that's you. You're in the VR world, of your own world.
Yeah, for real. How trippy is that, Like, whatever you believe this place to be, it's a place to come and kind of experience creation in the physical form and all that, with time and before and after, yada yada. And we've done all that. We've came here to have this experience, but it's gotten to the point where we come here to go into another experience within it,
to step away from it, to go to a falsehood.
Yeah.
One might also say that, one might even say, as much as it's influenced by the power of the airwaves on Earth. This whole thing about it being Satan's realm and Satan being the silver fallen one and him being the prince of the airwaves and the prince of the power and the electricity and all this. If I was a tinfoil hatter, I would actually believe that all that was actually going on, mate. And it was feeding us and it was drawing us towards that. Anything away from life, anything away from reality, anything away from the true human that we are, the time that we've got, the ability we've got, the resources that we've got.
I have trouble worrying about things like Satan, because that implies that creation is in any danger, and it's not.
Yep.
It's just not, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think
I personally don't believe we only get one go around, you know what I mean?
Yes.
The problem is, I think if you realize that in a certain way, it can diminish life, So you have to be careful with it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't want to get to the point where, it's going to be, oh, well, I'm going to come back next. This one's not very good. I'll just, off I go. And I think that's something that a lot of the younger suicides, they're looking to get to the next life because this one's crap.
Yeah. Nah, you're just coming out background.
You know, and yeah, some of them are going to come back. And I'm sort of the same. I do believe come back and try again. But yeah, it's.
You know, if creation is infinite and eternal, then this is the only thing we've got to do in all of eternity. Is just piss around with each other and have a laugh. Because that's all it's ultimately about, you know? Having a good laugh.
Well, I mean, if that actually is the fact, we're supposed to be children on Eden. But we're just, we're a bit too busy eating the wrong food.
I think it's, again, another realization you have to be careful with, because if you realize it in the wrong way, this is what leads to narcissism and hedonism. Is that, life is supposed to be a playground, it's supposed to be fun and play and these types of things, We're not necessarily here to learn grandiose lessons, but we just do along the way by nature of coming in here blind,
Yeah, and that's where I think we need to come into the family environment, because it's what you pick up before you're really a person, when you're little. The intrinsic way that it should be, that you aim for eventually when it's your turn, and you pass it on someday to, your ones. And that's what's become fractured.
But you don't want to be completely unserious in life, but when you're too serious, that's when the whole, what was it, path to hell's paved with good intentions,
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it's like. Currently, it doesn't seem like the world is serious at all because of the ridiculous, fallacious thinking of the average person we speak to in here. Like they just don't know how to think at all or parse things out. It's just like, you can't possibly be serious. But they are serious in their kind of insanity of mind. They're very serious.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they are.
That is the problem. They're extremely serious with either the complete wrong set of tools or just no tools at all, But I always remember Alan Watts, explaining it how he does and saying, it's our need to save ourselves that will destroy us in the end. That's what brings us to destruction. Our obsession with saving ourselves.
Sounds a little bit like Pride Before a Fall to me.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, you realize that, but again, you don't want to go through life completely unserious. But again, I haven't really figured that one out for myself. I don't know what the right amount is and what's too much, what's too little.
I think there's a healthy reason for hilarity. When you get into the point of just laughing at something and you can't really stop, fits of the giggles and things like that. I think that's like it's a pressure valve, and it's better that it go that way than not be released, or be released in either sadness or anger, or even worse, kept in.
Well, I'll pose a question to you. What would have been the healthy response to something like 9/11?
Sorry, something like what? Sorry?
Something like the event of 9/11, or, some other mass tragedy.
A healthy response?
Well, I mean, an eye for an eye response that's the too serious response, right? That's the destructive response. So what would have been the right response? Would it be to sit back and do absolutely nothing? That's the too unserious response, right?
The thing is that...
So again, we're talking about where's that balance, right?
Aye. The thing is, it's hard to take it as a standalone incident where because of the state of the play of the nations and, everybody's mindset and everything, the fact that it was a key event, the kind of key event it was already set up to actually happen. Could it have been?
We know that they utilize trauma-based mind control, right? And they use mass tragedies to appeal to people's emotions, to get them to decide in a way that they, want. We obviously don't want the population to continue to be manipulated like that, right? So what I was asking you is how should the population respond to some tragedy like that involves a lot of death, Should they be calling for, blood like they usually do, like they're manipulated into doing? Or should they be well, death happens and it's very unfortunate, but let's not go causing more destruction because of it.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's why I think, yes, the witch hunt should have been allowed, but the witch hunt should have started at home. It should have started with nothing is leaving this site until we go through it entirely and make exactly sure what's happened, but yeah, that's what I mean about, that pond had already been constructed to go a certain way. But yeah, that's where the people should have turned round and went, where on earth are you going with all the dump trucks? Stop. Unless you're going to a forensics depot, stop. And just actually...
Yeah, well, we know how completely in the dark people were kept,
Yeah.
I mean, my own sister didn't even know. I mean, I'm sure I'd mentioned it to her a lot over the last 15 years, because I was always talking about that event, It was like my go-to, but it must have just went in one ear and out the other. But she only really realised that a third building came down that day, 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's that's just the level of how in the dark people are about that whole thing.
That's a good demographic of them. That's what I was going to say. Most of society have no connotation. They think there was 2 buildings hit and maybe the Pentagon. Some people say, oh, there was an office block somewhere else. And I'll say, well, like a funny shaped one. And they're like, yeah. But just one face of it and it didn't hurt it. I was like, okay, so you really don't know.
Well, when you saw the rest of the World Trade Center complex, big pieces of debris had fallen on adjacent buildings and fucking opened them up and stuff, and they never collapsed and all this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they went down structurally like they should have done. Yeah. Well, of course. Stone or concrete and steel hitting it, and yes, that's the way it should have. And that was the telltale for a lot of us. The what happened there. Well, it could have been, and then look at that. There, that's what should have happened. But yeah, people don't understand. People don't know. But yeah, it would have been. See, any world event. To be honest, I think we should stand back and say, "Hang on now. Wait a minute." And we're starting. I think we're actually starting to do that. With this marches, standing up and standing together and say, "Wait a minute. We're not necessarily accusing you of nefariety, but there's a serious issue, and if you're actually going to ignore it, yeah, you're being nefarious." I think we're on the verge of it actually happening. We'll see. I think this whole thing about this tragedy about the boy Kirk in America that got shot. I think that'll be a
Oh, is that what Platter's talking about? I wasn't actually talking about that, Platter, but I haven't looked into that at all. Okay, yeah, 9/11, yeah. I don't know what the then he died thing was.
All right, no, it's. I think Charlie was a 10/11.
Oh, right, the producer.
9/11.
Yeah. Ah, right.
If you look into the correct calendars, and believe me, you don't really want to, because you'll see too many other things that you just don't need in your head. But it's one of these dates that it's.
Oh yeah. I know.
Sacrificial date, yeah. It's a sacrificial date. But again, it's no crazy tinfoil hat stuff, blah 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 blah. So.
Yeah, so what I was getting on about earlier, like, I don't expect people to be blasé about people dying, but how the fuck else are they going to stop being manipulated by these events, Some of them that are false flags and some of them that come about naturally, I'm sure.
Yes, aye. Some of it.
I don't want the fucking population to be, have you seen that film Equilibrium? What,
yes.
Yeah, where they're all emotionless. They're drugged to be emotionless.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I guess it's the same answer for all conundrums in life. It requires wisdom. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wisdom and faith. At the end of the day, all you can do is, if you've got family, try and show them what's right, what's more of a better way to be. You hope you'll carry the skills on and that. But at the end of the day, all you've really got is faith. In a lot of ways, and the wisdom, time in the game. Yeah, it actually brings a lot of that, but it takes away the lack of faith or the disbelief in faith. And I don't just mean it's like, oh God, I'm so happy now, it's all in God's hand. It's not. No, it's no. He's an absentee landlord, and that's what I hate. A lot of people say, "Oh, why did God let this happen? Why did God let that happen?" No, it doesn't work like that. I'm very sorry. It doesn't.
You don't believe that, do you?
Control we're free to create horror or hell down here or happiness for ourselves.
That's not your belief, though, right?
What, that we're free to create horror or hell or happiness?
No, it's an absentee landlord type of setup.
No. I do believe he's watching, but I don't think he's got a hand in this physicality down here. I really don't. His boy may come back, and by God, but by his father, he'll have a hand in it. Aye, if he does. But the boss, to me, doesn't have a physicality in this. He watches.
No, he's outside of physical nature.
Aye.
Beyond logic and reason.
Yeah. I mean, there may be his chosen people, but blah blah. There may be plans, whatever, But it's not like there's a big old invisible angel going about doing things, No. I'm not saying.
Why do Indians get so pissy about that fucking aspect? Yeah. Do they want to be disempowered little victims? You know what I mean? All their lives.
That's what I don't get. But why would you want to be an endless nothing flying into the endless nothing of endless nothingness?
No. What I was saying was they bitch and moan about beliefs in God and whatnot on the basis that he's some absentee landlord, and why would he allow any of this to happen? Which implies that they want a parental figure to be around permanently, making sure they don't make any mistakes or have to be accountable for anything.
Well, usually it used to be the reaction would tell you, but now it's the pro or the whatever they come out with first that tells you, because they're actually projecting. And like you say, the other side of it is, oh, you're Sky Daddy, and that's it there and then. That's a completely it's what they would want to let themselves have if they could have it. They're jealous. They don't need to be. Or rather, they've probably got good right to feel jealous, eh? But that's down to the family unit and all that, like you say, that's what they've got in life, eh? Probably feel they've got in a rough deal. But yeah, it comes out in that negative way.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the age-old fucking story of the human condition. Angry at your mummy and daddy.
Yeah.
And the ultimate form of that is just angry at God.
That's the one. That's the one.
The fucking never-ending cycle.
It's a beautiful story, yeah. If he spoke it all into creation. Wow, what a story.
Yeah. I think it's all far more complex than we have anything to go by, than what we have to go by.
You've heard some of the stories or some of the experiences people have had. Some of the stuff
was
seen or experienced or been part of, and there's
yeah, I listened to a lot of NDE testimonies,
Aye.
Because that stuff's fascinating,
Absolutely. It's kind of like listening to a conversation. The window's open and you're allowed to stand and just listen to the conversation between someone there.
Well, what I take from all of them is it implies that reality is just reflecting our inner beliefs, our strongest beliefs,
There is something in the life's what you make it, and if you believe it's going to be good, and yeah, it can be good, or if you doom and gloom, yeah, everything will be crap. In the sense of life's what you make it, in a lot of ways, yes, but there's still people out there that they'll feel miffed at me saying that because they've got nothing, and that's the state of society that's not helped them get anywhere. So they can't. They would love to try and make it better, but they just can't. That's been denied them now. But yeah, it's there for the taking, and it's not necessarily taking. It's just more embracing. If you embrace it, it just gets richer and richer and richer. Hopefully, it can be hard sometimes, but yeah, there's more reward. Like just all you have to do is step forward, and there it is. People are scared though now.
You'd never take a dream this seriously, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right, aye, that's another one that gets me as well, eh? Brain in a jar, are you? Have you looked around and remembered the feelings and the thoughts and experiences you've had? man, what a computer program that brain's hooked up there. What dreams you've had. And by the way, if you're a brain in a jar, where did you experience all this to dream it up from in the first place? And a few of them have cracked at that. A few of them have went, I need to go and hug my mum. I'll see you later. Good on you, mate. Aye. Sometimes it's all you need, because it's just fear and denialism, eh? It's like when they come in asking questions and then you answer them and they're too angry to answer to get it. And then it's like, oh, well, I don't care anyway. It's the same thing as brain in a jar. I'm not actually really alive. I'm not actually experiencing it. I'm so scared and terrified that I might be not here. Aye. That's all it is. Escapism.
I've always been kind of taken aback that any single human being thinks they have a good grasp on things, no matter what they are, Christian, atheist, whatever.
That's the ego, bro. That's the ego.
Yeah.
As soon as you think you've got it, there you go again with a big head thinking you've got it.
Like, I often think, like, if only the Globers we speak to, if only we could snap our fingers and erase from their minds every single piece of information they have about the globe that came from a movie or a TV show or a CGI depiction on a BBC documentary or something.
Yeah.
We just snap our fingers and erase all of that. What would they be left with that they're so adamant about?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they really don't realise how 100%, because the globe doesn't exist, so they've never experienced it. So fucking 100% of their knowledge, quotes, about the globe comes from fucking movies and nonsense screens, you know?
It's the propaganda, dude. Like, I've heard so many people coming in and they'll be mentioning, you know, they'll be talking about something and you're like, well, wait a minute, wait. What did you... That's something from that's not a documentary he's talking about, right? Okay. No. He's crossing that with something else, and you realise that he's crossing some BBC documentary with a space programme that they've seen elsewhere to do with the British stuff, or what, you know what I mean? Is that the bridge has just been made?
Yeah, it's all just totally bastardized, you know, and intertwined, and it's a mess.
Right. No, it would be. See, I've had the thought as well, like, if only I work towards finding how indoctrinated they are to thinking, or to wanting to strawman us with ideas of what they think that we're on about. And when I know that, then, you know, I can work around it with comedy usually. You know, like, haha, Professor Dave trolled you. You know, Obama got you to the final society, didn't he? And sometimes it can get through. But yeah, the big thing for me is, like, I wish they would drop their misconceptions of us, but they don't know their misconceptions of us. The same they don't know their misconceptions of the globe, with all the films and propaganda and media.
Yeah, exactly.
No connotation of what idea they've got of us and how far off bat it actually is, and it's like they're so in their own way because of it.
Yes, this is what I mean. Like, the idea that they have a fucking grasp on anything, even remotely, you know?
Yeah.
And they just have never been involved in anything to do with it seriously, and they still think they're ready to come in here and have a real conversation about it.
Again, it shows the strength of the system, the machine, how good it is, how well oiled, how clever it is.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable how under the radar fallacious thinking goes for the average person. It's completely normal to them, you know?
Yeah. Well,
they genuinely watch two politicians, like, in some debate with each other, and they think these people make even the slightest bit of sense, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, to people like us, it's like, who let these fucking mental patients out to get behind a microphone and speak to each other, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where it's hard for us. It's hard on our side, because to not have a knee-jerk reaction to it, you know, to let them get it out, to let them, you know, run around in circles for 5 minutes, spouting whatever they need to spout, you know, getting off their chest. It's hard for us not to have that knee-jerk reaction and jump in on top of it, answer, you know, cut them off, mute them, finish their sentence for them, because we know where they're going and we know what they need. You know, they're running around with a whole load of nonsense in their head, and it's just getting in their own way. And we're lucky if they're sober at this point as well, with a lot of them.
Yeah, most of the kids that come in and, you know, they're belligerent to begin with, you know, that's just natural kind of patter, you know, when you're that age, you know. You always rebel and you always shit talk and you always fucking challenge people that fundamentally, you know, are your kind of elders intellectually, you know, but you'll always challenge them, you know.
Testing the bounds.
And then eventually you kind of run out of steam because, you know, the elders are not buying it and they know you're a fool and you're not going to win brownie points by acting like that. And then they calm down and they can actually, that's when you can have a bit of a conversation with them. So it's not exclusive behaviour just because they come into this topic, you know.
Well, no. The way they come in, no, it's not exclusive behaviour at all. It's possibly more visceral because of what they're told we are or how they're kind.
The initial reactions, yeah, are far more visceral. That's maybe the exclusive aspect, you know.
I think that possibly, and also the fact that of all the internet places on all the internet, they have to walk into ours, and ours is something they've probably never actually really experienced before. You know, where we're aiming to get to with them, they're only used to somewhere where the loudest voice wins, or the one that ridicules the other in what they call debate is the winner. You know, it's blood sports. 5 conversations in the same room, you just meet four other ones and talk to someone. But to the outsider, it's a morass of conversation. You know, but that's their thing. And then they come into our format, and we're like, all we really want is like just, hi, how you doing? What's crack? What do you want to know? What do you think? What's going on? But it's all this mental chess of what's this one going to bring? And they bring it every time. But it's dealing with
I wish all this type of stuff didn't have to be such a big deal, you know, at the end of the day. It's like, we were lied to, you know, about something pretty significant. But at the end of the day, we were just lied to. That's it.
Cool.
Now we know better, so we just move on.
Totally. Hello, Gurren. How's it going, mate?
It's going pretty good, man. How about you?
It's always going well, my friend. Welcome to the room.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man.
First time here?
Welcome, Gurren. You got that radio voice, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. All
right. Good chat. See you later.
Bro, for a first interaction, after the conversation we've been having, I'll take that every time.
Just a polite hello and dip.
Aye. Well, he was adjusting his dress to go out in the town. That's cool. I can handle that. Making sure everything's the right way before he goes out and sees the ladies or whatever. Aye. I mean, see, there you go again, dude. Us sitting talking about this stuff, how it can be, and then we're presented with someone like that. That's worth its weight in gold to me. It really, really is, because I actually thought, you know, as soon as you mention their name, boom, ping, kazam, and off they go, calling you everything under the sun. But yeah, thanks, boss. That was a good one.
Here's a question for you. Did you ever, when you were a kid, genuinely, truly believe Santa Claus was a real person?
When I was little, yes.
Ah, you did, huh?
When I was little, yeah.
I didn't. And I heard Dandelion saying she didn't as well. I'm sure there's others.
Yeah, I was...
I know for sure. I remember writing out, like, you know, your list, your letter to Santa.
Yeah.
Christmas coming up, and I was doing it kind of it was like a bonding session with my dad. You know what I mean? Like I knew that's what it was really about.
It was about you.
And good luck if I'm getting fucking even 3 of these items out of my 20 I've listed. You know, because I know what Dad's like.
Yeah, but it was about the conversation and how you spoke about them and how he saw you and how you saw him. Aye.
Yeah, but it was never a absolute real thing for me at any point.
No, it was for me. It was for me. And it was wondrous, dude. It really, really was. It was like, Santa Claus, the whole, I believed in all Saint Nick. And it was, after I sort of realised, I kind of twigged. I don't know, I might have been 4 or was I 5 even? Might have been 5. Maybe, was I 6? Long time ago. Might have been 6. But yeah, after I twigged, I started to look into it. And all the other Santa Clauses, like Sinterklaas, and eventually it became Satan Claus.
When you were 6, you started to look into it.
Aye. That's the thing.
You started early, didn't you?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah. Yeah, my grandmother used to...
Well, you got me there. I might not believe in fucking Santa for real, ever, but I didn't start my investigation until like 13, 14.
Was that the 80s or the 90s? Yeah. It started with me, really, I suppose. Must have been about 5 or 6 when I first, I was aware of really sitting watching television or watching films, watching cartoons Saturday morning stuff. From maybe, the age of 3 or earlier, but yeah, the films. Occasionally I got to sit up late at the weekends, and it was always the double bill, black and white, either werewolf and vampire or werewolf and what was his? The Mummy, the old stuff, Lon Chaney, that kind of thing. And that got me into vampires and the other world. From a young age, and then it was stories about ghosts and everything. So yeah, my search started early, especially with religion as well. Like I was, the Bible was open to me, and the stories of religion were open to me, and of course all that.
Right. So,
side was open to me.
General interests, in that type of stuff, but it wasn't like that. We're being fucked here type of investigation.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, by the age of 6, it was things like aliens as well, So, aye. But no, the deep side of it, I think I was into before high school, barely just. But yeah, when I hit high school, that was it. Yeah, by the time I hit high school, I was into more. I'd already got a lot of books on like Nessie and Bigfoot and anything I could find like that, myths and legends. But yeah, when high school came along, I was introduced to quite a few good books in English. Catcher in the Rye and stuff like that.
The more you investigate, the more you realise that the truest things are probably the myths,
Yep. And then by the time 1979 came along, with aliens and Ghostbusters around about then as well, I was into the more, what what could be behind this, and I was starting to look at the demonic side of things.
Yeah, I remember all the fucking alien rabbit holes, man. Who was that guy? Something Greer?
Geiger.
Hey? What was his name?
Geiger. Something Geiger, was it?
I don't know. But he was, I don't know, back mid-2000s he was leading the fucking charge on all the alien fucking shit. Disclosure, all his hoaxes. Total garbage, man.
Right. Oh, yeah, I know who you mean now. Yeah, it may have been Greer, right enough. I thought you meant the boy
Stephen Greer, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the boy who drew the alien. I think that was Geiger.
I always liked Graham Hancock, yeah. Back in the day, at least, he kind of, introduced me to a lot of the ancient civilization stuff and thinking about all that.
The name rings a bell. Graham Hancock.
Yeah, you cut out there.
Graham Hancock.
Yeah, it was Graham Hancock.
My memory.
Yeah, he was like a guy who was investigating the pyramids constantly and all that. Coming up with theories of how they were built.
Yeah, I've got you now. My brain goes back to
he was never out saying like, oh, it was definitely ancient civilizations that built them and all that,
Mm-hmm.
But he was just, and he was also investigating, like, I think he was like dabbling into psychedelic stuff, which was always interesting to me. Altered states of consciousness.
Yeah, that was another one that it was. I started to look into. Too young, too fast, too deep.
Oh, for sure.
Did you hear Graham Hancock poo-poo flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he seemed.
I was disappointed. I was disappointed in it.
Yeah, I was disappointed too. He was neutral for me. Like, he didn't before that. It's like he was just doing his own thing. Because a lot of people I used to listen to, like, just obviously came out as fucking just totally wrong, grifters.
For someone of his caliber and his mindset, you would at least expect him to go. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but the professional integrity. That's what it's all about for them. Even though he's already fucking panned, he's on the fringes in his paradigm.
Well, that's it. They're finding it hard enough to be taken seriously as it is, let alone take on flat Earth and then be totally, put in the, in the mental patient category, right?
Aye,
because that's the stigma that you're going to get.
I think a lot of them, like,
I never actually went back to look into that claim that the dimensions of the Great Pyramid reflect the dimensions of the globe Earth. And if that was just mathemagic stuff going on, basically, or it was reverse engineered or something,
I've got the vaguest of memories that there's a book about the Great Pyramid, and it's to do with the way the stone's cut and the way it's actually it's angled as you go through the passages. It transfers into a language, and I'm positive that it was that one that was something about at the end of it. It was basically that the Earth was flat and stationary. And I kind of came across
They figured out the Earth was flat and fucking stationary when they were laying the fucking, the pad for the pyramid.
You know what I mean?
And pulling the fucking lines.
Aye, but it's like it's in the masonry, and it's actually a language. The language of the masonry, and the way it's put and placed, and all the different sized blocks and everything. It's actually like an alphabet that's, well, as I say, it's like reading a letter as you walk along and you look at the stonework. If you know how to read it. And I don't mean the hieroglyphs. I mean the way the stone's cut, the way it's faceted, the angles, and all of that. But I can't find
Well, the most convincing theory I saw on the construction of the pyramids was that it's actually it's poured. The blocks are poured concrete or whatnot.
Yes. Yep.
And they got
There's
that
problems
from
with that, though.
Yeah, but that's the last I looked into it. Like I really don't give a shit about the pyramids.
Natural polymer and shit and all that.
Yeah, it was something about the magnetic direction of some of the materials, and they all align basically, which only
they're saying now that advanced tech has detected very, very small surface between the blocks. There's really minute friction wear, right? And then so they're saying, well, if it was poured, like if that happened afterwards, but they suspect that it happened during the process of construction, so that they were actually solid blocks laid down. But so I don't know. But I can tell you one thing, right? My opinion, right? Definitely that there is no civilization, there's not even a pretty much a race on Earth, like a culture that is responsible for any of that large megalithic works. I mean, it is but the remnants of a whisper, of a shadow, of beings that were on this earth a long time ago, and there's just basically nothing but that left to memorialize them. There's nothing known about them except maybe some rumors in ancient texts that you get. And that's it.
And all the hieroglyphs and shit is just graffiti, essentially.
Oh yeah. Oh no. There is ancient structure. If you look at Egypt, right, and you compare it, the quality, like it, that from when they say that the Great Pyramid was constructed, and then go forwards in time, it got worse. Their architecture and their building quality got lessened, right? And so how? Why? Like, why didn't they
saying if architecture peaked in the 1800s or something,
Right. And where's all the the remnants, with all the ruins and things leading up to the Great Pyramid? Where's that incline of development? Where's that? It's just bang. Mega structures, perfectly aligned stones, huge stones, right? Just out of nowhere, bang. There's no, archaeological record of anything leading to that. It's just there, bang, in time somewhere, just bang there. And then a decline from that. It just doesn't make any freaking sense. And that's because nobody freaking knows who made those things. Nobody.
That's always the feeling I've got around them, is that these are relics of a fucking theme of humanity, quotes, that doesn't exist in any form anymore. Yeah. It's like we think there's some level of an anomaly, Well, not regular people that just believe they were built by the Egyptians and slaves, but people who think there's more to it than that, and they think, the pyramids are some type of anomaly, but they're like the pinnacle of fucking out of place. You know what I mean? Because as you're describing it, like, you know, they're but a shadow of a myth, of a legend, of, you know what I mean?
It would be really nice to unearth or, you know, discover the localities of all the other pyramids that are still left and where the other ones that were destroyed. Because it seems like there's a lot of the mountain ranges have actually been heavily mined, strip mined for possibly gold or something. But there's other possible mountain ranges that could. It's so like a pyramid, it's just bizarre, eh? It's just bizarre. So it'd be nice to actually plot, you know, find them all and plot it and see if there's anything that's, any correlation to anything. Older tech, I think it would show something if we knew what the infrastructure was, but all that's gone. It's all gone.
Maybe they are the scaffolding of creation.
Oh, yeah.
Some shit like that, I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know how, like, the pyramids that are submerged in the water don't just, like, blow the whole mainstream narrative out of the water, at least. No pun intended. I think the pyramids are a perfect example of how we will just incorporate anything that's out of place that we can't explain into our own stories and narratives, you know what I mean? Instead of admitting we have no idea. Everything has to have its place, you know, everything has to be filed.
It's easier to give the ghosts a name and quantify them in case, you know, you can deal with that, other than dealing with the unknown.
We're run by Asperger's, OCD, hypochondriacs. That's what we're run by. That's who's running the show.
Never heard it put like that, but yeah. Busybodies, for sure.
Everybody's on the spectrum. That's another reason I don't tolerate any nonsense. You know what I mean? If they want to go down that road, well, you're not the only one on the spectrum, mate. Ask a sociologist.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's on the spectrum, one level or another, just some are more useful than others. Okay, Platter, so your theory is the pyramids happened recently?
Part of me thinks that weird that there was not too many mentions before the attack on.
Is he quiet for me or?
Quiet for me too.
Is that better?
No, a bit more yet. Hang on, I'll turn you up.
In terms of the pyramids, I'm thousands of miles away, so I can't even touch the things. Although I have been there. It's just weird. There's no no mention of them.
No mention.
Said, where else were they? Building up towards something like that, something epic like that. It's just all of a sudden they're there.
Very strange.
But yeah, all that architecture that's been all around us, from the old world, from the 1800s, and yet, where's the chain of custody for all the documents? You see the streets are mud. The people look like they don't belong there in their bowler hats and their donkeys, and yet there's these giant
no
toilets.
That's it. No. Exactly. You got to think about this. You got to think. Okay, whoever built this, size was not a problem. Weight was not a problem. Distance was not a problem.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I think it's. Think it might tie into giants.
No idea.
Don't know. I can't say. I don't know.
Maybe. What's big for us might just be normal for them. I don't know.
I toy with the idea that there was something like 1,000 years added into the calendar, that it was like a millennial reign on Earth. Would I defend that? Like I would defend flat Earth? No way. But that's just my fancy.
Yeah, I've heard about that. The missing 1,000 years. Fucking weird, eh?
There's too much architecture. It's just mind blowing. And no chain of custody.
Begs the question then: if nobody's in the desert to see, the pyramids just build themselves.
Yeah. Look over here at these pyramids, but forget all this other architecture.
Yeah, that's what gets me about the Middle East, how much has been wiped out there. About actual key architecture that may have told us something.
I know. No toilets in Versailles. There's all these fountains, like irrigation fountains in the gardens of Versailles, but then bathrooms inside, just chamber pots.
I always got a kick out of it in school when they would say, "Oh yeah, in the old castles, they would just hang their butts out the side of the building and crap down the side of their fancy towers." I was like, "Come on, that's just dumb. These people aren't building these magnificent castles just to crap out the window."
So they had a pan and they just tossed it out.
And it had a chute. Yeah, and it went to a place outside. Yeah, it probably went to the moat. But yeah, that's why they used to keep pigs as well. Pigs will clean anything.
Be wary of a man that keeps a pig farm.
I know a man who keeps giant boar.
So, T-Dub, how old do you think pyramids are?
Well, I don't even know how old we are. I don't even know if our chronological order of history is correct, man. I don't even know. But ancient. Never, at any rate, ancient.
Very funny talking about I was just talking about this very subject with somebody in a private chat.
Holy shit.
You guys are talking about the exact same thing we were talking about.
Pyramids, yeah?
No, chronology. The chronology, dude. Like, history. Well, started a conversation about history, then it's like, you don't even have a history if you don't have a chronology, because you got to order the events, right? In some order. And if you don't know the order, then fucking you don't know anything.
Bullshit.
Okay, tell us some history without any chronology.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible.
And what came first? Oh, you can't say because you don't have a chronology. You don't even know how to tell the story. It'd be just a bunch of individual stories randomly interspersed. Twonger's greatest contribution is nuh-uh. Anyhow, moving on. So something I found out was that a lot of these ancient texts that they rely on, not only did they not use vowels, they didn't use spaces. And the words themselves weren't uniform, meaning they didn't have dictionaries, so the spelling wasn't any agreed upon thing. So these texts aren't translated, they're interpreted. Because they don't know, they just have like a string of consonants. That's the whole, like, okay, so you got a bunch of lines. And they would change languages in the middle of the text. Or they would use a word from some other language that wasn't even part of that language.
That's interesting.
Super kooky dude when I heard this shit. They're like, whoa. And this came from like
ancient texts specifically.
Like the old chronologies that they wrote back, like in the, 1200s, 1100s, whatever, right? So you'd have monks that would write, like some history, in Greek or Latin or something. And they wouldn't have, because paper or vellum was very rare, right? They needed to conserve space, so they would write it without vowels. Everything that was written is very, like, local. They're not writing it for, the whole world, as we do today, right? When you write a book, you're like, okay, everybody in the world might read this, right? So we're going to use standardized English. Languages weren't standardized. They didn't have standardized writing. Very few people could freaking read or write at all. So it's like,
yeah,
you could write down any freaking chicken scratch.
Yeah,
People that you even know would even be able to read it.
Right, and you could get away with one vowel when you speak. And you wouldn't even have to you wouldn't even have to add them to your written text because it's just known anyway.
Yeah, and the vocabularies weren't extensive, so there weren't so many words. But we're trying to decipher 1,000 years later what some random string of consonants meant without any dictionary to know even the spelling of the word.
What are you referring to?
Chronologies, like ancient chronologies.
Of what, specifically?
Oh, chronology is history.
No, like what you're talking about, shortening vowels and stuff. Like where do they do
they
that?
would write the way they would. No, they wouldn't use vowels. They would,
right. So what's an example? What's a specific example of that?
Okay, like say you wrote a sentence and you left out all the vowels.
No, I'm saying the historical example. Who did that?
Oh, hold on.
Yahweh.
I'll get you. I got you.
I'm just trying to understand like the context of it. You're talking about the earliest writings?
The earliest. Like 11th century, 12th century. One is called The Tale of Bygone Years. It's also called The Primary Chronicle. It's a chronicle of the history of Russia.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
That's just one example.
Is that like when it was coming out of Cyrillic for Russian? Or into Russian?
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't like uniform like that. That's the problem. Like they didn't have like Languages weren't standardized till like the Cambridge Dictionary. Like that made the trend, right? Where all that started. And it took how long did it take that guy to even make that dictionary? The primary chronicle, The Tale of Bygone Years, is a chronicle of Kievan Rus from 850 to the year 1110. It is believed to have been originally compiled in or near Kiev in 1110s. They think it was tradition ascribed its compilation to the monk Nestor's Chronicle, beginning in the 12th century.
Awesome stuff.
It's not a bad movie, by the way, about the guy with the dictionary.
The Copernican Revolution. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, what do you know about it? Don't embarrass yourself, dude. Want me to read right from the Revolutions of Heavenly Bodies?
Yeah, no, I was throwing you a bone, Indio.
How are you throwing me a bone? Doesn't support anything that you think.
I'm just saying, I know that's something you're into.
I wouldn't say I'm into it. It's a curiosity.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Well, your whole worldview is based upon a Copernican principle. Why isn't it a curiosity for you? Your entire philosophy of reality is hinged on that.
That's one of the biggest, straw mans I think I've ever heard.
Well, do you think the Earth is a unique place?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It has a unique place in the entire universe. It's not like anything else.
No, well, yes and no. Yes to the first part, no to the second part.
Okay, that's what the Copernican principle holds, that the Earth has no unique position or quality to anything else in the universe. It's just like everything else. It's like the planets, right?
Yeah, but they still share certain things. Even you can be unique and still share characteristics. Right? Like, we're all human, but we're all unique, right? Like, you're Indio and I'm Twonger, but we're both
you're
human,
a special
right?
snowflake, Twonger.
You understand?
Yeah, you're a special snowflake, I know.
I sure am.
You're not like any other snowflake.
No, I'm not. I'm Twonger.
Well, see, I actually believe that. And just because you fit in the human category, we're not talking about categories, we're talking about Earth is unique in every respect. It's not like anything else.
No, it falls in the category of planet.
How do you know that?
Because it's large.
So all large things fit in the category planet?
No.
Okay, so what other properties do you need?
Well, I don't want to exhaust myself with...
Yeah, you don't even want to go down that road because you know it's a dead end.
No, I know. I just don't want to exhaust myself. It's fruitless.
So
I know what it is.
Just in case. No, you don't know anything, Twonger. You don't have any original thoughts in your head. Okay. Well, I posted in the chat scripted continuous with the actual thing.
You're already spiraling.
No. I posted in the chat about our previous conversation about the texts. I'm spiraling so much that I don't even want to talk about it with you because you're bricked, kid.
Well, I told you I didn't want to go through the motions, and then you spiraled.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
What's your definition of spiraled, Twonger? What does that mean to you?
He doesn't know.
Pipe down, Travis.
What does it mean?
All Twonger's gonna do is just deflect.
Dude, no, Travis is so dense. He didn't hear me saying that I'm not going down that road.
This isn't down any road. I'm just asking what your definition of spiraled means. No big deal.
Wake up, dude. I just said I'm not going down that road.
What road do you want to go down, Twanger?
Well,
Aren't you like 12 years old or something?
Sorry?
Aren't you like 12 years old or something?
No.
Does your mom
dude,
know you're on the internet this late at night?
I'm a fully grown adult with a world class education.
I seriously doubt that.
It's funny.
Good try, kid. Good try.
World class education
Yeah,
from
wait,
where?
was that Matrix? Dude, what's up, buddy?
Bro, that shit was funny. Do it again.
It took me off guard, man.
Yeah, one time,
Billy goes gruff.
One time, Twanger came in here and made the claim he's in his 40s. Anybody believe that?
I never made that claim.
For sure not.
Fuck.
Twanger, can I ask you one quick question, please? What is your definition for the word science? What's it mean? Twanger.
Kind of this chat for how long? Twanger, 2 years. You still don't even know the definition. 2 fucking years. You have a world class education. Well, if you did, no way it stuck.
Speaking of people that have been in for a while, you reckon Newt has had much sleep?
If you want a world class education, go to Matthew Lawrence.
Matthew's
I
a
teach
smart
at
guy.
Biola University. If you want to get a bachelor's degree, it's a great place. But you have to be a Christian to come here.
Oh, there's no chance of that.
Seems like a bright guy.
Yeah, and intelligent.
Yeah, but you're never
Twanger?
going to go there because you're not Christian, right, Twanger?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
spiritual.
you're an
but
atheist, and that's why you're really in here. How did I figure that out, Twanger? How did I figure out you're an
I was
atheist?
raised Christian, but I'm like I'm
Yeah.
not really like a great Christian, I would say. But I was raised Christian.
Yeah, but are you a Christian in the sense that you believe in Jesus was resurrected from the dead?
Yeah, but my faith, I don't have like a very strong faith.
That's some wishy-washy shit right there.
Hey, you believe in the globe.
You can probably get in. You can get in Loyola being that wishy-washy, I'm sure.
I mean, what, are you a Christian?
I'm going to call myself that, but I believe in the thing I just said, that Jesus rose from the dead.
Okay, cool.
Christian's
so you
kinda
would go
a
to Matthew's
derogatory
school
term
then,
that was
right?
used in the what? What was that?
You could go to Matt's school then?
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I take. They only got a bachelor's. I mean, I guess I could get.
There's a master's degree in Christian apologetics. I would be interested. We have a couple of PhDs too.
Where do I get my Christian ID from?
A master's
Yeah,
in
that's a
what?
good question. Where do you get the Christian ID?
I'm just saying, I would love to see Neil try and sit through one single lecture that Matt is professing in.
I'm sure Matt's just teaching from the book. I'm sure it's right boring.
Is it fair to say, Twanger, that you're not going to give us the definition, your definition of what science means?
I don't think you can.
Well, science is more than a body of knowledge. It's a way of thinking.
So what's the definition of it? What's it mean?
So, hold on, man. Science is the human mental state? Is that what you're saying? Fuck, dude. Twanger, man.
It's the pursuit of knowledge.
That's not the definition, because you're failing in it, Twanger.
Maybe the definition of a scientist is someone who just keeps asking why, like a 2-year-old.
A person, a kid that does that is closer to a scientist than probably a lot of adults are.
I wouldn't disagree with that statement.
And then you say, I don't know, and they're like, why don't you know?
Yeah, it can be frustrating even for a smart person.
Warner, do you think science proves things?
To beyond a reasonable doubt, yeah.
Beyond a reasonable doubt? That would be court, dude.
Well, yeah, I'm just using that jargon.
Experimentally, science can't prove anything.
Was that Brenda or was CB playing something?
Somebody tell me that was a soundboard, please, God. Please, God.
That was a soundboard. It's all good. It's all good.
To give
Thank you.
Good, thank God, dude. My hair stood up on my arms like, please, no.
It's the same thing, Indio, man.
To give you a more robust answer,
here we go.
I would say like there are degrees of certainty with different things.
Is there such thing as 100% certainty?
So it's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, well, probably like 95 to 99.
So there's no.
You have 2 feet.
Yeah, let's go.
There's only certainty and uncertainty. There's no in between.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Well, there is. It's called I don't know.
Is human certainty the arbiter of whether
Which is uncertain.
true or not? Well, yeah. So is the human mind, as in your subjective certainty, the arbiter of whether something is true or not? That's what decides whether you're certain or not. Sounds kind of silly.
What
your certainty, dude? Your personal certainty of whether something's true or not.
Well, that goes for everyone.
Really?
And that's why there's so
Can
much.
things be true even if everyone thinks they're not true?
That's a great point.
I'm asking you a question. Can something be true even though everyone thinks it's not true?
Theoretically, yeah. Even how small, unlikely it would be, right?
So it doesn't matter what people think about it.
Well,
as far as true or not true goes.
It's that's actually too abstract of a concept to really make any sense of it. But when you think about it, there's so many scientists and so many people that know that the Earth is a globe. It's almost preposterous that there's even such thing as a flat earther.
So you went to a logical fallacy, really?
Right? I mean, that was your whole point, is that if a lot of people know something, then does that still mean it's true? Well,
they don't know anything. They all believe it, like you. There's a bunch of people that believe something.
There's ways of knowing things. That's called science.
How would they know? These scientists you think of know the Earth is a globe. Where does their knowledge come from?
Science.
That doesn't tell me anything. Science is systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just saying the buzzword science doesn't help us. How do they know?
Science.
How do they know?
How do they?
Just saying a buzzword don't work, dude. Doesn't even make sense in this context.
That's the answer to your question.
The systematic study of the natural world and the things in it is how they know?
Yeah, that's how we know the world, yeah.
Okay, what was the systematic study they did of the natural world from which they gained this knowledge?
All of it.
All of it. So they observed the Earth to look flat. So when the Earth looked flat, that's how they knew it was a globe?
What do you mean?
Well, you said all of it, so it would be including that. It'd be all observations, right? All observations of the natural world indicate it's a globe, including the ones that indicate it's not a globe.
Right. When you look back in the history books, there was a time when we thought it was not a globe, but now we know it is.
How do we know that? Dude, you're just looping back. How do we know that, dude?
Through the advances of science.
Yeah, and what was that exactly?
Specifically what?
Everything.
You just said that, and I just gave you an example. Everything would include observing the Earth to look flat, so that would also indicate Earth's the globe using your logic. So the Earth looking flat is also knowledge of a globe. So not feeling motion is knowledge that the Earth is spinning. You're bricked, bro. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you people, man. It's like you took an egg beater, right? Stuck it through your ear and scrambled your own fucking brain.
No, the reason we believe the Earth is a globe is because it has the best explanation for observation.
That's not why Twonger believes it. That might be the reason you believe it, Matt, but that's not the reason Twonger believes it.
Yes, it is. That's the same thing. That's what science is.
Science believes
he's a big
believes it because he can chant
he can answer for himself.
Science explains the natural world. The model that science gives you is the globe. That's the scientific model, and you don't like it. That's
the scientific model. Buzzword. I'll just say science a bunch of times. It'll give me instant validity.
Science, everything. Science.
When you're mocking me, that's how I know your brain is bricked.
No, you're just trying to use science as a qualifier to give your statements, which are just nonsense, gibberish, incoherent puke, some validity because you said the word science.
Looks like my
it
job
doesn't. You're not tricking anybody, Twonger. You're just using it as a qualifying word to give it some sort of validity that you don't have.
Yeah, you're embarrassing Brown, Recluse, and Matthew. So like, maybe just take a seat, bro.
Yeah, the kid's a dumb fuck. Okay.
And Matt, your best explanation is subjective. What you think is the best might not be the best to me.
Yeah, fair enough. We have different criteria.
Why do you think it's the best? Does it feel good or something? Do you like, okay, oh my God, the cold.
How did that little spiral feel, India? Did it feel good?
Spiral, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. I feel bad for you that your brain is just a snake eating its own tail.
He wasn't going down that road, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kick rocks. Kick rocks, dude. At least Matthew can articulate himself.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, we've heard it for 1,000 times, so.
I muted him, try and give you guys space, but he ran, so sorry.
Twonger's gonna grow up to be like that freak at the table with the fucking top hat, screaming science, science, science. Explain science.
He reminds me of Sasha 2.0.
Maybe that was Sasha. Maybe that was Sasha.
Yeah. And we got Fry as well, who's totally fucking bricked. LARPing as a fly earther. Because he's just deep in a cog this hole. I do love observing that, but you get people like Twonger and you get people like Fry. You just start fucking LARPing as a flat earther because they want to skip to the end because they know it's true, but they don't want to do the legwork.
Yo, that gif, man. Dude's like fucking the table, pardon my French, but that's like the first time he ever got laid was the side of that table screaming science.
Didn't we have a name for them? The buzzword earthers.
Yeah, the Yeah, buzzword Earthers. They're making a comeback. The globe is getting really pitiful. The argumentation is starting to really slip.
People are still arguing for the globe in 2025.
Yeah, they
every day.
Dude, that's crazy. Bro, no way Matthew Learns is in here. Dear God, what a pleasure.
I take it you've just worn one knee out.
Why do you still come about here, Matthew?
Because he's a secret.
Out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's just interesting in the chat.
It's still interesting to you.
Bro, don't hate on Matthew. He's my favorite Glober, man. No matter how many times you put his ass down, he gets right back up.
Matthew knows I've been hating on him since like day one. It's no secret.
As soon as he completely retires, he's coming out of that globe closet so quick. He's going to be yelling flat earth to the world.
That's unlikely.
That sucks if it's true, because nobody would trust you anyway, Matt. So if that's what you're waiting on, it ain't gonna work out.
Yeah, a lot of people trust me. I mean, none of you do.
Okay, well, you're as deluded about that as you are about the globe, I guess. No, Fry's calling you a closet flat earther. Said you admitted it.
I don't know why I said that.
I don't know, he's making the claims. So, Marty, what do you think about Jaren going back to the globe?
Well, good for him. I mean, he looked at the evidence, decided the evidence favors the globe side, and, switched his beliefs. I think it's admirable.
He sure didn't look at his bank account and decide the globe favors his bank account.
Yeah, he's a real saint.
Yeah, he probably made more money.
I really admire how he got on screen with Professor Dave to mock and ridicule flat earthers. So admirable.
I don't think anybody deserves mocking or ridicule.
Did he really do that with Professor Dave as well? I know he was with McToon mocking flat Earth, but wow, that's.
Yeah, I think Chris said it. Like, he's just going to be passed around by all the anti-flat Earth retards on YouTube now, doing apology tours.
Yo, Matthew Learns, if you had to pick, who's your favorite flat earther?
Nathan Thompson.
Oh, fair enough. Can I ask why?
Yeah, I've met him a couple times in person. He's a very kind person in person. A friendly dude, sincere.
Flat Earth dude is going to be so upset and jealous.
That was the way to say it.
I was going to say Flat Earth dude is like my second favorite because I met him like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, he's
So I know this is like about Flat Earth and whatnot, but do you mind if I ask you just a couple questions about the globe Earth?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer. I can't stay too long, but yeah.
So a lot of the evidence, man, I mean, it appears to everybody else in here as flat and stationary. And I mean, there's quite a bit of evidence that you'd have to just flat out deny to really stick to the globe. And like, I'm curious, bro, like, is there any evidence that you've ever been presented that at least made you question it, or is all of it just...
So I'd say no, because the evidence on the other side, I think, is so strong. And all you need in order for the Earth to appear flat is for the path of light to sometimes bend a tiny little bit. So I think that's not a very big hurdle to overcome. You still there? Am I still connected?
Yeah. I had one of my headphones die. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if I got cut out.
So, and really quick, just because I know some Globers, some of them will not bother debating the moon landings. Are you one of them that denies that we went to the moon or believes that we went to the moon?
I believe we went, but it's hard for me to prove that or to argue for that. And besides, there were a lot of Globers before the 1960s, so I think that is a small piece of evidence, but not a super big important one. I think the stronger evidence is stuff like putting satellite TV transmitters in geostationary orbit and putting GPS satellites up there, that kind of stuff.
And you don't think all that could be accomplished by other methods? You just think what they're claiming to do via satellite can only be done via satellite?
Well, yeah, if you ask the people who designed those systems, they have a very detailed and compelling explanation of how they designed them and how it works. If you want to speculate and say, oh, it could be done on a flat Earth somehow, I suppose, but does anybody have a good story about how that would work? I don't think anybody does.
Oh yeah, there's theories. There's a lot of evidence, man, that I just say it makes it so difficult for the globe to stand.
Really? I've never experienced any difficulty.
No. I've heard a few of your debates, and I mean, even when you get to the crossroads, right? And metaphorically, they've walked you down, either the 3 questions when that was done, and then, you kind of accept by going through those questions, you kind of accept the terms to the debate in a sort of way, the housekeeping questions and whatnot. Once you've done that, it in a sense kind of holds you to your claims, and then it seems like in a lot of the debates where you feel like you've been, or not, maybe not you feel, but where everybody else kind of sees that you've been walked down all the way to the crossroad, and they're like, all right, man, this is your turn, where you might possibly concede to something, then it just seems like, oh, no, dead stop. And I mean, the one thing I gotta say about you is no matter how persistent you are, you never get like ugly about debates or stupid, which a lot of the Globers really do. And I know that's one thing but
yeah.
But I've never understood the point where, points are being made in regards to the flat Earth, and once walked there, you just it's like you just walk the other direction instead of continuing to go forward with the globe or taking a different direction. You literally turn back. Anyway, sorry, ran over. My bad. Phil.
Yeah. So Miggy's 3 points, I think there are good answers for each and every one of them. We don't see curvature, well, because the Earth is big and light bends sometimes. We don't feel motion, well, that's because the human body feels acceleration, not motion.
That's not Miggy's 3 points.
Tiny.
That's not. You're misrepresenting the 3 points.
No curve, no motion, and vacuum.
No measured curve, no detected or measured rotation or motion. No proof, no demonstration of the existence of outer space.
So I didn't articulate it exactly like he did, but I got the points right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, no, you misrepresented it by saying we don't see curvature. No, it's not about that. The question asked is has anyone in history from ancient times to now directly measured the surface of the Earth to be curving?
Right. Nobody has directly measured it.
And has anyone in history, ancient times until now, detected in any way, shape, or form, or measured motion of the Earth?
I think we can detect effects from that motion, yes. Not with the human body, you can't feel it with yourself.
So not directly?
So indirectly, but not directly.
Right. And is there any evidence of the existence of outer space existing as it's been told to us, where we have a pressurized gaseous system surrounding Earth right next to a place that they say is a negative for vacuum?
The answer to that, the Glober's answer to that would be that the weight of the air is sufficient to cause that pressure gradient without a container. And furthermore,
that's not the question. That's not an answer to the question.
Okay, the other evidence we have is that man-made objects, we can see them going 17,000 miles an hour, and that would be too fast if there were atmosphere. So there must be no atmosphere because they're not burning up.
Nice try, bro.
Hey, I got a question for you, Matt. You said one of the main problems you have is like bendy light, right?
What do you mean problems? I don't think it's a problem. I think the path of light sometimes bends a tiny little amount. Yeah.
But what I meant by problem is you're using that as, well, in my opinion, your scapegoat for the globe. You're saying that the long distance observations can be explained away by bendy light. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the word you had used...
It's his way of making it unfalsifiable. So anytime someone says something he doesn't like, he can just go, bendy light.
Because light bends sometimes. It's a well-known fact.
Right. So, Matthew, it's the light. It's the actual light that's bending, correct? Not the actual geometric location, correct? It is just the light being, quote-unquote, refracted up.
Right. It's the path of light that changes from a perfectly straight line.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, you use the word little, like a little bit of light, but, seeing 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles beyond what we should see, it is no little measure right now. So we can't really call it a little bit of light bending. That's a lot of bit of light bending, right? That's noticeable. I mean, we're talking about 10, 20, 30, and I think some of the greater distances are like up in the 200s. Some wild. I'll have to refresh myself, but that's not just a little bit, right? I mean, that's quite a bit. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Earth curve calculator shows you that it should be, if you're at like 6 feet, I want to say, and anybody feel free to correct me because I don't want to spew garbage, but it should be about like 2 or 3 miles that the horizon, that you would see, quote unquote, the horizon. So we're not just talking about a little distance. Now, my question for you is, if it is, right, the light being refracted and these high altitude balloons and whatnot that go up, why is it that we don't see then a difference in the horizon at that point, right? Because as you're going up, you see the horizon rising to the eye level of the observer. And, some areas might be a little bit more illuminated or lit up than other places. So why do we not see essentially that horizon line going up and down with variations of light? Why is it just even and rising to the eye level of the observer? That it just makes no sense to me. That doesn't make sense, because with your explanation, which is not just a little bit of bending light, keep in mind it is a lot. You didn't disagree with me when I said a lot, so I'll take that's a lot.
Good answer, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so to answer your question, you are right that it is a large effect from the light bending. So, but the point is, those large effects can be caused by a tiny little amount of bend. And so, if you're asking how much the light bends, that's one question. If you're asking how much of an effect it has, then yes, I agree, the effect is very large. But it's the same as if you're like in a boat going across the ocean and the angle you're going is slightly off, and you go 1,000 miles, you're going to end up way off course. So the truth is, the amount that light bends would only have to be
Yeah. You're not even answering the question.
I'm not lying.
So pretend.
Can I?
No, yeah, you're lying because it's like if I said, okay, I have 300 billion, and I want 0.01% of that, right? I want you to take some of that. Like that's a huge number still, right? But it's a small percentage.
Yeah, so
it bends a lot. It bends a lot. Giving it a tiny amount of percentage to make it sound like it's small doesn't work, Matthew. It has to bend a lot over a large distance. It's not tiny.
The effect is very large.
The other problem is, Matthew, as you know, it doesn't bend directly in front of you. It bends as you get further away, as in a cumulative error. So you're claiming it's bending instantaneously as your eyes appear, and anything from there, that's why we get these over-exaggerated distances as we get further away. That is false.
Let me finish answering a person's question. So I was saying that there is a large effect, however, it's caused by a tiny amount of bend, and the tiny amount of bend is equal to 0.07 degrees per mile. So that tiny amount of light bend...
So how did you come up with that number?
That's what matches a globe radius of 3959, is if light bends...
Oh, so you've just reverse engineered it. So that's what you need to get in order to have that. So have you proven that this happens in reality? Or have you just used Bisland's slider?
A mathematical fact that...
No. You've made a formula. Have you proven it? Yes or no?
No, I'm assuming it.
So it's just, you might as well just go and piss on a wall.
And degrees of what? Degrees of what?
Degrees. The degree of bending. Like if...
of what?
Off from straight.
Degrees have a representative of something, right?
Yes, the difference between a perfectly straight line and light bending a tiny amount. That angle has to be 0.07 degrees per mile. For a whole mile, it only bends 0.07 degrees, and that's enough for it to bend all the way around the curve, all the way around the sphere.
So you're assuming it's consistent. At a constant rate, every mile it has to do that. That's what you're assuming.
Right. I'm telling you what the difference is.
But when we go out in reality and test this, we don't see this.
That doesn't make its arc small.
Yeah, it does. 0.07 is very small.
No, it doesn't. It increases the freaking... It's the increase...
You guys are
No, bro, listen. It's an increase of the... Oh, you asshole. It's an increase of the radius value, bro. You're saying the radius value is small? You're saying that arc is small? The circumference of the Earth is small?
What he does, T-Dub, is reverse engineers it. So he imagines that there's a magical line above this curve, and you should be viewing in dead straight lines, and he'll add the degrees on top of that. It's 0.7 degree every mile. So every mile, he'll offset it. 0.7 degree, 0.7 degree, 0.7 degree. And that's how he calculates it. The problem is,
not what they
as we
claim.
know... I know.
Well, I have to say thanks, T-Dub, for getting rid of Matt. Sorry it came at the expense of your blood pressure, but...
I'm sorry to the other guy, because he was hoping to have a conversation with him. I guess you could catch up with him outside the chat.
Yeah, the fucking bendy light, bro. Bendy light, that's crazy. It's honestly crazy, and you can't explain that shit with the horizon. Makes no fucking sense.
It actually has to arc in his worldview, in all their worldview. The path of light has to arc at a rate greater than the surface of the Earth. Like I often hear Matrix say, at 8 inches per mile square. That would be not far above the surface, but I mean, like they're saying that it's arcing at a greater rate. Like that essentially you're increasing the radius value of the Earth. Hence, you've got a greater circumference. If you took that arc of light and finished it in a circle, It's a greater diameter, greater circumference, greater radius value than the Earth, than they claim the Earth is. That's not small. His way of saying things in percentages and degrees and making it sound like it's a tiny little thing is so disingenuous. I wish he would stop it because he claims to be an honest fucking Christian.
Yeah, that was textbook doing that though.
That was the first thing I asked him about, is pretty much like nicely asking him why he's so disingenuous, because like I told him, he's been walked down the fucking road a million times and then he can never concede, bro. And he says that, dude, I've listened to a ton of his debates. Anytime he's been in, I'm sure you probably have too. It is just, he's like nicely disingenuous.
Yeah, that's the cognitive dissonance talking.
Hang on. To be fair, right? The only thing that I heard that like teeters on the edge of bullshit from Matthew is the angle per degree per mile that it has to curve, right? Because he doesn't have that in reality. That's the only thing. Everything else, I'm not so sure, T-Dub, if I don't know if maybe I missed something or something may be being misconstrued. But if the light has to bend at the 8 inches per mile squared, right, the observer sees what would be emulating, right, a more giant ball than it would otherwise be, right? So, like, you follow? Like, it gives the impression, because the light is bending, according to Matthew's claim, at the rate of, whatever it was, point something degrees per mile or whatever, it gives the impression that the ball is larger than it is. So I don't know if there was any mismatch in anything being said. I think maybe he just said it poorly. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, their problem is really just they don't have the real world values to back up the claim. You know what I mean? I don't hear any, like, speaking out of two sides of their mouth type thing. But that just could be me.
What's that book, How to Lie with Statistics? I'm pretty sure he co-wrote the thing.
He's saying the change in the path of light is slight. It only has to change a tiny little bit.
Right.
It doesn't. It has to change a lot.
I've never seen that.
In order to achieve that 8 inch per mile squared ideal that they need, he's saying that angle change only needs to change that much. Yeah. It doesn't sound unreasonable. I mean, the only thing that sounds unreasonable is the claim, because there's nothing to back it, right? But the math, it sounds like
saying it's a small amount. It's like me saying 0.01% of 100 billion. Is small. But no, it's
that's
not.
true.
It's still huge. That's 100,000. Like, hey, I'd be fucking happy with that.
I understand, right? So the presentation of it gives the impression that, it's not that big of a deal, because look at this decimal number, right? It's less than 1, right? But less than 1 of what? So I hear that, right? So they should be a little bit more honest in that expression, right? But what he's talking about in terms of angles, right? According to him, all you need is such a slight angle to achieve a particular quote unquote drop over distance at such a distance, right? At 1 mile, right? You only need a very slight thing for the line at the end of that mile to be efficiently lower or higher, right? Whatever the benchmark is. You know what I mean? So indeed, yeah, the guy's a little bit slimy because he's making this thing like, it's not a big deal. Look at the small number. Fine. It makes it seem like so, silky smooth, right? But again, the problem is he doesn't have the data to back it. It's just theoretical. That's really the base of it, I think.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't know that that's actually happening in reality.
It's akin to, for example, right? I think you guys have seen my work that I did a couple months back now, I think, on the whole Black Swan thing. The necessary
index of refraction, right, to actually see what we see according to Walter Bisland's calculator, it says you need an index of refraction, however they're modeling it in that calculator, of 0.989182. People would say, oh, well, that's not a big deal. It's just a decimal.
It's huge.
That's qualified as extreme, according to that calculator, but, it's a decimal number. No big deal. It's only like 3, 4, 5, or 6 times greater than standard refraction. Yeah, no big deal. 2 to 3 standard deviations away. No big deal, right? It's like, shut the fuck up. It's like, you don't know how to read these decimal values and what they mean, right? So it can be disingenuous in that sense, but they still require the real world data points that justify that, right? It's the same sort of argument. So it's a small number, no big deal. Kind of like his claim of in outer space, inside the capsule is 14 psi or whatever you need to live, and outside it's basically 0. Oh, well, that's only a differential of 14 pounds per square inch. No big deal. The capsule can withstand that. It's like,
and he's got this, like, as long as there's satellite dishes pointing 90 degrees, which bites him in the ass too, at the equator, right, for his geosynchronous satellites, right, he can just use that excuse. Oh, well, it looks flat because it only the angle that the light has to change, right? Once? Just has to change the once, or is it continuous? What is that, Matthew? How do you have angles with arcs? You're drawing tangents to these arcs of light, but that's another thing anyway. As long as he's got that excuse, right? Like, as long as he's got his satellites pointing 90 degrees at the equator, his satellite dishes, he can use any type of excuse for anything else that we present to him. Like, as long as there's a reason, what he considers to be a reasonable explanation, right? Oh, well, I've got an excuse for why that is. That's all it is. He's not saying that's proof. He's not saying that here's the data that was collected, here's the demonstration, here's the experiment that was performed, here's anything, right? Here's the numbers, here's the figures, here's the methodology that was employed, here's everything that demonstrates that your light is taking that arc path and changing it whatever tiny little angle he fucking wants to claim it has to be, right, in order to achieve that effect of it looking flat. And hey, does that make it measure flat too, Matthew?
Is the path of water flat?
Now, refraction's bending that too.
I was going to say, now to add insult to injury, now throw a laser across it. Is the Earth bending up, or is the laser bending down? And if it's a case of the Earth is bending up, and the laser should be conforming to the ball tard, that means all lasers, when you turn them on, have an 8 inch per mile squared natural curve to them.
Yeah, I read that in the patent for the lasers, right?
Matrix, with all due respect, dude, I don't know if I understand that. When you say the light bending down or the ground bending down,
I'll start from the start.
Didn't we talk about that already? Yeah.
Lasers shoot dead straight, okay?
Yeah.
So if they're claiming refraction is bending the ground up, and you're seeing the laser dead straight, and their excuse is refraction, when we eliminate refraction, that means the curvature should be back in place of the ground, and lasers should follow the curve of the ground. Because remember, if the ground is bending up due to refraction, so is the laser.
But the thing is, right,
the light is coming up from below,
we don't see them bend.
The light's reflecting off the bottom of the oil rig, right? And it's coming up and then over and an arc to your eye.
Yeah. So in both situations, right, you have light emanating from a laser going in direction straight forward, right? 90 degrees, right?
Yep.
Perpendicular, right? But you also have light, let's say, bouncing off the shoreline right around the where the laser is standing up, right? The light bouncing off the shoreline going approximately in the same direction of the laser, right? Supposedly it too would be bending downwards, right, to follow the laser. So, the person at the other end.
But the ground is bending upwards, so it's a contradiction.
No.
Yes. The ground is supposed to be curved. The ground is supposed to be curved. We are seeing it bent up due to refraction. So that means when we look at the lasers, which are dead straight, that means when there's no refraction, the lasers much naturally follow the curvature of the ground. This doesn't happen.
What I hear them say is that the light bends down, yielding the appearance of stuff in the distance being lifted up, right? Lifted.
How?
Bended, right?
So the photon bounces off the bottom of the boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the oil rig, or the thing that I can see that I shouldn't be able to see because there's supposed to be a certain amount of curvature in the way. It's bouncing off that and going towards the ground or away from the ground.
Going away from the ground, yet they claim that
So it's going up.
Yeah. But then they claim that it arcs downwards sufficiently to hit your eyes, right? So I'm trying to make a distinction between. Oh, that's for them to argue.
Wait, so its path ends up above your head.
They claim that the path. They claim that the path would be like if the light just went straight up. Let's say,
wouldn't it appear it's in the sky then?
No, but hang on, relax, dude. Right? Their claim, right, is that if there were no refraction, that light path, right, that quote unquote ray of light would go straight up and you wouldn't see it, right? Because right. But they're claiming that it arcs downwards sufficiently enough for you to actually see it. So it appears in the distance like it's being lifted up from beyond the curve, right, at the horizon.
I think it's a misnomer. I think it's a misnomer because what would actually have to happen is it would keep rising in a curved rate, in a curved manner, till it reaches your eye, never going above your eye, because then it would appear like it's above your line of sight, right? Like, so how can that be? No. So what's happening is it's always going up, and it eventually reaches your eye in a slow arc from a lower position.
Yeah.
So how can they ever say it's bending down?
No, because
sounds like a misnomer.
When my understanding is what they're claiming is if you draw the trajectory, right, of this path, right, it looks like a curve that bends downwards, like it goes up, but then teeters off and goes up less over time, right? So that's where you get the terminology.
Up less,
bending down. Yeah. So you're going straight up. You go straight up, right? But you know what I mean? Like mathematically, you talk about angles, the angle at which something is going up, you decrease that angle, over time, from 90 degrees to 89 to 87. It's quote unquote bending downwards, right? It's going from 90 to 89 to 87, right? Like that's the term being used, right? So anyways, my point here is I just wanted to check in on this because the phrase that I keep hearing is that it gives the appearance of something being lifted up in the distance because the light bends down, right? Like I'm just trying to make a distinction between.
How does it make any sense?
I'm just telling you, like this is their phrase, right? This is it's an apparent lift. It's just an apparent thing. Right? What you would not see beyond a curve, you do see because the light gives the appearance, the light bending into your eyes gives the appearance of the thing that would otherwise not be there. So therefore it's quote lifted up into your field of view. Right? There's two different key words there attributed to the up or down. Right? Lift versus bending. All right, I just want to point that out because Matrix, I'm not too sure how far you're going to get with like that, what you throw at them if you mix those two together.
The problem is when you point a laser across it, you can claim that the ground is bending upwards. So is the ground bending up whilst you've got a straight beam of light over the top of it? Yes or no?
No, of course not. It's not actually lifted. No, the ground is not actually being lifted up. They're
here's the problem. This is what you've got to understand. If you're witnessing the ground, quote unquote, appearing to bend up due to refraction, as soon as that laser beam goes across, it would appear to bend up due to refraction also. The problem is with that, I've seen one video on the internet, and these guys went out very specifically to look for the perfect conditions to get it to do it. Now, what you need is the laser to bend down to match the curvature rate of the Earth. They don't have this.
I know, dude. I know. And again, you did it again, though. You used the term bending up. I said it appears to lift up.
What's the difference?
The light bends downwards, so that...
Think of it in Matthew's terms. He's treating the beam of light as an arc from point A to point B. Every so many feet or meters or miles, an incremental bend. That's how Matthew treats it. Treat it like that, and then say the same thing.
I understand, right? So the thing that the light is bouncing off of, you can't see it, right? Because the light's not hitting you. But because the light is actually bending, according to their claim, you can see it. So what was out? Dude, I'm not gonna claim that it's true.
Show it in a diagram. Because how can they say this? How can something, the light coming off something, be going down, make it appear above its actual position? I don't understand.
Have you not seen that cartoon that they draw, where they draw a thing, it's on an arc, they show the path hit like the observer, and then they draw what the observer sees, and it looks like this giant like arc up in the sky. They like this phantom replica of the thing, but up in the sky.
Yeah, that's what they're calling the special case of Fata Morgana or whatever. Where
I don't know. I guess maybe I don't know about that, but that's what I'm talking about. So the image, quote, lifts up so they can see it, as a result of the light having bent downwards over the curve.
After it's gone up high.
No.
So it's going up and down.
No, dude. No. I'll say, I don't know if I can find it. All right, you've probably seen it already there. I don't know if anyone has what I'm talking about. Because the terminology being lifted up versus the light bending down, it's like the appearance of something being lifted up is a consequence of the light bending downwards over the curve. I know it sounds convoluted. It does. Right? So I don't blame
So if it's bending downwards, that means the laser that's shot, so when you're standing there, before you turn the laser on, the ground appears lifted up due to the light bending downwards. So in that case, the laser, when you turn it on, because we can now see the beam of light, should bend downwards to follow that same refractive curve that what you're witnessing. We don't see that.
I know. But they're saying that is happening, right?
Well, they can say it. I'd like them to back it up, and we don't seem to get any of that.
Oh, I'm with you on that, dude. I want the data, the humidity, temperature, air pressure, all these fine things that are necessary to actually influence the path of light, so they claim, right? Especially significantly enough to bend, quote, the light over the curve 10 miles away so we can see something like the black swan, yielding what they claim is necessary to have a 0.989182 refractive index. I'm eager for that, dude. I'm on your side with this one. I'm just clarifying some of the terminology because it sounds very convoluted, and it is.
Yeah, they use interwoven stuff to make it more convoluted, so the average person can't just go, oh, light bend down, why doesn't the other bit bend down? I try to simplify things, and you get these clowns coming in here who have no idea to start off with, and try to overcomplicate it to make themselves sound good. And if the light's bending down for one thing, it bends down for the other. And it's not.
And that reminds me kind of what I think it was Amish who brought up. It's like if we're to believe that all these different points, these light sources that we, like light bounces off a bunch of shit, right? Different points in our field of view. right? If they're trying to get us to believe that the light is subject to all these different, microscopic points in the air that influence the trajectory, right? So all these different points, all these different refractive indexes, little pockets of air, hotter, colder, whatever, influencing all light in all directions, right? How is it that we see everything so crystal clear, right?
Yeah.
You see that? Because you would think that there would be only a handful of things, likely probabilistically speaking, actually look clear, and everything else looks all foggy because light's refracting all in every way, which direction, right? Due to all these different pockets of whatever's involved in influencing its path. Right? It doesn't make any sense.
That's why I like all the infrared stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Refraction. Oh, that's nice. Infrared camera. Refraction, gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. I just need that data. That's all. Humidity, temperature, air pressure, what have you. That would be.
Hey, T-Dub, dip into your retirement fund. We'll buy a laser and we'll go and shoot one across the Nullarbor.
Speaking of which, T-Dub, by the way, I posted the image I was talking about. You see how the little phantom image of the thing is up in the air? That's what they're talking about by the thing being lifted up, right? So the person or the camera can actually see it. Right? The image is lifted up into the field of view of the camera, right? As a result of, you see that red line in the middle-ish? It's curving, right?
Yeah, it's not going down. Doesn't appear to be going down to me.
Yeah. Like if you drew a,
it's just on a larger arc. Instead of being 8 inches per mile squared, it's like 8 point something miles squared.
Whatever, right? But the red line, it is arcing. Yeah, it's not a straight line. I can see it, right? By bending down, what they mean by, you see on the right hand side of the green triangle, you see those those lines S and L. You see the green line perpendicular to the SL in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you drew that line extended outwards, right, and you compare that compared to the red
so that's
curve,
your tangent.
There you go, right? "Quote unquote" tangent from the surface, but elevated, right? That red line or curve would not be intersecting that, forming an angle, because it's actually curved. You would see the deviation grows. It grows non-linearly. Like just look at where it meets the orange line at the camera, and follow it along. You'll see it kind of bends downwards to actually go and reach the green tip there.
They've just moved that whole cone up.
Exactly. So that's what I'm talking about by the term lifting up.
Yeah, but
because the light bends down. That all. I just wanted to make that distinction.
Not bending down. I still think that's a misnomer.
Okay.
Right.
But if you draw a tangent line to it, the line that you draw would be the ideal straight line that the path of light would take. But it doesn't. It curves downwards and deviates away from that. Perfect example is that orange line. That red line, if it was straight, it would be following the orange line. But it's not. It's hugging the orange line, and deviates away from it, and then actually goes and touches the green line.
Well, if you see the green line that goes directly from the camera to the top of the whatever it is, the green triangle.
Yeah,
probably not a triangle because it's on a curved surface, but so it's actually going above that. So it's going up. So it has to go up and then come sort of back down to you.
Well, that's what I mean.
It just sounds ridiculous to me, right? You expect a photon that's come from below my line of sight, right, has gone down in its path to make it appear above its actual position.
No.
Think
of it like this.
Doesn't make any sense.
Think of it like this, right? If you take a soccer ball and you kick it up in the air, you kick the ball up in the air, right? But it doesn't go in that same direction forever. It starts arcing downwards and then comes down, right? So the ball is still going up, but less and less up over time, and then it slopes and comes back down.
Right, so it's a misnomer because some of the light isn't even going to go above your eye level. So, like, that's not going down, it's just continuously going up. And that like, they're going to claim that that's happening to a degree because anything that is, like, below your line of sight, right, is going to appear higher in the field of view than its actual position, right?
Right.
But not actually go above your line of sight. So it hasn't gone up, hasn't gone down yet at all, right? Because for it to go down means it has to be above my line of sight. It has to have arced up over my line of sight and then be coming back down into my line of sight, towards my line of sight.
I think the up or downness is in relation to the position where the light bounced, right? Not necessarily you.
Well, which is never going to be below that. Because that's there's something sitting on the surface, it can never go below that, right?
Because they claim it's over a curve, technically that light at the bottom of that little green triangle is below the observer's height, even if the guy was on the surface, right? Because it's curving downwards according to them, right? But if you can see it, it's because that light came up enough and then arced at the rate at which Matthew learns, keeps touting that it is, downwards so as to not just, go straight into space, right? Quote unquote. And then it hits your eyeball.
So when they say down, they're actually, it is a misnomer because what they mean is it's just arcing. It's just arcing.
Exactly. It's just angling downward. Yeah, it's angling downward.
No, because it's like saying I watched the boat go down. Whoa. Did you? So it went down. Did it change elevation? No.
Physically.
It's still at the same. It's still at sea level. Oh, so it didn't go down then? No, but it appears to go down. So they're saying that when you shoot a laser out, right, it's going to start arcing downwards, like over the curve, right, down and away from your line of sight.
Exactly.
But that's not down. That's flat Earth. Right, because that down is flat Earth. Right.
This is where the argument comes from. If they're claiming that the ground is curving away, right, they have a surface and then they have their lines of sight, which are theoretically tangents. So all comparisons are done to that tangent line from the observer, right? That's their part. That's part of their argument. But in reality, but it's a relative thing, right? So from the observer, the line of sight going straight out, okay? If it just goes straight out, over in the distance, any observer, that line of sight, right, from the initial observer, it would zip over their head, right? Like a giant ruler extending out from your eyeballs, looking straight. Somebody far enough away If they look up, they would see that ruler extend over their head, whatever, 300, 400, or 500 feet above their head. Right? From the initial observer's point of view, that's just going straight, and that's their level. That is their 0 point, let's say, from their eyes, from the observer. So anything below that, from that initial, observer, is down.
Yeah, they don't get to do that. Sorry, bro. They don't get to do that.
Bold, this is the problem. It's a bold claim for them to uphold, and this is why having the data is critical. They can't just throw around refractive indexes, this theoretical mumbo jumbo.
I mean, they don't get to use the term level as in being horizontal and straight and flat, and then say that something's going below that, and calling that down. But listen, I'll give them the term down, right? Because if I was on a globe and I was to consider something a path of light going down, that would, to me, indicate that as soon as it leaves its source, right? It's the distance between its path and the surface of the Earth is instantly and continuously decreasing.
You mean increasing?
Decreasing.
The gap is increasing.
No, decreasing, because that would be going down as soon as it leaves the source. The distance between the path of the light and the surface of the Earth is decreasing continuously. That would be going down until it eventually hits the surface.
You're supposed to be at the top of the ball, not shooting across it. That's the bit that you keep missing. You're already at the peak, so everything that leaves where you are is an instant down.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like if you take a ruler and you put it on top of a basketball, right? And so you get a little bit of a teeter-totter, right? That point where the ruler rests is, there's no distance. But as you traverse across on the left or the right of the ruler, the gap between the surface of the ball and the ruler increases non-linearly. That's what I was talking about. The gap increases. Follow? Take another ruler and measure it. Right, measure at
we get that. Yeah, where the tangent point hits, it's just a tangential curve. Yeah,
that's all I was talking about. Anyway, all that to say, this is their burden, and they don't like it. And I understand why. It's a heavy burden, man. But hey. Yeah,
I'll take off, guys. Yeah, cool chat. See you.
Catch up.
Peace.
I'm curious, what's the issue with refractive indexes?
You guys proving them?
No, I mean like for what is the issue with refractive indexes?
You guys proving them, which you don't seem to be able to do.
Do you mean like?
I'll give you an example. The black swan. Refraction. Oh, but there's a pretty strong refractive index. Okay, what is it? Here's the formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Oh, no, that formula's wrong. Okay, then. Provide us with a better formula, which gives us the refractive index and the correct distance we should be using. And then we have crickets.
Do you mean...
Yeah, what we're normally provided with is a theoretical value, right, that would fit according to their model, right, what we see according to the way the globe geometry is. They give us a number, okay, number X, right? Well, if we plug this number X into this model, right, it makes what we see make sense if we were on a ball. The problem is, where does that number come from, that refractive index, right? It's just, most people, they would just take a couple variables like distance and observer height and all that, plug it into this calculator, notice that they don't see what we actually see in reality, right? And then slide this value up and down until they actually can replicate on this calculator what we do see. And then they take that number and say, hey, well, here's your refractive index. But in reality, are the conditions actually conducive for whatever is necessary for the light to actually bend at that rate in the first place, rather than just being a backwards engineered value to justify their position? That's what we know.
I see what you're saying. So, like, if you have an instance of refraction, you want a predictive force as opposed to like, oh, if we set this constant to this, it fixes it. That kind of thing.
Kinda. It's not exactly a constant. It is variable.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, basically you want it so that the refractive index is provided via formula versus like, oh, if it's set to this, it explains what's going on.
Right. They're kind of just plugging a magic number in, right? And they're saying, oh, well, it must be this, otherwise we wouldn't see what we see. Because, of course, the globe is true, because the radius, of course, is what we say it is, and our model takes all this into account, and the only missing cornerstone building block or whatever to, create this puzzle that, that we're providing is this one value. So we're just going to find it the way, kind of arbitrarily in our calculator, in our simulator, and then claim, oh, well, the real world must be producing this because our calculator says so. As opposed to saying, okay, let's go get all the necessary components, right? Like humidity, temperature, air pressure, et cetera, across the entire line of sight, and see if those pieces actually create something like that would be this value that we're just plucking out of thin air. See what I mean? Because that refractive index, would come from
I see what you mean. Yeah, because like in theory, then you could explain any possible image by just setting the refractive index to like some value.
Exactly, and that's why I was harping on the black swan thing earlier, because I don't know if you're familiar with that argument there, but basically,
like a picture of like a swan, right? And it's like in a weird, like kind of floating.
No,
I'm not too familiar.
No. The black swan argument is basically there are a set of oil rigs out in the distance, okay, from like a shoreline. And according to the globe math, any observer on that shoreline, let's say they're 1 foot off the ground, or 3 feet off the ground, or 6 feet off the ground, the distance to the horizon would be at a fixed, a predictable distance. But we see stuff in full clear beyond that distance, these oil rigs. Right? We see them from the top to the bottom, and we also see a horizon line beyond it. So the claim is, oh, well, light is refracting around the ball, so we can see them. Okay? But when you do the math, the necessary refractive index to, for example, put the furthest oil rig into full view, not to mention the horizon behind it and all that other stuff, you need a refractive index that basically gives the impression that the Earth is 10 times bigger than it is. Type thing. But, like, there's no other material to justify that. Right? They call it an extreme, like they would say extreme conditions would cause this, but this phenomena, this observation is not a rarity. So it doesn't fit, doesn't add up. You know what I mean? There's all sorts of problems with that claim.
Okay, I sort of see what you're saying. Yeah, it's basically these are like black swan events occur with relative frequency, and they always require some kind of like ad hoc refractive index to resolve the issue. Okay.
There it is. Yeah, Matrix posted in the chat at 5 minutes past the hour.
Mm-hmm.
That. We should not be able to see that. The camera is 1 foot off the ground. Okay, and we see shit beyond 10 miles away. Or more or less, right? 9.41 at least. That's 8 times greater than what we should. So they just hand wave that and plug this magic refractive index number in and say, oh, well, that explains it. But they never show their work as to how they actually got to that number, other than a screenshot from a calculator. And when we look at the model, how that calculator works, it's just an arbitrary value. They use a sliding scale, and to find it, find the thing that simulates what we see, and then they claim victory, as opposed to actually producing that value with raw data.
I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, my big issue is that's why I'm not a big fan of optics, because like, yeah, depending on conditions, it's very hard to like, you know, point down like a particular argument. Like, I guess if you model the temperatures anywhere from 120 Fahrenheit to like 30, you can get a whole range of different refractive indexes and a whole range of different other things that can make it very difficult to pinpoint anything.
And that's probably why there are plenty of. That's why there are probably plenty. Excuse me. That's probably why there are plenty different refractive models. Because it's hard to really pinpoint down. Right, so they've got a bit of a burden on their shoulders.
Yeah, that's why I don't really deal with optics. It's just too messy, in my opinion. Like, at best you can model it with like some fun stuff, but it doesn't really. I guess the real theoretical limit is like, okay, if we know that the max temperature is X, the min temperature is Y, and here's our distances, we could put like a theoretical max distance, right? Maybe like you can't see an object of this height at past like some 25 or like 35 mile range, something like that. Yeah. But that's very it's very hard to get.
That's kind of what we do, absent any values like temperature, pressure, and humidity. Right? We just go with the raw geometry. And then they claim it's not enough. Then that's where they throw in all the refraction stuff, but they can't substantiate it. You know, like the geometry part is arguably, you know, like the only real empirical aspect of all this stuff that's sufficient to quote unquote play with. And then everything else is kind of just, you know, pull it out of their ass and see who's not articulate enough to follow their line of reasoning.
Let's say if we drop all like optic stuff, because there's, you know, I guess one can cherry pick, like I can maybe find like something that disappears past the horizon, but we don't know the refractive angles. We don't know, you know, we don't know the state, so it'll be hard to justify anything. What's the consensus on like the gravity perspective?
You want to take that one, Matrix? I'm just gonna prep some food here.
I'm just curious.
For gravity, how's gravity going to prove the shape of the ground? Why wouldn't you just measure it, drop over distance? That'd be the cleanest way. Solves all arguments.
Due to the optics thing, like the refraction thing.
If it's a ball, well, you tell me now. If it's an optics thing due to refraction, if we shoot a laser across the surface and you're standing right next to the laser and you measure it from the laser to the ground, so where it starts is 1 foot. We set the laser up horizontal, we then go 20 miles away, right? And we measure the laser again. Is that still refracted? Yes or no?
I see what you're saying. So correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's
I'm
not.
standing.
Because you're measuring it directly there. All you're doing is measuring the deviation from the laser to the ground. That is it.
Hold on. So if I'm standing with a laser, like I'm holding it like a foot off the ground, and I point it 20 miles at a patch of ground.
Across a large body of water. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some kind of flat, like, you know, like no objects in the way kind of area, like a salt flat or something. At that point, it should. The hypothesis is it should bend, right? But it's not.
The ground should show a deviation. That is what I would expect to see if we were living on a ball.
And that's where the the refraction thing comes in through, I guess.
But the problem is, no, there's no refraction because you're not miles away from the laser. You're actually travelled along the laser. If you were standing right down one end and looking along the laser and then said, hey, look, the laser looks like it's bending up, I'd go, I'd probably let you have that claim. But you're not doing that. We've actually gone down to the other end and we're measuring directly at the laser. If you want, you can put your hand in it.
Oh, okay. So you put like a laser for like a long distance, like 10, 20 miles.
Yep, you mount the things. Measure one end, go and measure the other. If we're on a ball, there should be a notable deviation change between the laser and the ground. At 10 miles, it should be 66 feet.
Do you have like a video for it? Because I'm trying to say though, if it's, I think it depends on like if the laser's a foot off the ground, then there shouldn't be much refraction at all. Actually, yeah. Because the refraction.
Because you're right next to it. You're not measuring from 3 kilometers away. You're standing in front of it measuring. You're getting the laser to hit targets.
Oh, I see. So you have 2 people. One person points the laser, second person marks. Okay, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so the first person's aiming at like some bullseye or something, and the second person checks to make sure that it's actually the right. Like okay, I see what you're saying.
So a real simple picture in the side chat. Laser straight, curve of the ground. We should be able to measure the deviation. That's it. There ain't much more to it. If we're on a ball with a 39.59 radius, where's the drop calc? There's the calculated distances there when it loads. So yeah, at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. 20 miles, you're looking at 266 feet. 30 miles, 600 feet. 40 miles, 1,066. Wraps up pretty quick, doesn't it?
So let's take a look. Let me think about this experiment.
So all it is, we're doing basic geometry. You've now created a tangent to a ball. That's all you've done. We're starting at the TP, or tangent point, and we're just working our way along the tangent. And what we should be measuring is a increasing distance. That's it.
Now the laser is laser's obviously straight, right? You're pointing the laser to it. You see the dot.
Laser is set up horizontally.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they've even got cumulators on the lasers, or columnator on the laser, to keep the beam, to stop it from deviating as much as possible.
But once the laser's shot out, it's not. There's nothing else keeping it straight, right? You just shot out straight line directly at the target, and it's done by manual eye, right? You just look at the distance, raise it, and the person at the target says, "Okay, you hit the target." Basically, I see the red dot.
Or purple dot, or whatever color they use. Yeah.
Yeah, some kind of dot.
Different ones.
The only thing I can think of is 1 second. So, all right, if I'm aiming the laser with some scope or something, and the second person tells me, all right, you hit it, it's head on the bullseye. The winning point is, okay, you hit it. You shouldn't hit it theoretically after like 25 miles, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. And refraction is okay. So
it's out the window because you're standing right in front of the laser.
Hold on, but you so yeah, person 1 aims, person 2 is right in front of the laser, and he sees it. Says, all right, the target's there. Now, the only thing, doesn't refraction still play a role in this case? Like
not the only time. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're the one holding the laser. You're the one that's turned it on. From your perspective at your end, if there is a refractive index of some description, you will see the laser bend up or down, to the left, to the right, whatever. Only because you're looking along the beam, seeing where those light photons are coming from. Now, someone who's down the other end will just see this beam of light go past them. They are not looking along it, they are looking perpendicular to it. They're standing beside it.
Do they see the dot, or is there like an actual beam that you can see, like a 20-mile long beam?
Some of them actually see the beam. Some of them put a dot on things. Others just turn around and film the laser being shot directly at them in places where they should not see it at all. I think one of them was nearly 28 mile. So there should have been, 500 and something foot of missing ball.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I'll tell you now. If they were only out by 10 feet, like say we're expecting a range of 10 feet, and it was 5 foot, I'd go and do it again. You've stuffed up. But when you're talking numbers like 600 feet and they're hitting targets, it's sort of hard to hide.
That makes sense. Yeah, if it's like a 60-foot drop, but you're hitting it at head on. Okay. The only I'm starting to think of this optically because I'm not a big optics guy. So, all right, let's say if we did the same thing, right? But we're targeting like let's say we're on the ocean where there's a lot of refraction, right? And I have a laser, and hypothetically I pointed at a ship, and I got a buddy on the ship. Buddy on the ship tells me it's hitting directly dead on the bullseye. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't the laser still passes through heated and cooled air, like different layers of it? So shouldn't
that's what you've got to justify. That's when we get these kids talking about the refractive index. You've got to prove that now.
But shouldn't I mean, if we're doing the experiment, the laser should still be like not the dot.
And the other thing you've got, the biggest problem with the whole air turbulence thing is you get patches. So you'll get nothing, and then you'll get a patch of turbulence, and then you'll get nothing again. Or you might have nothing, turbulence at the end. Or you might just be at the wrong end and get turbulence at the start, then nothing. Depending on where it happens will give you different effects, different miraging effects.
I agree.
So that's the beauty of it.
For like a couple hours, and you don't see any difference, and there's no turbulence, very likely.
So a lot of these tests they've done over multiple hours. Actually, if you scroll up, how far up? Oh, not that far.
But the beam itself
a little bit
shouldn't be. The beam shouldn't be immune to what's it called? Refraction, though, right? Like even if we're
you're assuming that the beam is going to they've hit their target. So you screaming refraction when they've hit their target is now null and void. They're using a straight beam of light.
But so the laser that's exactly. That's where I'm kind of confused. The beam of light.
If they weren't hitting their target, you'd go, okay, refraction, it's missed by bloody whatever. But when they're hitting their targets, you sort of got to go, what? You're claiming refraction is the reason they hit the target?
I mean, shouldn't that work though, right? Like if the laser curves.
So that means at the start, before you turn the laser on, so here's me on the ship holding the target up, here's you at the other end, you're just about to fire it, and it's like, hold on, Matrix, I need to know where we're going to get refraction. Is it going to happen at the start, at the middle, at the end? How much is it going to be so I can allow for it? They're not doing that. They're just going, hey, here's the on button, flick. That's it.
But should the laser still be like subject to refraction, right? Like, for example, right? Let's say I did the same experiment, but I'm just not. I don't know.
The other issue with refraction, just so you know, it makes a lot of people twitch. It is a very specific thing under Snell's law. The bending of light or a wave as it passes from one medium to another. So you shooting a laser through the sky is not light passing from one medium to another.
See, for that one, it's
So that's why a lot of people do get a bit jumpy when the term refraction is just blanketed to cover everything. So you'll get people that'll come in and go, oh, instead of saying Fata Brumosa or Fata Morgana, they'll just go refraction. And it's like, okay, what are you talking about? And you've got to try to get it out of them, and a lot of them don't know.
Now, for the medium thing, the refractions still occur. Like by medium, they just mean like a substance, right? So if you have a slightly hotter piece of air above you and a very slightly, like maybe the chance is like only 1/10 of a degree, Snell's law still applies. It's just really small. Right?
No, it doesn't. Snell's law does not apply. It has to go for it's because light actually bends at the join of the two mediums. For example, glass to air, air to water, water to glass.
Now, how about
so the light actually bends at the join of the two mediums. Air by itself doesn't have an edge. So that's the problem.
Snell's law is derived from what's it called?
Fermat's principle.
From yeah, but the main what's it called? Is it speed, right? The speed of light. The speed of light changes depending on the medium, like wherever it's passing through. So you're saying that the hot versus cold air that doesn't count as a medium change?
No.
But if it's
still the same medium.
But if if the speed of light is different, like in the hot air.
And this is the
cold
this
air.
is the problem. Like we were talking at the start about all these kids applying the refractive index. Having a high humidity, different temperature will give you some kind of refractive index. Yes. Now, applying that pre-shooting the laser is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look out there and go, oh look, today is 120 Fahrenheit, we've got 87% humidity, I'll get on my calculator, that means the laser is going to bend downwards at approximately 3 feet. We're doing this over 40 miles, so that means it's going to be 12 feet. You should be calculating this out before you even turn the laser on. You should know precisely where this is going to hit before you turn the laser on. But that's not what's happening. They're just pointing the laser, hitting the target, and as a default reaction to try to cover themselves, it's just refraction, which is a crack up.
I guess I see what you're saying. Like, if for any optical phenomena, people would just say refraction and then change the refractive index and say it works.
To suit
It becomes
themselves,
tricky.
yeah. It's to what it is. It's to stop falsification of their paradigm, religion, or whatever you want to call it. So if something's unfalsifiable, all of a sudden they can just sit back and go every time they want to protect themselves. Refraction. Sorry, no, got me get out of jail free card here. It says refraction. I'm safe. And that's all that happens. It's just look at me, I'm out, I'm running.
Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of the optics. Because you're right, it's very hard to get like an argument when you can just say, okay, well, the air might have been hotter or colder. It becomes really hard to pinpoint anything.
Well, the other problem too with your air being hotter or colder is, let's use common sense. Does air form horizontal stratification layers or vertical ones? So say you're at point A and I'm at point B, we're 10 miles apart, I'm just throwing a random number. Now, is these layers stacked up vertically? So when we shoot our laser, it's going to go tick, 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 tick through all these different layers? Or are these layers actually horizontal and it's basically going to go through one?
I think it should go through one, but depending on obviously the distance and like whether or not you assume the curve for it.
Yeah, so that's the other problem. You need it to go through multiple different layers of increasing density in order to get the laser to bend around the ball tard. So yeah, interesting stuff, isn't it?
I guess I see what you're saying. You do have to kind of assume.
You've got to assume the ball in the first place.
Yeah, because on a flat Earth there shouldn't be any refraction whatsoever.
I'm glad you picked that up straight away. We've been arguing with some clowns that come in here for months and months and months on end, and they still can't get the fact you've got to assume a ball in the first place.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of anti-optics. I'm actually really curious about the gravity position, because that one is like a lot less like, there's not really.
Gravity's just a mathematical equation to describe something. So Newtonian, mass attracting mass, Einsteinian, bending of space-time, bending and warping of space-time. They're just descriptors, that's all they are. We know things go down at 9.8 metres per second squared, but the kicker is, science to date doesn't know what the causational mechanism is. Which is really odd.
But it's hard to get I guess if you want to get philosophical, it's hard to get like a true cause. Like for electromagnetism, like we could say, oh, it's charges, but like, what is a charge? Like it kind of doesn't, at a certain level, it stops making sense. It's kind of just like a phenomenon. As for the gravity thing, if we do assume that mass attracts to mass, right? Like let's say that's kind of out of the way. The issue I think becomes like on any kind of flat disk or like some kind of flat, right? Some kind of flat sheet of land that has some thickness. The center of gravity is whatever is at the center of the.
You're
the
assuming
coordinate of the sheet.
You're assuming ball physics on a flat plane.
No, I'm assuming if we reject the ball.
Yeah, you're assuming that gravity is a pinpoint. Everything attracts to a center point. And all of a sudden now, you've put that center point on some kind of flat plane, whether it be a disc or a square or whatever, it doesn't matter. And you're assuming that's how the gravity works. So everything should be pulling to the center. And you're probably going to question why we're not pulling sideways.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Because you've assumed ball physics or ball mathematics on a flat plane. That's why. Buoyancy and density, mate. All of the gravity stuff can be just pretty much explained away with buoyancy and density.
So do
or
you
specific
kind of
gravity, if you prefer that term.
So do you kind of like reject the mass attracting mass kind of thing, like categorically?
Well, mass attracting mass, according to the experts, was superseded about 110 years ago by the bending of space-time.
Oh, sorry. I mean more like if you want to get like technical, the bending of space, the attraction from mass to mass caused by the bending of space-time, rather. Do you like reject the mass attracting mass thing or no? Like if I have two apples, like there is a very, very small attraction between them.
And
For
how
all
do you
intents
know
and
that?
purposes, negligible.
How do you know
I think
they've
there
got an
was-
attraction?
I think there's a couple experiments that were made, like all variations of what was it called? Sounds like a banana. Cavendish. I think there's a bunch of variations of that experiment.
Cavendish. Have you ever looked up what Cavendish was actually trying to achieve?
Yeah, he was trying to, I think, get either the density of the Earth or something like that, something around
Yeah,
those lines.
so not mass attracting mass, not proving gravity. Interesting, that, isn't it? So everyone turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, Cavendish proves gravity." No, it doesn't.
But even if the intent,
It's a parlor trick. Cavendish is just a parlor trick. Something really interesting. Sometimes it doesn't even work at all.
How so?
How so? Well, the balls are supposed to attract to each other. Sometimes they do not.
I guess that depends on the distance. I guess I've read some stuff about the Cavendish experiment. It looks like obviously you need pretty heavy balls. Jokes aside, but the result is they usually get roughly the
No,
same
you can do it
value.
with Christmas balls. It's just a parlor trick. It's just it's a trick. There's nothing really awesome about it.
So what is
Problem is, what they do is they say, "Hey, look, mass attracting mass. Here's a mass. It rotates. Therefore, gravity is real." So you straight away looked at it and went, "Well, I saw the balls move, and what he's saying is ringing true. So what's the causational mechanism?"
By causational mechanism, do you mean
What
some
is
kind
the
of
cause of
explanation?
gravity?
So
You're
that
supposed to be doing science. Scientific method adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So what's the cause? The effect, things go down. Okay, I'll give you that. Things go down. What's the cause?
you mean like the ultimate cause of gravity, like the explanation for why this mass attracts to that mass?
I'll tell you something now. You know the movie The Matrix? When Neo goes into the sparring program with Morpheus? This is a sparring program. It has rules. Rules like gravity. Gravity is just a rule, mate. That's it. Shit goes down. Depending on what phase of matter you are, you have very distinct rules, and you must behave accordingly.
So the rule thing, I agree with you actually. I kind of don't think that you should have to have an ultimate explanation to gravity, and I'll give you an example why. Let's say I'm in the 1800s, right? I'm Maxwell, and I discover magnetism, and I get a bunch of equations. Even if I can figure out that iron attracts this random thing I mined, the cause, the ultimate cause of magnetism is kind of out of the question. As long as you can prove that you can repeat attraction between iron and magnets, you've discovered magnetism.
It depends on what you're initially trying to do. If you're trying to prove the cause, and all you can come back is, this is all it does, this particular substance here goes towards that. In English, please?
Is my mic working?
Yes, if you can call it that.
Okay, thank you.
You mean it's well, you mean if Cavendish aimed to find the density of the Earth, but instead he got gravity, that's not valid.
No. Yeah, you're not going to last long in here, mate. Right. That was pretty nasty.
I guess. Now, hypothetically, or let's say I'm in the 1800s, and my goal is to figure out the density of iron or something, but I mess up and I accidentally put a magnet next to it, and I notice some weird attraction, and as a result, I prove magnetism. I guess the philosophy is, even if the aims of the experiment were to do X, if you found Y, that's the result, kind of thing.
No. What you should do is go, hey, look, here's my natural observation, so you can start another experiment. There's no rule saying you can't do that. Your natural observation was this substance move towards this substance. So now you've got to try to swap substances in and out to see what does attract to what or doesn't attract to what.
I see. So test other.
Test
other materials.
So you'll try material number 2, no attraction. Okay, put that away. Try material number 3, no attraction. Back to the start. Doing science properly is a very tedious, slow process.
Would there be like a, just to be like the devil's argument, like or the devil's advocate? Would there be any other like force or like explanation basically for it? Like a, if we
these
were
invisible 3-toed sloths, they little baby ones, they move shit around. It's great. Explanations don't prove anything, mate.
So let's say if like they redid it,
But Toby Force goes. Actually, I've got to dip out for a minute, mate, because if you, Elijah, you there?
Kind of. Not really.
Kind of, you've got. I was going to say if you've got 10, because I just need to step out for a bit. I'm not feeling it.
I got you for 10 minutes.
Oh, you're a legend. Cheers, mate. I'll be back.
I gotta head out to work in a little bit, but 1 second.
Well, hey guys, who's up? Who's up in here? Nav, you woke? What's up, buddy? What's up, Crit? Hatred, sorry. Nav. Old dude, what's up? What's up, chat? Whoever's listening on the YouTube lives. To be real, I love the city. To be real, shouldn't love this city, but I love this city. Whoa. Shouldn't really love this city, but I love this city. I'm a decent man from the city of demons. I'm a decent man from the city of demons. People shoot, people scared for so many reasons. Financial, mental health. To be real, shouldn't love the city. You guys haven't heard that meme? I'm a decent man, Walker.
Oh, Struth, he's gone. What'd you do to him, Eli?
Now he chose to leave. He chose to leave as soon as you left. I kept talking. He said he
Wow. I thought you might have gone full flat smack-o-matic on him and just sent him.
No, I didn't do nothing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hello.
Great chat. and you promise that you're going to get them to the moon, and then 2 weeks before they go,
the spherical coordinate system.
Navigation is actually a derivative of where we are reconstructing the sphere we have onto a flat rectangular map. Therefore, we have the deviations, as said.
Yeah, the spherical coordinate system, Lucas, the spherical coordinate system was derived from the celestial sphere. So an observation being, let's say you're out in the open ocean, right? When you make your observations, well, you're going to look at all the stars around you, and everything's going to appear to you as an angle of degrees from your position. So you could look at stars on the horizon and then stars 90 degrees above your head. Everything appears to you as if you're the center of a dome of stars. That's what it looks like to you. So the celestial sphere was a spherical coordinate foundation.
Celestial.
So the observation.
That's also another one, but I didn't mention that one because you need
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I didn't.
You did, but the point I'm making is the coordinate system is only giving you the impression that the Earth you're standing on is a sphere when it's not, because our natural experience on this Earth is one that we're on a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So we treat it that way, yeah? On the surface, we treat it as if it's a horizontal plane because that's the way we see it. And we can measure and test it that way. But however, this spherical coordinate system is only giving you the impression that the Earth is a globe based on where it was derived from. It wasn't derived from knowing that the Earth is a globe. That's incorrect.
Yeah, but it's just like there are so many things that makes it not work with a flat Earth either.
Yeah, pragmatic fallacy. I covered that. It's a pragmatic fallacy to say that when you say something works, the premise is also true, that the Earth is a globe based on it working, when the premise could be that it's a horizontal plane. So you don't know the premise is true or not.
It's not just navigation, my man. It's also a lot of other things that we use out at sea that tells us, no, that's not how it actually is.
Really? So what other things, dude? I thought we covered everything. Yeah, I thought we covered everything. So we covered navigation, we covered experience. Is there something we left out?
Yeah, there actually is.
What did we leave out?
As the EPIRB. You know what an EPIRB is?
What's an EPIRB?
An EPIRB is a little yellow or red or whatever the fuck color the company has chosen to make it in. And it is a requirement that all vessels these days have one on Monkey Island or right on the Monkey Island of a ship right above the bridge, you know? And the thing they do is, if the ship goes under and it hasn't been manually activated, it will then release itself with a hydrostatic release, which is a thing that only releases after like 15 meters of depth, and it will automatically activate because of some some activation that there is when it goes into contact with water. Now the thing is, this thing works is that it sends out a signal for 94 hours where it's just constantly pinging, beep, 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 beep. But it only works because there's a satellite running over us constantly. There are satellites running, and they then relay once do you know of the Doppler effect, right? You know, when there's an ambulance running by. Yeah, that's the exact same thing that happens here. So when the satellite comes over at the same constant speed all the time, comes over, and then it hears the highest pitch of the signal. And I think the frequency is around 82 frequency, yeah. I don't exactly remember it. It's a while since I had my RSC radio course. But basically, you can then estimate within a 5 nautical mile circular, like a circle, of where the EPIRB is located on the ocean, using the Doppler effect.
Yeah, so is it sending out sound waves, Lucas?
No, it's sending out a frequency.
So frequency, not sound. But you made it sound. Doppler effect has to do with sound, isn't it?
Exact same. It's the exact same.
What do you mean? It's the exact same.
Because
compression of the wave as it comes towards you, and the elongation of the waves as it moves apart.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not the Doppler effect, though. That's a whole different. That's something else.
It's the exact same as the Doppler effect. Yeah.
No, it's not actually.
It is.
The Doppler effect has to do with sound. Is this sound being emitted?
It is exact same because.
Is it sound being emitted? I think we're getting.
No, my man, it's not sound, but it's relevant because it is still the exact same effect they use.
Hold on, somebody's trying to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's about all electromagnetic waves, not just sound.
So it's operating on a frequency, is what you said, Lucas. Yeah.
Yeah. Which then sends forward to a relay station on land, which is not manned, which then sends it over to a communication center where they can then send it onwards to the SAR, Search and Rescue Operations Center.
Sounds great. Now, and what way are we determining that the Earth is a globe using this?
It's literally a satellite using the Doppler effect.
Yeah,
hold on.
That's great. Go ahead, Jedi.
The object's just passing overhead at the moment. You can tell that it's coming towards you, the compression of the wave, and then it's moving away as the wave is elongated. So far, you just have an object passing overhead.
Yeah.
Have you gone from that to sphere?
Because how the fuck would you have an object passing over?
You can't ask us a question. This is either... and Lucas, this is either you know or not know that the Earth is a globe based on this technology, sir. That's all we're asking. How do you know or not know that the Earth is a globe based on what you've described?
How do I know? Again.
Yeah.
It's the fucking Doppler effect, and also the
Yeah. You said that already. You've covered that. So how do you know the Earth? How do you know the Earth's shape is determined by this effect?
Well, how do I know? It's common sense, first of all.
No, that's not common sense.
Dude, stop cutting me off. It is common sense.
It's not common sense, bro. It's not.
Let me speak. You're being very rude. I'm on the street. People can hear you. If you start yelling or anything like that, they will fucking look weird at me.
Don't say wrong things.
All right.
Well, go on, get. I mean, if you're on the street, if you're don't wait until you're. Yeah, dude, hold on.
Like my answer,
dude, hold on. Listen, pay attention. If you're not in a safe space to discuss flat Earth, wait until you are. Just put yourself on.
Wait until you are. I'm on shore leave, man. Where the fuck would I be?
You just said that you might get attacked by people on the street for something they heard.
Insane. No, I said people might look weird at me, and I don't necessarily want that either. It's not that you're flat Earth or anything. It's more that it's just.
Oh, you got to keep it a secret.
This is interesting.
It's a secret.
No, it's not that. It's just.
He's in a space where he's not safe
interested
right
in the meta. I'm more interested how we've gone from something flying overhead, getting close to us and further away from us, and compression and decompression of that signal, how that means we're on a sphere. Still waiting.
It's actually not that it's compressed or decompressed. It's more that the signal becomes stronger and weaker.
Okay, so it comes towards you and goes away. Okay, then logically collect that to a sphere, please, because you can have that on a horizontal plane. Things coming towards you and then moving away.
Because the reason why it cuts off in the end is because there is a fucking curvature.
Really? Because of the strength of the signal?
Yeah. It's out of sight. It only works within sight. That's the same with VHF radio. That thing is...
you didn't determine it was a curved surface, Lucas. You didn't do that.
Huh?
You didn't determine it was a curved surface. You're just imagining that there is a curved surface.
What was the circle radius distance you gave us earlier? Was that 5-6? Was that kilometers or miles or something?
What?
You mentioned a circle of radius that you could get for the signal. You'd end up somewhere within or on the edge of this circle. You mentioned it earlier.
Radius.
That was it. Yeah, 5 nautical miles. So, is this with regard to an object? A receiver receiving a signal?
That is in
comes
regard
into this circle, you can hear it within the circle, and then it leaves out of that circle.
EPIRB is sending out signal from that location, and with the use of the Doppler effect, they can determine where exactly it is within 5 nautical miles when the satellite passes over the EPIRB.
Yeah,
and
but so what?
What's the altitude of the thing that's sending the signal?
It's water level.
It's water level. So can I say it's like, what, 1 foot above the surface of the water?
It can be in the water, it can be 1 foot, yeah.
Okay, 1 foot. So according to 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in V, the geometric horizon's at 1.22 miles, right?
Yeah.
Now we can convert that into nautical miles, and it's a little bit, it's slightly different. But you said it was in like, what, 4 miles? 5 nautical miles, right?
That's what you can...
If the curvature of the Earth was a limitation, that limitation would start at 1 mile.
No, because you need to remember, the thing that's receiving that signal is fucking almost 10,000 kilometers into the sky.
So you're making it more difficult. You're making it difficult, dude, for you to produce the evidence that it is on a curved surface. If that's the case, you're only complicating. You're only complicating the thing that should have been easily proven by you. You're making it harder for yourself. Like, why would you then put that as another roadblock to how you know the Earth is curved? You've now added distance to that thing that it's pinging.
Okay, that was an over-exaggeration. The satellites, to be exact, they have to be really, really exact. They are only around 500 kilometers above the surface, and there is around 6 of them. 5 of them in like circulation around the Earth constantly.
Yeah. So how?
Polar orbit. They're in a polar orbit as well. That's why.
Yeah. So how do you know it's determining the thing you're saying that it's doing? You're saying that using this technology, we know that the Earth is curved based on this?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you arrive to that?
Because when the satellite passes over the horizon, from your point of view, remember that's the white dot in the sky. When that passes over you in the night or in the day, it has a time where it's over you, or in the distance coming up over you, and then down again. And when it passes down between,
you're assuming there's a curve.
Dude, I'm not saying that is the curve. I'm saying when it passes over that horizon, specifically that horizon in the end, the signal cuts. You can no longer contact.
So you're assuming the curve.
My word, this is weird.
You're assuming the curve, yeah?
Sorry, a horizon's just an optical phenomenon.
It's weird that it just works then. Really weird.
Horizons change distance depending on optics.
It's not determining the curve, Lucas. You're not determining the curve here. You think that it's giving you a distance to where the curvature of the Earth is cutting this like signal off. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not determining whether or not it is the curve doing that.
You know,
are you?
Horizon a lot.
You guys really should read up some more around the Doppler effect and EPIRBs.
No, I understand the Doppler effect. I repeated it back to you earlier.
No, I have to go. I got to get on the bus now.
Oh, okay.
I can no longer speak. That's why I'm saying you should read more. All right?
Is that bus short?
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
It's a short bus, right?
Yeah, right. It's because it's a satellite. Satellites, right? Satellites, sphere Earth. They can come together. It's the same thing.
No, he's just saying that the distance that this information, that the technology is able to reach or ping the satellite, it cuts off at 5 miles. So what? So what? Does that mean that the Earth is curving? Is that the conclusion to that? How'd you get there? Like, it's not determining that. He's assuming it. That was easy. That's what it boils down to. Don't matter how he plays it. Oh, that satellite's using this technology. It's a Doppler effect. Yeah, who cares? How is it determining that the Earth is curving in any way? It's not. That's the answer. And then he thinks the horizon is physical. Like you just demonstrated, it's not. if it, dude. Hey, you missed Bev this morning too, with their
good
train wreck of an argument that he had with.
Yeah, what happened? Tell me all about it.
Well, the argument is what I'm like really was focused on. They were here. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Is it the same one as yesterday, Jaren's thing?
Here, let's have a look. See if I can take a screenshot of this shit. Give me a moment. All right, I'm going to post it in the text channel.
Yeah, before, I think it was before you were in, Mickey, when DJ and Jen were talking to Elder Bear. He made
did you see? Sorry, Barrington. Jedi, did you see what I posted in the text?
Yeah.
This is coming from Elder Bear to Jaren. So, go ahead, Barrington. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say that before you were along and DJ and Jen were primarily talking to Elder Bear and Bev was just listening, Elder Bear made this outrageous claim that supposedly Nathan Oakley made. And then so I called him on it and said, well, go ahead and post that into the side chat where he said that, which turned to, oh, well, all you got to do is just go look back to the day when he was in here last and then play that episode and you'll hear it. And, no. I just noticed every point that they make their claims over and over, and they're just not willing to provide any evidence.
Yeah, they have this really cringe idea that they're evaluating your logic. They're not presenting anything of themselves or what they're coming from. They're only evaluating you. And you're like, okay, so what I'm saying is being evaluated. They're like, yep. Okay, well, I'm saying the Earth is flat. Oh, not that part. That part's not being evaluated. Everything else you say is being evaluated to get to the point that you're not saying the Earth is flat. Well, you fucked up because I'm telling you the Earth is flat. If you're using what I'm saying, me as an expert witness in what I'm talking about, then I would be talking about flat Earth. What am I talking about? And they'd be like, you're not talking about flat Earth. Huh. It's interesting how you did that. That you basically, your logic is so bad, it's a hard contradiction. I'm talking about what I'm actually not talking about. And you're going to evaluate what I'm not talking about to tell me what I'm talking about isn't what I'm talking about. And they're like, yeah.
So do you guys that you're just joining us right now, do you see anything wrong with the form of that argument? Or how it's structured?
Yeah, but I got yesterday's one, so I'll see if anybody else gets it.
Can anybody in here right now point out anything wrong with what Elder Bear had put to Jaren about this? He said it's a modus ponens. I have the argument at 49 minutes after the hour. Yeah, get in there, guys. If you're looking at the argument, its form, like tell me if you see anything that's something you'd speak about. Is everything good? Do you think his argument stands to reason that it's something that you could say? Taking your guys' questions or critiques. Anybody? Anybody? I know it's not just me and Jedi in here. Come on now. Wake up. Okay.
Yeah, like I said to him when he brought this up earlier, I mean, he's just strawmanning us, right? He's using the AE, like he's trying to invoke the AE map. He's also, you know, we challenged him to validate the 69-1 in reality, right? Which he just wouldn't do that at all. And then that's when the Nathan Oakley thing started earlier, right? He was saying, well, Nathan Oakley said that it has been measured. I'm like, okay. And he's like, what would you say if Nathan Oakley was in here? I would say, look, we would ask to show us who validated it. But essentially he's kind of trying to pin us to an AE map model, which is, you know, he's not realizing that that's just from the celestial sphere to begin with. Yeah, a whole bunch of issues with it. It's very dishonest. I see why Jaren would have had like a struggle with this, because Jaren thinks that the AE map's the model of the flat Earth. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably more that I'm missing that's wrong with it.
Yeah, so let's see here. I'll read it out. Hopefully you guys maybe don't want to read. You can hear. The circumference of a circle is derived from the geometric function. And it shows pi right there. And then it says, given the circumference of the equator on both the globe and the flat Earth models are equidistant, then it follows that the radii of each model must also be equidistant. The flat Earth radius derived from the North Pole to the equator is arrived at 90 times 1 degree of increments, each equaling 69 statute miles in distance along the ground. See, he is saying the ground. Totaling 6,210 statute miles, often called flat Earth miles. Then it says the numerical value for pi on flat Earth must equal 2. I think there's more to that, I don't know. But now that you heard it, is there anything wrong
I think
with
it's
that?
saying like pi 2 or 2 pi.
Is that what it's saying there?
Yeah. I think people are generally don't really care to even entertain such a hot mess. But it's not that people don't want to like dive in and spot the logical fallacy. It's got that it's so blatantly full of holes and so bad that it's like people are just like, you know what? I don't really care what Bev or Elder Bear have to say. Like, at this point, their only purpose is just entertainment value.
Yeah, and I think what this is, Crit, is an exercise for anyone that proposes arguments that are riddled with contradictions and, you know, logical fallacies. So if they're building up some kind of argument and we're not able to break it down, I think that we're just saying, I don't want to talk about it. But that's the whole point. Exposition is the whole point. We want to expose this to not being what it is, that they're claiming it is. So if we're not here for exposition, I don't know. Like, I think that's what we're here doing. We're going through what anyone says, and Elder Bear and Bev are used as an example. But this is the part that we have to, like, this is what we're shouldering, right? We're saying we're going to go through exposition to anyone who comes in here and claims that they have knowledge on anything. So this here is just like you were saying earlier, Crit. They're just pointing at, oh, that flat earther over there is saying that, and we're just critiquing that. Using that, we're going to make an argument out of it. So we must be concerned with exposition, I guess. If not, then we're just going to say, you guys are fools. We won't deal with you. You know what I mean? Like, I think.
You know, and my hope is, because ultimately I don't think Bev's a bad guy, but hopefully maybe we can influence them a little bit, even if we do give them a little tough love, so to speak, but maybe we can influence them to go back to the table and, be a little more rigorous in their analysis.
Well, that hasn't occurred. Yeah, that hasn't occurred. And it's on purpose. It's on purpose. He's doing it on. Yeah, it's got intent, Barrington. Yeah. There's no you can't change somebody who's actually the heart of his aim is to not be genuine. He's not looking for that. He's intentfully. His intention is.
He may not be, but his listeners definitely. His other people
doesn't have any listeners, dude. He's basically what he's got is a collection, of merry men and one woman, a few people. I mean, they used to have about 30 deep. They had a lot of people that were involved with the Bev try thinking, or like the bevels or whatever. And just over time, they just did this really weird circling firing squad. And I mean, used to be a guy called Turnip that was part of there, SC Montreal, Rakia. I mean, I could just go like in my head, just come up with more and more names that they've exiled. Yeah, they've exiled from that group. They do these really weird sort of loyalty tests, and if people fail the loyalty tests, they get like exiled. And it was interesting is like they've got. I mean, I'm private servers where some of them have joined, like almost like a deprogramming server. And they I've been invited to some of them. They go, "Hey, Crit, you were right, and I should have listened to you when you were talking to Bev." Because I was on that server for years, no problem whatsoever. And they try to do a loyalty test against me. I'm like, Bev, I'm not having this. Okay, I don't know what you want me to say or what you want me not to say, but I'm not going to jump in some script and just change my whole epistemology to match some Bev try thinking logic. That's not how this is going to work.
Yeah, we do. I'm going to switch gears a little bit.
Just one more thing real quick.
Go ahead.
So basically the story of that server is they got trolled so hard by both sides, Flat Earth and Globe Earth, that now they feel like they want to get even. They want to get even, so they present arguments. They go to the servers. They come in like 3 deep or whatever. They got people making noise, distracting, trying to start drama. Their whole shtick is that they feel they were wronged, and they want to get even. That's it. It's not about finding errors in their logic. Everything they do is purposely intended to try to trigger you and then think they won because they got you to get upset by what they're saying.
Yeah, so the clear goal here is just exposition. That's it. We're going to expose people to the fact that they don't have anything to offer in the form of logic. So let's just shift over to... There was a guy that was here yesterday and was promising to come back with information. We got Pause Ozzy, who's joining us again. Welcome, Pause Ozzy. You're back again, and it sounds like Jedi's ready. He's got his aftershave on. He's nicely, cleanly shaved, hair combed, everything. So he's ready for you. So what have you got to present that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Well, give me your reasoning as to why it's flat, and I'll try my best to give you an answer as to why.
Well, fair.
True.
Well, do what we did in DMs. You said photos from space. Can we go with that or not?
But let me just. I was going to respond to him if you don't mind. They just say, "I'll give you the reasoning, and then you can do whatever you want with it." Right? So
I got a question actually before.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I gotta get into this.
Okay.
All right. So water is horizontal on its surface. And no matter how much you extend that water, it will always be horizontal on its surface, which means that it's flat. So if you have a counter to that, I'd love to hear it.
Before I answer that, question for your group here, do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, belief is not required when something's proven. Is gravity proven?
So it is proven.
Is it proven or believed? Is gravity proven or believed, Ozzy?
It's proven, but I'm saying as a group.
Good. Let's look into it, right? So I'll dive into your question because I think that's what you really want to talk about. So it's proven. How is gravity proven, Ozzy?
I'm asking you. Do you all believe in, or you all believe gravity's a fact, right?
Gravity in the form of relative density, which is specific gravity, that's something that we can test by dropping things in the medium of air. That's obviously true. So what you're trying to talk about is a different type of gravity. The gravity that you're mentioning comes with a cause and effect relationship, which proposes that a cause of the effect is something that is determined in a specific theory. So is that what you're saying gravity is?
Well, I'm saying that gravity proves in pretty much every aspect that...
Hey, what is gravity? Because it sounds like you didn't understand what I said. What is gravity, Ozzy?
Well, you didn't really give me a clear-cut answer, did you?
I gave you the answer, but you didn't understand what I said. So I'm asking you, what is gravity?
Do you want a defined definition of what gravity is?
Well, what do you think it is, bro? Like, are you going to tell us or what? No?
Yeah.
You're not going to tell us?
It's a force that pulls together all matter.
Okay. How do you know that's true?
Is that? Oh, we're gonna do this. All right.
Sure.
So I'm gonna give you an answer, and you're just gonna say, "How do you know that's true?" Because of various
what is the foundation?
Into why that
you know,
is what it is.
How about this? Look, if you were to ask me, how do you know the Earth is flat? And I'll say, well, we just know with the various studies and people that have known it to be flat. Is that an answer?
Are you part of the Flat Earth Society? Do you
No,
subscribe to
dude.
what they
No.
write?
Let's not go to your little, bag of tricks. Let's just stick to what
not
you.
a bag of tricks.
It is. It really is. It's a gimmick, dude. That people.
It's the same people
It's a gimmick.
that literally believe your theory. It's
a gimmick. No, you've lumped us into a logic. That's a logical fallacy called stereotype fallacy. You can't do that. We're not those guys. All right. So let's just go based on
fallacy.
All right. Let's just go based on what you know of what gravity is.
Okay.
What is gravity, Ozzy?
I just told you.
Yeah, stuff that pulls stuff together. How do you know that's true? Have you tested that? Like, what is the? How do you know that's not? It's a knowledge base.
Can I give you an example as to why gravity is the reason?
No, I want you to. I want you to show me an example, Ozzy.
Yeah,
show me an example.
I'm going to show you how gravity would work in as to why we are on a globe.
Okay, what do you got?
Is that a fair enough example?
What do you got?
Well, when you're on a globe, right? Hold on, fucking hell. You got to realize, bro. I was looking into this very last minute.
Last minute, you said you were going to take all. You're going to come prepared today. We were ready for you to.
I was
bring the goods.
I was actually working.
So how was this last minute? That's a lie.
Because you
had all yesterday.
It's last minute.
Anyway,
what do you mean? Yesterday I went to bed. What the fuck?
That's great. That's great. So now it's last minute. Whatever. Can you tell us how you're proving gravity, sir?
Okay, give me a sec.
Okay, I guess we're gonna wait some more.
Just gonna quickly Google that.
I'm not.
You know, the chicken dinner's getting cold. Jedi's not gonna wait forever.
I'm not talking to Jedi. I'm talking to you.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'll close. Right, everyone, guys, deafen yourselves, mute yourselves, put your fingers in your fucking ears. This is a private conversation. The fuck?
I don't know why you can't use what we talked about in DMs. Because say your photographs were spaced. Why are you running from that now?
I didn't run from it. We're not really talking about it, are we? We're talking about gravity.
What's that?
Yeah, we're not talking about images. We're talking about what's an example of gravity. If you
are you going to show us or forever stay in like wonderment of what you might bring forward? Well, it sounds like we're just going to wonder what you're going to present, but you're never going to present anything.
Oh, fuck off. Hold on.
More waiting, huh? That if you're ever on a date, don't ever do this to your date, man. Just stand her up like, come on, dude.
That was me blowing the candles out, by the way.
Yeah, you might as well, dude.
Mm-hmm.
This party isn't going to happen. Let's put it that way.
There's no parking on the dance floor.
Yeah, he's actually told the DJ to hold on a second, and we're just waiting, like, on him.
Yeah, because you keep fucking pressuring me.
Yeah, with good reason. You should have come in here.
Like a woman.
You should have come in here prepared. That's true, Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're forcing. The thing is, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, we're forcing you.
No.
This was your argument, dude.
Okay. No, you didn't want to say whatever.
This was your argument that you brought up, right? Where you're the person that knows the least in the entire room about gravity. Terrible choice of argument, bro.
I didn't bring it up as the definition. I just asked if you do believe in it.
Yeah, well, you don't know what it is,
bro. Know what you're talking about yet, though. That's the thing.
Well, I do. I literally told you what it is, but you're asking for an example, and I'm trying.
No, you didn't tell. Yeah, you said the stuff that pulls things together. Yeah. Well, how do you know that's true?
Okay. Well, if we were on a flat Earth, right?
No, wrong. No, we're not talking about flat Earth. Once again, you're going to describe how gravity works on a globe. Dude, don't get sidetracked with your
That's what we're on.
Okay, then show us how gravity's working on a globe. Let's see it.
I'm trying to use. Okay, so if you think it's a flat Earth,
no, dude, stop going to flat Earth. Stop.
No, because it's what you believe.
No, we don't. You don't need to tell me what I believe or think or know.
Okay, so you don't believe the Earth is flat.
You're trying to escape off the fact that we're getting you to realize you don't have an answer to what's been asked of you, which is how do you know what gravity is?
No, but when you apply gravity to a flat Earth,
what's that then? You just keep saying gravity. What is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
No, but you asked for example now. I already told you what gravity.
The stuff that pulls things together. Okay, what's the example of this? I'm going to try and help.
Depending on the amount of mass and the distance between objects. That is literally with multiple sources on it.
Okay, so mass attracting mass. You think bodies of mass instantaneously attract other bodies of mass at distance?
I'm not thinking it. It's factual.
Okay,
how is it proven?
So this was disproven in 1915 by a German guy with grey hair called Einstein. Do you know who he is?
How was that disproven by?
Because mass attracting mass, Newtonian physics violates special relativity because of the time coordinate. I gave it away when I said instantaneous. Just be quiet. I gave it away when I said instantaneous action at a distance. It takes no time for the force to act. But in Einsteinian mechanics, it's not a force and it's not instantaneous. It's the curvature of space-time. Does that ring a bell? Space-time.
Show me that where it's said. Give me some.
I posted it earlier. So if you scroll up a little bit, you'll find out the problem.
No, just
look at what Dre's just posted in 9 minutes after the hour. Kind of highlights what Jedi's talking about right now. Can you read? I would assume you can. Or do you want it read to you?
No, I'm scrolling up for it.
It's at the very bottom, 9 minutes after the hour. The last thing that's posted on the text channel.
Yeah.
Do you see that snippet that Drace AI put up?
What the thing? Yeah, I can say that.
Okay, you want to read it out loud? Can you read?
Yeah, but where's that? What came? Can you the website link?
Cambridge.org/9780521845632. Yeah.
Well, he didn't actually disprove it per se.
Yeah, sorry.
Dude, it's abandoned.
I'll say it again. Mass attracting mass violates. Let's listen to that word. Violates. They do not even happen in the same geometric space. One's got time in it. So, dude, please. It's at this point, right? You eat a little bit of humble pie and you just listen, right? Because you're wrong. It isn't mass attracting mass by your own model. When you start staring outside into the universe and stuff, we've got dark matter and dark energy to contend with because the model's space-time. Right?
Can you show me? Einstein said those exact words, or is that just
sorry? No, that's me paraphrasing what the established rhetoric for your belief is. I say your belief, it was my belief up until 10 years ago. Einstein, right? Stephen Hawking's? Jesus. You think that the 1600s idea of mass attracting mass, the Newtonian thing, right? That's what makes things go down, the mass of an object. Dude, come on, please.
Yeah. All mass attracts.
He's still saying yeah.
He's saying yeah. Okay, I'll ask you this question. How?
What do you mean? How
does mass? You haven't even defined that, but you'll probably say it's the amount of substance in a space that's hard to move, resistance to inertia. So the amount of substance in a space, how does it instantaneously attract another body of mass over distance? How? What's the mechanism? How does it reach out and touch me?
You're asking me all these hows. Well, what if I just start fucking asking you hows?
So I'm not making claims here. I'm just trying to point you out that you don't really know what you're talking about, and it's okay. All right? We'll help you understand this. But at the moment, I still want you to answer the question how mass attracts mass.
The matter is, a flat Earth debate isn't really a debate.
No. Is your brain started to rot now?
No, it's not, because...
Right then, so stay on track. You're not an idiot. You're not dribbling a hope. So stay on track. How does mass attract mass? You brought up gravity.
Sorry?
You brought up gravity. So how does it mass attract mass? How?
Because it warps space-time, causing objects to move towards each other.
Oh, okay, so the mass doesn't actually attract the mass then. The mass sits in the space-time fabric and distorts it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Einstein essentially disproved Newton.
No, Newton violates special relativity because of the time thing I was speaking about and that I cited just a moment ago, if you scrolled up.
And this is all like pretty fucking, like, this doesn't really matter towards the general argument of the flat Earth.
I know.
Like,
what we would really need is a scientific experiment, wouldn't we?
Then there's been plenty of those.
Awesome. Have you got one?
Yeah, there's, well, not fucking, yeah, there's, yeah, okay, I can probably find one for you.
Okay.
And also,
I mean, if this is the thing that you believe, right, then there would, like you said, be a scientific experiment for it, which I presume you've already seen because you believe the results of the experiment, right?
Well, I don't have to believe them because they're factual.
No, that's actually true. No, you're correct. You don't have to believe them. Results will speak for themselves. I misspoke. You're correct. However, the scientific standard is required to make this claim, right? Gravity causes things to happen.
So what experiment do you believe that the Earth is flat? Do you believe...
That wouldn't be a question for science, though, would it? The surface description of a shape, that's geometry and math, dude, not natural science.
Okay, but there's been experiments as to see whether the Earth is flat or not.
How could there be an experiment which is a hypothesis into how something is caused to happen and tested through an experiment, the tool that you would use to figure out the dimensions and the shape of an object?
You should ask those who have done the experiments and...
No, it wouldn't be like third time. It couldn't be an experiment when you measure something. When you go to the shoe store and have your shoes fitted and measured, are you doing science when you measure your shoe?
No, but there is measurements.
Right, when you figure out how tall you are and you notice over time that you're growing, when you measure yourself, are you doing science?
That doesn't mean anything.
Are you doing science when you measure a distance?
Obviously not. In that perspective, but whenever you go, but it depends on what experiment you're doing.
Okay, but it wouldn't be an experiment when you're trying to measure the surface description and orientation of a surface.
Have you heard of the canal experiment?
The canal experiment, at the Bedford Levels, which is 10 miles down the road from me.
Yeah, I believe that's.
What about it?
Do you believe that is not an experiment?
It's not an experiment, it's an observation.
Okay, so
it's an observation and a quasi-measurement.
Okay, and you do believe that observation is true?
It's a different standard, dude. It's not natural science.
Okay, so you're trying to prove that the Earth is flat, but you don't want to use science to do so. You just want to use...
No, because science isn't a tool that you would use. Probably about the fifth, maybe sixth time I've said this now, which kind of makes me think that you don't know what science is. I'm going to have to tell you, and then you could point out into it where we figure out the geometric dimensions of an object. First step of the scientific method is observe something happening. Anything in there? Do triangles like happen?
You just said for a scientific study, you have to observe what happens. Yeah,
something happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, is a triangle happening?
Yeah, so you just said for a scientific experiment, you have to observe something happening, correct?
Yes.
And is that not what they did in the canal experiment? They're observing something happening, hence scientific experiment.
My goodness me, dude. Do you know what a phenomena is? Do you know what a phenomena is? Do you know what a phenomena is?
What does that got to do with the question?
What science is? And you're trying to say that when you look at something, that's a phenomena. Phenomena is a very specific, dude.
Okay, go through it then.
Like I said, it's something happening. Like, for example, water evaporation. Now, we can make a prediction what causes water evaporation, can't we? Can't we?
You never answer my question.
I'm literally trying to right now. I'm going to run through the scientific method with you, and then you can see if you can fit that to making optical visions of things down rivers.
Yeah, you really like to go through it and make it very, very difficult for me to tangle my way through because you really just don't want to look at the very basic.
Sorry, you're the one who's jumped subject from gravity now onto the Bedford levels, the canal experiment.
Yeah,
you're the one who's jumping around from this thing to the other thing, and I'm the one chasing you like a fucking shepherd and a sheep.
I think it's the other way around.
Stop running from your own fucking claims, dude, and we wouldn't end up here, would we?
I'm not running from my own.
Sorry, were we talking about gravity and now you're talking about fucking canals?
No, because we're talking about
we was never talking about gravity.
We're talking about evidence. I didn't say gravity. I said we're talking about evidence as to.
We were talking about gravity, dude, and then you started talking about. Have you heard about the canal experiment?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that got to do with gravity?
I was asked what examples do I have of gravity,
whatever that is,
Earth's curvature, and then I brought up if you have any experiments, and I brought up an example experiment, and you said no, that's not an experiment.
No, it's an observation and a measurement, but it's fine if that's what we're doing. It's not going to be science.
Observations.
Yeah, it's fine for what we're doing. Observation's good for figuring out geometric shapes. It's not science.
Okay,
maybe seventh time I've tried to tell you this now.
How about you give me a flat Earth experiment which is based on science, or you don't believe, or you think it's all measurements and blah blah yada yada.
If it's to do with geometry, yeah, it's all measurements, dude. I'm not trying to figure out the causes of phenomena. Dude, please. Right, I'm kind of like, I'm trying to agree with you now. All right? Trying to point out that the Bedford level is not science, it's observation and measurement, which is perfectly fine if we're trying to figure out how something looks and how something measures. But this is not science.
Okay, but do you have an experiment that proves your point which is related to science?
No, because it's not a question for science. How have you not got this?
Well, how?
Sorry,
yes,
I'll ask you this. What questions does science answer?
What questions does science ask?
Answer, yeah. Yeah, what does it do?
For my argument.
At the end of the day, when we've made our observation and prediction and run the experiment, what answer are we going to get?
I don't know.
That this does or does not cause that to happen.
Yeah, science is a cause and effect relationship determiner. It determines a cause and effect relationship, whereas observation and measurement does not make you a scientist. A pigeon is not a scientist, and a worker using a measuring tape is not a scientist just because he measured something. You need the scientific method. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, so you believe to prove whether the Earth is flat or not, it has nothing to do with science and all to do with measurements and...
Yeah, we're going to survey the fucking land, Shock Horror. We're going to measure the topography. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
So that's basically your whole...
It's not a belief, buddy. It's a category error. You're trying to do the wrong science.
Okay. Well, there's many scientific questions in relation to as to why we have a curvature in our Earth, and why does it globe?
What is a scientific question?
You want me to give you one?
Yeah. It's only one.
Science, though.
No, there's only one question. It's built into the hypothesis as a whole fucking point. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that should help you answer the question then, shouldn't it? Okay, what's a hypothesis?
Really struggling to understand how science isn't related to this.
Because at the moment, I don't think you even know what the scientific method is. I asked you what question science answers. I said, do you know what a hypothesis is? You said, yeah. I'm like waiting with bated breath because right in that will give you the fucking answer. What is a scientific hypothesis?
It's essentially what you believe could or might happen.
It's essentially what you believe.
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
No.
No, it's what you
Try a little bit harder. Maybe use some more words. It's essentially what you believe about what?
About what the fucking experiment is.
No, you haven't done the experiment yet. The experiment comes after you've created your hypothesis.
You know, it's what you believe is going to happen.
Ah, close. It's a prediction of the cause of the phenomena. So the question is, what caused that to happen?
What has this got to do with the...
No, this is science. This is making a hypothesis. In a minute, you're going to test this hypothesis. Now you've got an independent and dependent variable. You're going to test it in an experiment.
Why can't we
Like natural science. Make an observation of something happen. Make a prediction of what causes it. Test your prediction in an experiment. Ring any bells?
But why do we have to go through all this just to...
Because hopefully you would understand that nowhere in this methodology are you going to figure out the description of a concrete noun. A shape.
I don't even know what that means.
No, shapes are geometry. That's not the study of natural science. Natural science deals with causes of effects. You don't know what you're talking about. Scratch your head.
Okay, then. I think you're just going way too deep into it for...
You think science is the tool that we'd use to figure out the surface description of an object?
Everything relating to that, but science does play a part in why we do have...
It's just talking out your fucking arse, dude. Seriously, really? This is where you're going?
What do you mean? There's many things I can, determine as to why we are on a globe.
Like what?
There's many methods. It's not just science. It's also
No, yeah, exactly. Good. Well done. This isn't the question for science. There are other ways we can make observations and measurements, can't we? Is this where we started? Are you going to agree with us now?
No.
No? Oh, so it's science, the tool that we're going to use then, is it? We're going to go back round in this fucking circle.
No.
Shit, man. Talk to yourself in the mirror.
I'm saying that I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's based on belief. That's why. It's not. It's an observation of reality.
It's objectively...
it's obviously the truth that the horizon is horizontal. So you don't have to believe in it.
The only point you have, though? Oh, it's horizontal.
Well, what do you mean it's the only point? What do you have to rebut against it? The Earth's curving? We don't observe that.
There's multiple...
It's a horizontal plane.
Things that can counter that.
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane. But you didn't provide evidence using... You got yourself in this mess, by the way. You mentioned gravity. You went down this rabbit trail of not producing evidence. It was your fault. You can only blame yourself.
I'm not I'm blaming myself, but okay.
Well, you should.
Cool.
So, if you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe in any way, you can present that. What do you have to offer?
Well, what do you have to say about bridges that are literally built for the curvature of Earth?
All right, then demonstrate how they're built for the curvature of the Earth. Let's see it. Where do you have that information?
When they have two towers, for example, I'll give you an example bridge then.
Yes, do that.
The Verrazano Narrows Bridge was designed with Earth's roundness. Its two towers are separated by 1,300 meters, are perfectly vertical, are 41 millimeters further apart at the top than at the bottom.
Okay.
How could it be perfectly vertical?
So what? Dude, so what? Hey, so what?
Maybe so what?
Where's the globe evidence coming from this? You just said some random factoid.
Because if the Earth wasn't a globe, then why would it?
No. That's not a conclusion. What are you doing, dude?
It's not a conclusion, but it's an example as to why. Well, in essence, How would you build? Why would you build a bridge?
Well, don't ask me that question. It's supposed to be your information supporting the Earth as a globe.
Exactly.
What are you asking me?
It's literally saying, "Oh,
2 vertical towers in relation to what? You mean perpendicular horizontal?
That's what he's saying.
Absolutely overcomplicated."
What, dude? You're the one. Every time you bring something up, you sink back in your chair, and we hear your voice trailing off. It's because you didn't bring something that was proving the Earth as a globe. We're only telling you if you're gonna do it right. Bring something that shows that the Earth is actually curving.
It's literally a point, though.
It's a point for what, dude? A road to nowhere. Because I told you, is it conclusively a globe based on this information? Like, well, it's not proving that. Well, then what do we got to go on, bro?
Do bridges and these large civil structures, do they expand and contract depending on the heat night season? Like, I know the Eiffel Tower in France, that extends in the summer by about 3 foot.
Well then why would you look at the amount that expands and contracts? How could you say that the curvature of the Earth was taken into consideration? And if there's that much give and take from the expansion and contraction, how would you know that you're accounting for curvature, bro? He's just giving you an example of like the idea that the bridge is built for the Earth's curvature in mind is not true, because the expansion and contraction of the materials used to build the bridge would negate that.
Well, even as 2 vertical towers, how do you establish those?
What do you mean? How do you establish if it's vertical?
Yeah, to what?
Again, is this with a full load on the bridge? Is this without anything on the bridge? I mean, when was the measurement taken, dude? Was it in the winter? Was it in the summer?
It shouldn't change anything, really.
Dude, the bridge size will change. When you have things on the bridge increasing the load, so that's going to increase the stress. Yeah, it's all going to fucking change, dude.
Not that much.
How do you know? Dude, are you an engineer?
What's the distance between the 2 towers?
It's just.
Are we talking millimeters?
The distance between the 2 towers, 41.
He's talking out of his ass, bro. He doesn't know what he's saying.
41 millimeters.
Yeah, over 1,300 meters.
Fucking hell, dude. I will expand that bridge just on a warm day by double that. The hell?
No, it wouldn't.
Seriously, the only reason why I'm being like this, right, is because I want you to critically think about the stuff that you're just regurgitating, because you're not giving it any critical thought. Just by understanding how bridges expand and contract will maybe start helping you understand the crap that you're presenting to us. 40-odd mil? Really?
That's not crap, okay.
What, really? Seriously? Do bridges stay the same? Do bridges not expand?
Do you want
me to give you an example of expansion?
That means they're full of crap as well.
Do you know why railways go clickety-clack, clickety-clack? Because they're not connected the whole time. There's a little space, a gap between them, because the rails, they need to expand on hot days. So that clickety-clack is when the wheel goes over the rail that's not there. It goes over the gap. So it's always built into construction how things are going to expand and contract due to, in this instance, just the fucking temperature.
I think the point is saying that when they were initially built, that's what the measurement was, and it's not.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Why would they measure after?
No, don't ask us any questions, Ozzy. Listen, don't ask us questions. Answer the question I'm giving you. How do you know that that's the case? How do you know that?
Well, I obviously don't know that's the case, but I'm assuming
that's the point, bro. Thank you for that concession. That was the whole point.
No, I'm assuming if they were going to use
the whole point.
If they were going to use that point for in the curvature of the Earth, why would they measure afterwards to go, oh yeah, that that's already controlled.
Okay, so you're trying to reason with the fact that you don't know if they did or did not do it, and you can't get to the conclusion based on what you're saying. So obviously you don't know.
I'm going to assume that this was already measured.
Dude, we're not okay. So in this room, we're not built on like what you assume to be the case. It either is or is not a globe. You're going to prove it or not. That's all we're concerned with. We're concerned with you bringing information. We're concerned with you bringing information to verify if the Earth is a globe based on any measurements given. So just bringing up Varus-Narrows Bridge is not going to give you the conclusive information you need to support the case that the Earth is a globe. So
I
let's
just don't understand how you can
move away from the bridge.
We live on a globe.
We've just told you there's no information to support that it's built on with the curvature in mind.
You're going at me when I obviously lack information in a lot of areas regarding.
Okay. So what does that tell you?
I'm wondering as to why you believe it's flat when you can literally just.
We've already told you why.
Flat.
We've already told you this many times, Posa. We already know. We said it. Water is horizontal on the surface. Prove me wrong.
All you can say. That's all you can.
Yeah, then prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong. Do that. Prove me wrong. Right now.
Tell me the theory again. Water is horizontal
on its surface in large bodies. So lakes, oceans. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so basically, your theory is why.
So prove me wrong.
So
prove me wrong.
Saying it's all flat.
Yes.
As far as I can see.
Yes. Absolutely. 100%. There you go. You got it. Now disprove me. Waiting for that.
So you really think that's a...
No, it's not thinking, dude. This is an observation, a measurement, sea level. Okay. We got everything backing us up. Everything's backing us up. If you're saying that it's incorrect, let's give it to me.
And your eyes and your feelings.
Ozzy, okay. Tell me the critique of how that's wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I based on a misunderstanding that
no. I want you to present how water's not horizontal on its surface over large bodies. I need the information, not your feelings. Not this is misinformation. Show me how it's not correct.
I can't show you because
how are you going to demonstrate this? Like I'm. This is what I want.
You don't. So you don't want me to tell you facts. You want me to try and make
facts. What facts? What facts, sir? What facts?
I was kind of getting to that.
What?
But then you cut me off.
What are the facts?
Continue. I'm going to continue. Always finds a flat level. Gravity. What?
You just stated the same thing I just said to you. What?
I'm telling you, it's based on a misunderstanding that water always finds a flat level. That's
okay.
What I'm trying to say. And
so then now give us the goods. Give us the goods.
Gravity shaping water's surface. Water seeks the lowest potential, meaning it forms a surface that follows the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Nice story. Demonstration, please.
I can't give you a demonstration.
Why?
Because I obviously haven't gone through all my points and decided to...
So you don't know if that's true or not, yeah?
I can go find out and find a...
Go find out. Go find out.
I'm just trying
find out.
To... It's a belief.
No, you're not trying. This is not, let's try to. This is either shit or get off the pot.
No, it's try to because...
No, it's not try to, Ozzy. No, you're not just going to throw shit at the wall hoping it sticks. No. You either have the information to substantiate that water, using gravity, is curving over distance. We need to see the data. We need to see the example or demonstration of how this is true. Now, if you don't have that, my friend, go and look for it. Don't stay here and, let's try this. Let's try that. No. You either got it or you don't.
Okay, well then how do you explain, because you're all about observations and measurements and things. How do you explain when a boat is going off in the distance and it obviously...
Optical effects. Yes. Well, we have miraging effects called... they're inferior and superior mirages that take place over distance, which could be categorized as looming, towering, sinking, stooping, lowering. I think I mentioned that already. But there's certain optical effects that occur, heat haze, namely, on the surface that causes shimmering, and effects like you would see over distance if you're driving on a hot day on a road where you see it looks like water's on the surface or it's a mirrored surface, but actually it's the heat that's reflected off of that surface, and it's combined with the air that's giving it the that hazy look and also that sheen that looks like a mirrored surface. So, optical effects. That's how.
Optical effects.
Yeah.
So you would say a ship vanishing bottom first becomes the lower part
sinking.
Yes.
Inferior mirage called sinking. Yeah. If that, it doesn't always happen. I'm not saying it does, but it does happen Well, when it does happen,
if the Earth was
you can
flat, the
categorize
whole
it.
ship would shrink evenly.
No. See, here's the thing. You don't realize the problem that you have, right? So if it was a globe and it was going over a water hill, then what you would have is the top of that boat would be tilting forward because it's going over that hill. You don't see that. It's an even distribution that looks like as it's going from the bottom to the up.
Not a hill.
Yeah, well, if you drive over a hill, your car, like as it goes over the hill, it starts tilting forward going over that hill. You don't see that with things appearing to be affected by this optical phenomena. You don't see that.
Hill. It's not a hill. It's
So, have you ever seen a car go over a hill, Ozzy, or anything?
Obviously.
Okay, so when it goes on the other, when it's getting to be on the other side of that hill, the top of the hood or the car is pointed at a divergent position away from you as the observer watching it. Would you agree with that?
Of course.
Okay, does that happen with the ship on the ocean?
Well, obviously not, because when you look at
thank you. So it's not the same. It's not the same.
Well, it's about the perspective of it. Like obviously when you
No, it's not. It's an optical effect, Ozzy. No. That's all that's happening.
But if you look at the difference between a car going over the hill,
bro, listen. That's the answer. I gave you the answer. Now, if it's not an optical effect and it's actually curvature, what is your answer for that?
Well, didn't I literally just give you my answer regarding ships and their disappearance?
No, you just say, I see something, therefore it's curved. I want to know how you are not saying it's an optical effect and it's an actual curve.
Seeing a ship disappear slowly into the distance as it gradually goes lower is literally, in essence, proof of curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's not.
It is, though, because
No, it's not.
Sorry, I do apologise for interrupting, but do you think that the reason why your ceiling towards the end of the corridor is getting lower because the corridor in itself is actually curved?
No, it doesn't get lower.
Right, so you understand that the ceiling appears to get lower to the floor, doesn't it? It doesn't actually get lower, but that's just perspective. A bit like a boat in the distance that appears to reduce in an angular size, and the top of the object appears to get lower, like the ceiling in the corridor.
No,
right?
I never realized that, to be honest.
Pardon, Mumbles, what?
I never
He mumbles when he doesn't know what he's saying, Jedi.
No, I literally just never realized that, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, you've never seen... Can we get an image of that for the gentleman, if anybody's in here right now? I think I have one of the gifts that I have. Let's see. We can just put an image. Apparently, this gentleman has never seen this. I think it's good to kind of put an image in there. There you go. Thank you,
mentioned earlier. You mentioned earlier that you've seen cars before, right? You've obviously seen a street and street lights and driving down a road where the street lights towards the end of the road appear to be lower to the road. You've seen that before, right?
Mm.
That's just perspective, sunshine.
Yeah, look at the text. There's so many images getting put to you right now. All you got to do is see. This is how our vision works. Posa.
Yeah, okay.
That's how we see things off in the distance.
Yeah, but that doesn't really prove anything.
You said the top of you said the top of the boat was going down because it's on a curved surface, and I'm paraphrasing you, but that's the cause of the phenomena, right? The reason why it's going down is because it's on the curved surface, right?
Yeah, but if you just look out into the sea, you literally can't see endless sea because
Of course not. That's the angular resolution of the optic. You can't see horizontally across a really big surface, the Earth. You're only going to be able to resolve so much of it. That area that you can resolve is what you can see up to the horizon where you can no longer resolve any more of the surface. If you've got a big object, like a mountain that occupies a large angular size, you could see that mountain 20 miles away, but based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye, you, when you're standing at the beach with no technology, are going to see a horizon about 3 miles away. If you increase the technology, though, the horizon will appear further away.
No, that's just not true. Like refractions and seeing...
Sorry, that's not true. Would you like a demonstration with a zoom camera?
Okay.
You want the demonstration? Right, give me 2 minutes, I'll find it.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples of this, so We're going to actually show you information that verifies.
With the amount of information online that literally goes against
It doesn't matter about what they're telling you. All of that is just vaporware. It doesn't prove to, yeah, it is, dude. It's vaporware because none of the information they're presenting to you is able to be verified. Look at you right now. You don't know what to say. You're left holding the bag on this belief.
It's clearly flat. It's clearly flat.
What'd you say?
This isn't my life, bro. This isn't my life, bro. I don't sit here and talk about the fucking Earth because I don't need to prove something that's already objectively true.
It's not objectively true. You're religiously chanting right now that it is.
I don't know what that's got to do with religion. But
well, it sounds like a person who is not able to provide evidence empirically.
It's literally proven.
Yeah, where dude, we've been asking you for what, hours on end, and yesterday too, and you can't prove it.
If this is all objectively true, then surely it would be so simple just to drop some evidence in front of us.
That's what many people say about many things.
No, you haven't.
We know.
All
a lot
you
of
keep doing is regurgitating the same claims that we hear every day that we learnt at school. So your problem is, mate, you're falling back on the shit you learned at school. You haven't walked outside and gone, you know what? Stuff it. I'm going to test this shit to see if it works or not. That's what you need to do. You need to go out in the real world and see what's happening.
It seems like you also care about government.
No, did you hear what he just said? He said, "Test it, Posa." He's another one of your countrymen that's speaking to you. Hopefully, he can reason with you. He's trying to tell you all you got to do is test it. There's information, and then there's testing the information. What we've done, all of us in here that know that the Earth is flat, we've tested the information. That's it. Have you done that?
I don't need to test it too.
So therefore, you remain in ignorance. Like, I mean, what do you want to do, bro?
I put my trust in the people who actually spent.
Yeah, well, then there you be. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
The thing that doesn't make sense is that why would they lie about flat Earth?
Who cares, dude? You're not testing the information. So it's like
have tested it. People have tested and gone.
Yeah, well, where's their test? Where's their test at? Where is it? Where's their test?
My test. I haven't done a personal test, but many people.
You said they've tested it. Yeah, they've done it. Where have they done it? Show us.
I don't have the information right now.
Then everything that you said is everything you said that they've tested it is not true.
Why did you
if they have to prove it?
I haven't even said a word. You got the wrong guy.
What?
John, you just pinged me.
Jackson,
you're crime.
This guy's hot micing. All right. You have to test the information, Posa.
It's so sad that we literally had thousands of years of people believing that the Earth wasn't.
Yeah, dude, who cares, bro? Who gives a shit?
People in the last 100 years actually.
Oh my God, yeah, we don't need to hear you.
Can you please stop reacting emotionally?
It's not emotion.
It does, seriously. All of this deflection and all of this type of stuff, man. It's like you don't want to talk about it. It's like you're running away.
I almost don't want to because it's not really a debate.
Then go, dude. If this is upsetting you, be on your way and go. But if you're going to fight hard like this, I'm embarrassed for you.
It's not upset. I'm not upset.
Well, then stop fighting against it.
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying the truth. It was.
I'm not fighting.
Thousands of years.
You don't
I'm just
know
saying the truth. It was proved, honestly. Have you seen it? Yeah, you've gone through it, right? Or we established that you just believe it.
I'm going to say I have gone through it all because I haven't.
What have you gone through?
No, you haven't.
What did you go through?
I have gone through it all. I said that I've gone through some of the information.
Well, yeah, okay. What have you gone through? The sum.
I've gone through the light histories as to where flat Earth has originated and why.
Oh my God, dude! Shut up.
No, Alpha, let him go. This might be interesting. Where did flat Earth start from? Please enlighten all the panel.
Well, before actually, thousands of years ago, before the ancient Greeks came to discover that we are living on a globe, most people did believe we were on a flat Earth. But then that was obviously disproved.
How did the Greeks do that?
Where did you learn this from?
Way.
Professor Dave?
Why does it matter?
What did the Greeks do?
So now you want to just question history because it doesn't.
I just wondered what the Greeks did.
You're inventing history, actually.
It's not inventing. It's literally it's been agreed upon. And
the Greeks do.
What?
What did the Greeks do?
They did a lot of things.
What did they do? You said that they proved it.
I just told you I went through it lightly. I didn't say I went into the specifics.
Oh, so you don't know what they did. You don't know what they did then?
I'm sorry that I'm not able to just bring up information.
You're just saying shit, dude. What?
My head. It's not saying shit. It's literally. What do you mean saying shit? It's literally
You're talking without understanding what you're talking about. You don't know where this information comes from. You don't know enough about this to actually bring up any coherent argument.
It comes from many.
What we do know is that the Greeks actually had a flat Earth cosmology due to their religion.
I didn't say they
However, even during the times where Aristotle and them were talking about the globe, there was not a consensus among the Greeks that the Earth was a globe.
Well, eventually they did actually.
Like that, there was no consensus. They had multiple conceptions of the world. There was one who thought it was a triangle, a flat triangle. They argued about these kinds of stupid stuff all over the place in their literature. However, we get cherry-picked from certain individuals who, some of them held the globe belief, and that's what we get taught, and then that gets universalized over to we, the royal we. All of humanity knew the Earth was a globe, but that's not true. It was just a couple of Greeks who had that belief, and we wanted you to get to the actual supposed evidence of the Greeks because we know all about that.
Well, most of the world generally agreed upon it, but I'm not saying all the world did, but
quite a lot of Greeks were Christians as well. It had a flat Earth cosmology because they believed in.
Why? I really don't understand what's to gain if the Earth is flat. Why would people hide?
How did the Earth get here?
How did the Earth get here? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
What's that in relation to whether or not?
Sorry, maybe I'll ask it another way. How was everything created?
Well, there's multiple theories how it's created.
There's multiple? I reckon there's two. But go on.
No, like there could be obviously the most popular theory, which is the Big Bang theory, and what.
Okay, so nature creates itself. Yeah, one.
And then there's obviously the religious aspect of it, where people believe that God creates.
Intelligence creates, two.
And that's really the only two I have.
Yeah, that's it. That's because that's the only two that there are. It's a true dichotomy.
You said there's more than two, right?
When you ask the question how something was created, you end up with those two choices. Now, when the Earth is a ball, it comes from a Big Bang because that's the thing that exploded the universe into existence, right? And then later on, when all the physical matter was created, for some fucking reason, sentient consciousness developed from biology, and information kind of just sprang into existence also. Or when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary and obviously contained, and this universe is what we've been told, and you ask the question, well, how the very fuck did that get here then? You're still going to ask those two choices. Was it intelligently created, or did it just spring into existence all by itself?
Well, assuming the flat Earth is real, you would say it's intelligently created.
Yeah, so people like to ask, why would they lie? You just did, and I'm telling you why.
Why do you believe, Jedi?
What? What do you believe?
That wasn't. We're not, Arlo. We're not asking what Jedi believes. We're talking about what Ozzy is bringing forward to present that the Earth is a globe. He hasn't had anything so far.
It's not an attack. I was just curious.
Yeah, we don't. It's not what this is about. We're actually critiquing and or interrogating the individual to figure out if they have any knowledge that the Earth is a globe, yes or no. And it sounds like he doesn't. He just wants to sit in this room and wonder why people think the Earth is flat and or just throw things at the wall, see if whatever sticks for the Earth being a globe. That doesn't work. If he doesn't know, that just shows the lack of information that he has. That he doesn't. He says, "I trust people. Yeah, I have full confidence in those agencies that tell me the Earth's a globe. So I'll just continue down that path without any information."
I didn't say it's not just agencies who say the Earth's a globe. There are many independent researchers and stuff.
Who cares, dude?
You have trust in those, right? You trust them. You trust all this stuff you've been taught at school, right?
Government. I don't necessarily trust the government or that, but when you have multiple independent sources and studies and people just...
Oh, that's some bullshit you're saying, dude. You're throwing shit at the wall again, bro.
How's that throwing shit at the wall?
Bro, you gotta just look at each one of those. No, you can't just say there's this whole nebulous, ambiguous thing that proves my point that you don't know exists. You need to go into the specifics of each one and then find out where that supports your point, and then we can look at that individually. We've been doing this for 10 years.
What do you want me to find out then?
Bro, we've been doing this for 10 years, and everything that's been bought has been destroyed. There's nothing supporting the globe left.
That's not true.
Yeah, you said it ambiguous. Like, well, these people and those people, and everybody's claiming that the Earth is a globe, and they verified it and they said it's true. So I'll believe them. It's like, dude, who's saying that? How are they testing it? Like, there's no specific information. You're not being specific. You're just giving ambiguous, nebulous ways of describing how you. Well, no, that's how I believe it.
How can you expect me to get 10 years of knowledge, as you say?
Dude, okay, so the reason why you believe the Earth is a globe is just based on an idea, not anything specific?
I believe it's a globe because of the various backings that it has to...
Like what? For God's sakes, dude, like we've been asking you like what for
videos,
30 minutes now.
Sources, multiple studies, multiple articles.
There you go again. Well, this and that and everything, right?
But no, I didn't say that. I literally said multiple different ways that you can find...
No, you didn't.
No, I said... Oh my god.
What'd you say?
Also, cut the shit. Instead of going, oh, there's multiple this and a few of those, name one.
I just said I won't be able to do that.
There you go. See?
Exactly.
My
so
point.
You've got nothing.
People to name. What do you mean?
As Alpha pointed out to you, if you would just shut up and listen, you've got nothing. You are making nothing more than hollow claims. Please start backing them.
It's not a hollow. I mean, at this point in time, it probably is a hollow claim.
Well, you've just said you can't name any one of them, but yet there's multiple people that have done all this bullshit.
Yeah, because I don't.
If that is the case, you would at least name them. Oh, what about this scientist, Mr. Something Something? Oh, maybe I got his name wrong. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he did X. You're not even leading on to anything, mate. You just, I think X amount of people have done something cool.
Even
do you believe in Santa Claus also?
If I did do that, it wouldn't really change anything, would it? You'd still fucking...
We'd at least have something to look into. At the moment, you've given nothing.
I'm assuming you know all the... Okay, fine. What about Neil deGrasse Tyson? Then? He believes the Earth's...
What about him?
He believes the Earth's a globe.
He believes a lot of weird shit.
He said that shit is flat.
Now, what specifically did he say that backs up your point, Ozzy?
I don't know the specifics. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, dude. All right.
No. There's no way you can expect me to basically just remember a video.
You brought a guy up. At least you did that. Well, you said one name, and then you don't know anything he said to actually affirm.
Lots of people that believe that.
No, we're not talking about you, Harlow. So, Posa, shut up. Posa, did you describe one individual that you said would back you up, and there's nothing you have that he said?
No, because I haven't looked into him as much as everyone else, but he's just a...
Well, then why did you say his name?
Because I have seen videos of him talking about it, but I obviously just can't remember them because I don't look at it every single day. And like,
okay, so you've really come here empty-handed again. Second day, you've come here empty-handed. Nothing to show.
I don't exactly have the time in the world to go through this.
Well, that's a cop-out, so because you're still here.
That's funny.
You've been here for an hour.
I was going to say, he's been here for over an hour, but he doesn't have the time.
And you don't have the time. Yeah, that don't make any sense, dude.
I'm not sitting here looking at other information. I'm just talking.
Okay, yeah, exactly my point. You're just talking. There's nothing you have to support in your case for the Earth being a globe. Thank you. At least you've identified that.
Even if I did bring anything up, you'd still...
No, you can't say that because you didn't bring anything up. You can't say that because you haven't brought anything up.
Well, you've already clearly stated that everything relating to the Earth being a globe is false. So
yeah, we've said it, but then go ahead and show us what we're wrong. If you got something, show us we're wrong. Prove it.
Clearly don't think you're wrong.
Well, I don't give a shit what you think we think. I want you to prove your point.
Even if I brought up anything, you just stop.
Here we go again. Dude, just get out of that loop. It's a fucking loop that you're in. It's a loop. Get out of the loop. If you got something to present. If not, it seems like clearly you're just sitting here just talking. You're talking yourself into the globe, at least trying to, but we're not giving you any reason to. So that's what's getting you kind of a bit upset because you can't talk yourself into the globe because there's nothing to support it. It's hollow, like Matrix said.
There are things that support it. I'm just telling you I can't.
Yeah. So you say, but never come through with anything that can.
I'm telling you that I literally can read things and see things, but I don't.
Dude, honestly, at this point, you need to realize what you're doing to yourself. You're doing this to yourself, Posa. You're talking yourself into the globe that you don't have any information to support the case. There's nothing.
I do have information, but I just can't give it to you straight out of my head like that because that's not how I learn. I can't do that. I'm not that kind of guy who just has photographic memory. It's like I can just give you names.
You can't even look it up. You've been here for an hour and you can't even look it up. You don't even have the mental capacity to type a few keystrokes to find out. That's how bad it is with you.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, anything that you've said so far, anything you brought up, you should have been able to look at the information online. Anything. Doesn't matter what it is. What gravity is, the Varus-Narrows Bridge, anything that you brought up, you could have at least been a bit poignant and shown us where on the internet it says what backs what you're saying up. You've produced nothing except hollow words.
Okay, then. That's how you think.
Yeah. Well, that's your choice, but if you do, you should bring evidence that the Earth is a globe. And if you can't, then, make up your mind. Are you going to keep talking about nothing, or are you going to produce something?
Well, I was going to look stuff up, but then...
Then do it!
Everyone...
You should. You should, actually. You should. Look it up. They come with substance.
No. Fuck that.
Well, then that's the
like
bed you're making. Then you're gonna have to lie in that bed without any knowledge of the Earth being a globe whatsoever. Just a belief. You just completely believe. No, it's not a theory. It's an observation of the real world. When you walk outside, you see a horizontal plane. Yeah, the horizon is horizontal. It's not a globe.
That's
Posa, at all.
Times,
yeah, and that demolishes your idea that it's on a sphere. Yeah, you're not on a sphere.
Because you think it's what's it? Optical optics?
No, we don't think it is. We measure it to be so. That's what you're missing about this with your excuses of what we would think about anything you would bring. You haven't brought anything forth that would prove positive your claim of the globe Earth. You're just saying, oh, even if I did bring it, you wouldn't believe it. That's logically a fallacy. That's illogical thought. So I don't know if you realize you're an adult and you're walking around believing things that are unproven, and you're making excuses for it in public.
Yeah. So now we have nothing from you, Posa. Basically, you didn't substantiate any of the things that you talked about. So
you beat a minor with a fucking political.
No, well, we need to. It's called exposition. We're going to take it to its logical conclusion, and its logical conclusion for the discussion that you brought forward is that you don't know what you're talking about, not even in the slightest.
Okay, well, that's what you believe then.
It's not a belief. It's an assessment of what just occurred over the time period that you've been here.
Many could argue against you, though, and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Bring them forward. I'd like to talk to them. Who do you think can challenge us?
Well,
send them in here.
Young Posa, if that's the case, why don't you call him out on any claim that he's made and go, can you back that up? And watch what happens.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this for?
Yeah, why not bring up photographs from space? You were wanting to talk all about that this morning in DMs. Because let's go through it. Let's go. Your photograph from space. Yeah, this morning you're all in. You were all in on photographs from space showing the curve of the Earth. Let's do it. You still haven't brought that up. If that was your best thing, your best go-to thing, we've got photographs from space. Why haven't you used it yet?
I could tell his gas tank is like hitting E right now. That needle's just tapping E.
Yeah, this would be his nitrous. Like throw on that nitrous and turn on the turbocharger.
Even if I mentioned anything, you just say that they're fake.
There you go. That's he always goes back to that. Even if I said X, Y, and Z, you would just deny it.
It's not about us, dude. It's about you, your idea. Why do you think a photograph from space is all you would need? It's not about anyone else here. It's not like you have to filter your photograph from space through me or anyone else. Why do you think a photograph from space is all it takes?
Okay, well, what about the satellites you can track live then? And see the real-time photos?
Things flying in the sky, you can track them.
You can track satellites in the ISS.
Yeah, okay, so yes. Things move across the sky and you can track them. Somebody said this earlier. Okay, so how do you logically connect this? You see something going overhead.
What do you mean? What?
How do you know it's a globe? Because something's going above your head.
Overhead, that means I must be on a sphere.
Because it literally shows that the Earth's a globe.
Wow.
Photos.
Photos?
What?
Satellites take photos. Satellites in low Earth orbit take data strips.
Photos.
They take data strips.
Well, clearly shows
low Earth orbit satellites are too close to the surface of the Earth to see the 50% side of a sphere. Why? Dude.
There's one called, Himawari real time.
Okay, so that's not in low Earth orbit. So the Himawari. Okay, have you got that at hand? Should we go through it?
Well, what's more to say about it when it literally clearly shows the movie?
You say that this is a picture of the Earth, dude.
Well, it literally. Why would they? Okay, if
it literally is. How is it literally?
No, but if it was a flat Earth, then why would they not show? Why would they show a globe if it was a?
At the moment, you're still yet to prove that this is the thing that's in the location that you say, not in low Earth orbit. So how do you know it's there?
I'm just saying, I don't know where it is specifically. I'm just saying it's there.
Gotcha. So is this going to be another one of those times where you just repeat a story to us that you haven't validated for yourself?
It's in real time. Like what was it?
It's in real time.
Real time, nah, man. Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it is.
Yeah, because it is.
There's lots of weather information on there.
But it literally, what wants to say about
Is there lots of weather information on there? The Himawari Weather Space Satellite, right? It's weather information, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what it shows. Can we get weather information from the Earth?
As in, what do you mean?
And can we get weather information from the Earth? Let's say a weather balloon, or a weather station, or a weather radar.
Yeah.
So we can get that information from on the Earth. So why do we need a satellite?
Maybe it'll give you information that you wouldn't get on Earth.
Really? So show me the information that we wouldn't get. That it's explicit to the Himawari 8.
I can try and find that out for you.
Okay. The point to this, dude, is the weather information's just wrapped around a sphere. So we get the weather information from the terrestrial stuff that we've always got weather information from. And because the Earth is a sphere, we're going to map this information around a sphere. And then what we're going to do is we're going to show you this sphere with weather on it and tell you it comes from a satellite called Himawari 8.
Well, it helps meteorologists track cyclones, thunderstorms, typhoons, and wildfire smoke and ash plumes.
Okay, but we've been able to do that since we put things in low Earth orbit, haven't we? And even things just in the sky, we can track these things with radar.
Well, I can tell you what, they probably don't use radar, just radar.
Sorry, say that again?
Because a ground-based radar doesn't see more than...
It doesn't have to be ground-based radar. We have radars on aircraft.
Okay.
We can just get all of this information, dude. I'm just trying to point you to the magic trick. The only difference here is the magician's not telling you that magician.
Radars can't scan still that far as you're assuming.
Sorry, what did I say about assuming what?
Like, aircraft radar scans are usually 30 to 60 kilometers ahead.
Okay, that's nice. Depends what aircraft it is and its altitude, and if it's specific to meteorological organisation or a commercial aircraft.
Okay.
We have weather aircraft that circulate the British Isles. And I think there's about 7 of them or 8 of them. They pretty much take off and land like every 2 hours or so, and they pretty much just circle certain areas of the British Isles, and through their radar they give us weather reports.
It goes 24/7. So it goes for 24/7. So does it need to be like particularly manned or like fueled, obviously, or it's 24/7 and it's a helpful tool in case like other things go out.
Okay, that's nice.
So why would they then put a globe when it literally tracks the weather? Like that wouldn't be of assistance if it wasn't a globe. And they put a flat Earth there instead, like because it monitors the weather across a globe, not flat Earth.
I'll be back later.
Who is T? He's gone. Damn.
Anybody else in here think they live on a spinning, wobbling ball in the infinite blackness of space? Or maybe anybody that wants to tell us how information came from nothing, or an explosion created everything?
Here we go. TC Andre. Welcome. Or run away.
Jackson, you're unmuted. Are you trying to speak?
Oh shit! No. I'm very
No worries,
sorry.
ma'am. I just saw you lighting up. Thought I'd ask.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw How To Basics come in. Welcome. How to? Are you new to the topic or the server?
No, dude.
No, dude. Jackson, your mic is still open. Can you mute yourself while you're not
You
speaking?
gotta mute yourself, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I recognize you. Jackson, mute yourself, please.
Okay.
Thank you. How to? Do you have any globe proof?
No, dude, I'm a flat earther, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I recognize you. I didn't realize. Yeah. Well, welcome back.
I lost my proof, though, man.
Your brother?
I lost my proof. I can't find it.
You lost your proof. Okay. Well, that's common around here. You're not alone.
Oh, yeah, I sent it inside chat. Yeah, that's my proof.
I like it. Yeah, Matrix, you're right. Absolutely right. Just because the information comes from us, they don't care if it's true or not. But on a side note, to all the Americans, happy Independence Day. And, you know, this is a day that we all like, it's time to reflect. Independence from what? That's the question of the day. What were we freed of, or what did we become independent of, and what did we become dependent upon after that?
The system changing from one form to another.
Yep. Basically the same players with a different name. Playing the same games of control that they've always done for centuries. So the Globers were given God, the heliocentric religion from the Big Bang creation story, and the authorities gave them this higher power or God of the spinning ball religion. And they tested it out, and guess what? The majority of people just accepted it. So when people ask, why would they lie? Why would you believe somebody that has given you zero proof or evidence of their entire creation story? You have a God, you have priest of your heliocentric religion, and you're kneeling at the pew, and most of you don't even read the scriptures, don't even know what the details are. So you have to come into a flat earth server, and us flat earthers have to teach you about your own religious beliefs. Isn't that amazing? What do you think about that? Questions? Comments? Anyone? Bueller?
Jackson, mute your mic back up.
Bueller? But anyway, I think my last statement brings up a really good question, and I think it's crucial for all of us to reflect on that. And the question is this: why is it that flat earthers know much, much more about the globe claim and all the claims? Why do we know more? Why do we have to educate Globers that come in here about their own globe claim, you know? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll just answer my own question. It's kind of this is all kind of a rhetorical statement anyway, which you probably gathered. The reason we know more about the globe claims is because we studied it. We looked into it. We got the data, the metrics, the dimensions. They gave us the size of this Earth, and all we had to do is go out and check for ourselves in nature. That's a key point. Not just thinking about something, not just drawing pictures or equations or formulas on a flat desk with flat paper on the horizontal plane. We didn't do just that. We went out and looked and checked for ourselves. So I was a little kid. Yes, I was a little space nerd. I loved space. I looked into it as a little child. I knew all the distances to the planets. I knew what size they were supposed to be. I knew even they claimed they knew what the masses were and what these things are made of. I looked into the night sky as a child and a young person. I go, wow, those twinkling lights are all these amazing things. They said they went to the moon. I saw it on TV. I thought, wow, that's incredible. Then years later, when I was drop kicked into flat Earth, and I landed in the lap of this server, and before that, some other live chats. That was ODD, was a predecessor of 24/7. And I would go to the live chats, and I would start talking to people. And they told me I could go out and check for myself. So I did that, and I found out that the water is indeed horizontal, just like I navigated as a young person, as a 21-year-old sailor on the open ocean, sailing thousands of miles away from home. And being the second in command, I was a navigator. Me and the skipper did the navigation ourselves for 6,000 miles. What an experience. And even though I was taking elevation angles from the horizon, I didn't realize until quite recently that all that navigation I did, I was working on a horizontal plane, even though the charts are flat, even though the line of the horizon is horizontal. We know all these things as sailors. So not until quite recently, 2017, when I found out that I could go out and check myself, and I checked myself, and I saw the water, and I measured distances to objects and shorelines that would not be visible because there would be a bulge of Earth in the way. There's no way around that. You can't weasel out of the geometric horizon. It has to be there. It's a requirement. It's mandatory for your globe. So if the geometric horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, and we know the horizon is an optical effect, it's not geometric. If it's not where it's supposed to be, Earth is not a globe. We measure this over and over and over again. So now I realize those twinkling lights in the sky are exactly that. And all that other bullshit that I was taught about them going to these fantastic places far, far away, getting signals from a billion miles away, like the Voyagers. What a joke. So when you go out and test the Earth itself, you find out that all that other stuff is plain rubbish. It was just a lie. And so you ask, why would they lie? Well, I said that before. Because you were given a God of their creation, their story, his story, not my story. Because your story is a mystery, so they tell you his story. So you got this. They gave you the God of their creation, heliocentrism. You just plain accepted it and didn't ask any more questions. Well, now's the time to start asking questions, and I end my tirade. Thanks for listening.
Who Drew? Welcome.
Anyway, good to see all of you in here. I'm just going to run down the chat, the panel real quick. Ben and Jen, I haven't seen you in here in a while. I've seen you on other channels, but welcome back. Kutuan is deaf muted. Crit, as usual. Crit's amazing. He's a character, all right. He's in more than one place at the same time. Incredible. We also got Daz. Great to see you. Evie Batman. Glad to see you in here. Finn Gracie, I think you're new. Welcome. I hope you learned something from the panel here and the information we have available on all of our channels. We have the Flat Earth 24/7, our home server. You can click on anyone's flat tag, and there's a link to our server. So Flat Earth Ranger, good to see you in here, man. Jamsey, good to see you. Jackson Jones, I don't know you yet, but I'm glad you're here. Jedi, always good to hear you. Good to see you over there in the UK. LT, I see you're a flat earther. Welcome. Mark. Yeah. Welcome, Mark. Matrix, as usual. Matrix is on the ball, man. I tell you what, don't mess with Matrix, man. He's going to twist you around a knot, so don't try. Don't try to bullshit. Yeah, don't try to bullshit. Don't try to bullshit Matrix. I'm just saying. And Midnight, welcome back. Good to see you. If you're a flat earther and you don't have the tag, go ahead and get the tag. It's helpful. Me go, we go. We got Mike there. Good to see you on here, Mike. Great keyboard player. Wow, fantastic. Quiet Noobs, good to see you. I'm Sunny on the Plane. And T-Dub, awesome. Good to see you. Down Under. Tony V. Ultimate FE Final Boss. Good to see all of you. Yep. We got a bomb crew here today.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Season 9. You got that? It's actually, we're at season 9.5. We're already halfway through the 10th season, so yeah. So bring your globe proof. Hopefully you've done a little research and hopefully you've done better at that than Pasa Aussie. because he didn't bring anything to the table, which is, it's disappointing. All this time, how long have people said that Earth was a globe? I mean, they say thousands of years, but I doubt that. But let's just say 500 years. So they've had 500 years. Catch up, people. Try to catch up. Yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you're welcome to come into the chat. Thank you, Helio. It's always good to see you in the chat. I know you're quite busy, but you keep this thing running on YouTube. I think maybe you're still on Periscope, not sure, or Rumble, whatever platform. Helio's manning the station over there for YouTube. And if you want to come in, you're listening in YouTube, click the link that Nightbot has posted and come on in and we'll start a conversation. Happy 4th of July. Now everybody's quiet. Well, I guess I guess if you're quiet, you haven't got bored of listening to Sonny on the plane yet. Okay, well, it kind of reminds me of the old days a few years ago. I would come on in the morning, and there would be hardly anybody on here on our home server, and I would just start rambling and talking, and sometimes play my guitar for a few minutes here and there and talk about flat Earth. Talk about my experiences in this discovery. And, most of us are here because of the reasons I said before, because we actually went and checked the Earth. And we were probably well-informed in what the globe claims are. So, we knew those things, and that's why we're actually flat earthers, because we knew about those things. And we learned what the size of Earth was, not to repeat myself, but we learned what the size was. We know that has certain consequences on the surface, so we could go out and look for drop over distance, because, whether you believe it or not, or know it or not, when you look outside and you look around you, you see flat horizons everywhere. So there's such a thing as a slope-intercept formula. And with a flat horizon, that means a zero slope. Well, a curved surface has to have a certain amount of slope. And what we found, that doesn't exist. And the Naval Academy here in the U.S. agrees with me. The horizon has zero slope. This is important for sailors, navigators, artillery people, people that shoot huge guns or missiles off of ships, like torpedoes, submarines, the whole deal. Uses the flat, stationary Earth. Aircraft. Why is that, you might ask? Why do all of these people that are actually practically using the surface, flying over it, or navigating on top of it, or underwater, why are they all using the Earth as flat and stationary as we actually observe it? The reason why? Because they have to. Yeah, they have to. Absolutely required. You can't be navigating using flat planes, horizons, and elevation angles if you're on top of the surface. If the Earth was actually curved underneath that straight line of the horizon, you would not be in the right location. I'll say this again. I say it all the time. a curved line and a straight line, put one on top of the other. They're different locations. On a ball, as soon as you move, you're angularly changing. Not only are you dropping in altitude or elevation as you move across the ball, you're actually changing in your angular disposition on the surface is changing as well on a ball. So if you take an elevation angle, then you travel for, let's say, even 2 hours or 3 hours at 6 knots, and you went 18 nautical miles, your first location, A, that elevation angle is completely useless now. So you can't tell me as a sailor and a navigator, oh, you could just use flat information and elevation angles even though it's still a ball. Horse crap. Show me that. I want someone to come in and show me that. Show me step by step how you're using a flat plane in navigation and then it's actually a curved surface underneath. That's wild. Anyway, I've gone on enough. I should let someone else speak for a while if they want. Good to see you, Jin. Saw you drop in. Good to see you again.
The Flather Sensei.
Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Hi, ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. Jin CBR1 coming in loud and clear, I hope. And yes, Sonny, you hit the nails right on the heads there. Perfect, you know. Drop over distance. We're not seeing it. So, fantastic.
Yeah.
I was just watching the Apollo detectives, and they were dropping so many bombs against the NASA Apollo missions. Yeah, they've sunk it completely. You know, an interesting fact is like Elon Musk's super heavy rocket. It has got 33 engines on it, yeah, and then versus the Apollo missions, which only had 5 engines. Okay, 5 engines versus 33 engines. And it's developing less thrust. Thrust. Yeah. Supposedly, we know they never went to the moon, but the Saturn V rocket, the Saturn V rocket with the F1 engines were developing 1.5 million pounds of thrust. 1.5 million pounds of thrust. And then you've got the Saturn Heavy, super heavy, 33 engines developing 400,000 pounds of thrust. 400. Wow. And Elon Musk says, yeah, but if I use this special fuel, I might get it up to 600,000. Still underperforming in today's modern technology. 1960s versus 2025. What a joke.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't go to space anyway. And when you see the images of the rocket going up, when it's in the sky, it's like the sky's moving and the rocket's just there, and then the exhaust plume seems to be CGI to me, you know. So the surroundings around the rocket's moving, but the rocket itself doesn't seem to be moving. It seems to be very cartoonish. You know, after takeoff and a few minutes have gone by, and then they show you the rocket in the sky, it just looks really very cartoon-ish to me. But yeah, interesting, yeah. Meant to be moving forward with technology, but Elon Musk is not even achieving 1960s level of performance. Well, yeah, and the other thing they said, let's not forget that, you know, we don't know that that rocket was producing 1.5 million pounds of thrust, but there you are, you know. We know they didn't go. Both are lying. But it's just silly, isn't it? And the amount of money that Elon Musk is getting.
Did you say 33 engines on Elon's rocket?
Yeah, 33 engines, yeah.
Funny.
Illuminati confirmed. I mean, wow, 33. Like, you couldn't do like 34 or like 31. Like, what's up with the 33? Holy crap.
Yeah, that's right. 33 engines, right? Smaller engines, of course, than the Saturn V monsters, but they're developing less thrust and so much piping. You see that it's an accident waiting to happen. You know, because you've got to connect all those rockets up, and they've all got to fire off in sequence, but then develop the power and then lift off, and it just doesn't work, does it? 33 engines.
And they never work. Like now, like they have yet to get. Unless I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure they have yet to get all of them firing. Like there's always some that fail.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just because it's stupid. It's not logical. Why would you have 33 engines versus 5 big monsters? I mean, come on,
it's
man.
like more points of failure. All they're doing is just adding in more and more points of failure.
Yeah. Unless that's some kind of whistleblowing or something. And then watching that same documentary, I might put it in here for in a short while. I'll just give you a little bit of snippets. Right? They're talking about going to Mars now. And they're talking about the accommodation, that they're going to have the accommodation. Now, the accommodation's got so many pieces of glass, and glass is not going to shield from radiation and cosmic rays. So the experts are saying that Elon Musk is only interested in the looks of the thing. It's got to look good. It's not fun. He's not thinking of functionality. The functionality of it all, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of astronauts, Don Pettit, I don't know if anybody's watched it, probably have, most of us in here. He did a TED Talk on the rocket engine paradox.
Yeah.
And basically, what he's saying, and I'm not going to quote him exactly because it's been a while, but he's basically saying the amount of fuel that is needed, even if they were able to thrust off of nothing, which we know they're not doing, there's no thrusting off of zero atmo gases. You have to have gases to press upon that. The same thing with, it's like thermodynamics and entropy. It's the same types of information, and these laws of gases, we know how they behave. They can't fool us anymore. But he's basically said that when you go, like, let's say you go 100 miles, to go 200 miles, it takes exponential amount of fuel. So can you imagine how much fuel, if they even were able to go to the moon? And we know they changed the size of the Atmo. They made it go out to the moon, basically because flat earthers, we caught on to them. So they said, they caught on to us, so we better change the size of the Atmo and make it go out to the moon, so that we wouldn't be called out on not having anything to press upon with their rockets. But if they were to go 250,000 miles, they would need like a rocket that was carrying like 1,000 times more fuel than they actually carried.
Yeah,
something
that's
like
exactly what Stanley Kubrick let us hinted to in the movie The Shining, when you're looking at the lobby where the luggage that's at the lobby waiting to be taken up to the rooms could not have fitted in the Volkswagen Beetle, because the rear of the car is the engine and the front is the little hump, and then you've got 3 passengers, and all those suitcases could not have got in. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So, oh my God. Right. I forgot all about that, and I didn't realize that. But thanks for bringing that up. And I'll have to
you brought it up. You jogged my memory. You see, because what Sonny's telling us about, ladies and gentlemen, is a great documentary called "The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation." That's what it's called, "The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation." And Don Pettit explains how if you increase the payload, you're going to need extra amounts of fuel. So in order to get to the moon, you have to reduce the payload to get there. And he stated that 95% of the rocket is fuel. So There's the problem right there. And then you got Scott Henderson of the Apollo detectives stating to us that the first stage of the rocket uses 80% of the fuel. First stage, and that's all gone in like two minutes and so seconds. You've lost 80% of your fuel because that's used up in the first stage. So that was a good thing you brought forward. I think, in fact, I might drop those videos in there now for you guys because they're really good. The tyranny of the rocket equation, critiqued by Robert Pisano from the Planete Veritas channel. Great guy, Robert Pisano. Brilliant exposés he done. And then I'll put this other one from the Apollo detectives in there. Yeah, nice one, Sonny Jim.
Yeah, I'm actually looking up. I'm trying to find an image of that luggage scene from The Shining. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah. You find it. Yeah, you'll see it. They're in the lobby, okay, and the luggage is all that luggage is there, and there was no way that luggage, that amount of luggage, could have got into the Volkswagen Beetle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Reddit article. I'll post that. Somebody, they're busted.
Yeah, well done, Reddit.
Hilarious.
Well done,
man.
that guy.
Yeah, let's see. Find something else.
Yeah, so it is fascinating when you begin to unmask the Apollo missions and start to strip down the layers of the onion, you know? It's very interesting. It's informative. You are learning technical things and the impossibilities, you know? You're just learning how impossible it is to go there. Impossible. And then you're learning the techniques they use to deceive. So you feel like a detective. You do become like a detective. And if you're interested in that kind of field, and then you just want to keep pursuing, you know? Like a bloodhound, you know? You just want to keep going on. I started in 2001. Such is my interest with this stuff, yeah. Remember, they were talking about space in the 60s when I was born. So they were well underway. But yeah, fascinating stuff, fascinating.
Yeah, I went down a lot of rabbit holes before 2017. I mean, like I was into learning about like constitutional law and, you know, like there was a free man on the land.
Free man on the land, yeah.
Yeah, I like looked into all of that, and I thought, you know, like I learned enough to be dangerous to myself because you're not going to get away with that shit because they don't care what you say. All they have to do is like flip a page in a book and find a number where you violated some kind of phony law, which pseudo laws, they're not even laws. They're corporate rules and regulations under a corporation. So they assumed you gave consent because you didn't come back when you were an adult and say, look, I'm an adult. I'm not a ward of the state anymore, because when our parents gave us away, that's what we did. We were given to the state as property. So freedom from what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see, yeah, if you comply, then you are what's called giving them joiner. But if you don't acknowledge them and you burn the letters and throw them away or return to sender and things like that, then yeah, you know, that's what I did. So, you know, because I was definitely playing that game. I was playing that game without realizing what I was doing. You know, it was only when I came to Japan and then I started to look into the free man of the land that I realized that I'd been playing that game with that instinctively.
Yeah, unfortunately,
and I'm glad that I did.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some areas, I believe from what I've learned, there's some areas, I don't know if I should even mention it. Well, I guess I can. Doesn't matter. But I'll just say the entities of government that are controlled by outside parties, like the Federal Reserve and the Social Security Act, which is under the Fed, they're exempt. So you can't You can't remove yourself from their system. They made it like that. So if you're under their system and you made any kind of consent along the way, like Social Security, there's certain acts and codes and things, and I won't get into it.
Yeah.
Like child support, you're never going to get out of that. You're never going to get out of it. It would cost thousands.
Yeah, but I wasn't relying on the system at all. So, I was really lucky in that sense. I wasn't tied up in any way in that fashion. So,
yeah.
But I could easily slip through like a bar of soap out of your hands, covered in oil.
Yeah. Yeah, they've stolen vehicles from me. And, I know this is off topic, and I don't want to get too far off topic before, we go back to Flat Earth. But they've stolen cars from me, and it used to be that if someone stole your horse, that was a capital offense.
Yeah, that's right.
But now the people in charge can steal your horse and tell you they have a number in a book that made it okay. Like, it's really wild, the world we live in now.
I agree. Yeah, and that really surprised me that you don't take the man's horse. You just don't take the man's horse, and you don't shoot the horse. That was the other thing that really impressed me.
Yeah. So they basically told me, we're stealing your horse, and you don't have the money to give it back, but we want you to go to work. Now that we stole your car, go to work without a vehicle and pay us.
Yeah.
Like, astonishing.
Yeah, so I've dropped the 2 videos that we were just talking about in the chat. Have a look at it, guys. Yeah, it's brilliant and very, very informative. The tyranny of the rocket equation under Planetae Veritas. You will see Denzel Washington's face there, but that's Robert Pisano. He's adopted that character. And he did a lot of exposés live streaming it. So we're listening to him on a hangout whilst he's telephoning like the deputy projects manager of the Hubble telescope, who's meant to be looking after the Hubble telescope, keeping an eye on it, making sure it's in the position. But he hadn't seen it in 25 years, this guy. His name was Mike Mitzlinsky. Right, so in a 50-minute phone call, Mike Mitlinsky let slip that he hadn't set eyes on it in 25 years. How does he know it's up there then? It was good. Yeah, that was Robert Pisano. So if you go to his channel, you'll find that there. He was doing several courses, studies. And then he left the Flat Earth community just to carry on with his studies. And then he returned, and he was just a little bit concerned. When he was on the Discord, he was a little bit concerned that he wasn't putting out some good content, he felt, when we were on the Hangouts with him on the live stream. And I said, no, you don't have to worry, because before you left us, you did all your best work like Picasso at the beginning. So you don't have to worry now. And please don't take down that stuff, because that's for the people yet to come to fall onto this stuff. Yeah, I begged him not to take it down, and it's all still up. Luckily, he lost one channel, but he got it back, and yeah, I'm glad all the material is still there. Robert Pisano, he really did well.
Yeah, I listened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I listened to him when I was first getting into Flat Earth, and then he disappeared, and I didn't know he was back. It's good to know.
Oh yeah, he's been back for a long while, but he's not actually, he hasn't done anything in the last, throughout the lockdowns. He didn't do anything, you see. Okay, so he's not really doing much now, but he did return for a short while, and then the lockdowns kicked in. You see, then he stopped again. But he was concerned that he wasn't he kept apologizing for not bringing out more content. But I said, he couldn't really top what he'd done already. He couldn't do it. You're asking for blood there, man, because you couldn't. You've done your best work. consider yourself like a Picasso and just enjoy the ride now and leave your material for others to come into it and enjoy and learn, because he was working with Quantum Eraser as well for a while. They were a great duo, the pair of them, man. The very beginning, 2015, 16, 17, they were good. They were good, man.
Yeah.
The one thing that might put people off is his F-bombs, because he drops a lot of F-bombs, and he's not shy with that. But outside of that, it's just top-notch quality facts and information. Top-notch. Documents, you see him researching the documents, he shows you the documents, you can download them yourself. So he's showing you all the source, everything's source-based. He was like that.
Exactly. I've even got like the one thing I really loved is he did a video for like the first 5 minutes. There's these women singing on it, and he would do that a lot. He would go like 3 or 4 minutes before even speaking. That was
That's
interesting.
right.
But the one where he shows horizontal flights across the entire U.S. And I have a screenshot of that video still, and I use it quite a bit because it's a side view. It shows where the aircraft go up to level flight, and then they fly in level flight horizontally, completely across the entire country, across the entire U.S.
Yeah.
Flat horizontal flights. It's a side view. So there's no fooling around. And I also liked another thing Robert Brisamo did is when he was doing the study of the balloons and what their names are and the equipment that are on each balloon was correlated to the exact name and equipment that was on satellites. So every satellite program, almost, he did the whole list, like dozens and dozens and dozens of them, satellites, the names, and side by side with the balloon program that matched the satellite.
Yeah, he also what did he do with the balloons? Yeah, I've forgotten now. I was just going to make a point about what he did with the balloons and that. Oh, damn. Yeah, I've lost it. It'll come back later. But yeah, with those balloons. Yeah, he spoke to the pilots who would be retrieving, the balloons at night, right? Especially when they're coming down now, they've expired, and the pilots have these little hooks as they fly by, and they catch it as it's dropping and bring the whole thing back to base. He spoke to those guys, Robert Pisano, and we followed that through. Yeah.
So sorry, man, didn't mean to.
No, you go ahead, John. Sonny, you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, it's all right. Just real quick, because I posted a few things, and I think it's a good timeline if you go through, or a sequence of different images. So at 55, there's the luggage that was in The Shining, and there's the luggage compartment in the Volkswagen.
There you are. See?
Yeah, and then I posted the lunar ascent module. The interior look shows everything they have on the inside of the LEM, the lunar escape module. And then the next one has the outside of it with different things like the engines, the engine mount, the aft interstage fittings, the fuel tanks, the landing radar electronics, the SLA adapter, whatever that is, the tanks for oxidizer, helium tanks, all this stuff. And I asked a question down below it. Where the heck is the rover?
There you are.
So it goes right with the Volkswagen with the luggage. Where's the rover? Like, they have no room for the rover.
Yeah, no room for the rover. I remembered what I was going to say about Robert Bassano, and that was... Oh, hang on a minute. Have I got it? Hang on a minute. You know when it's just on the tip of your tongue and I've forgotten it again? Hang on a minute. I had it whilst you were talking and then it's gone. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he covered it. Oh, that was it. I've got it back now. Now I remember. It's just a point of that the heaviest payload shipped out to space should have been in the Guinness Book of Records, and that would have been the parts to the ISS, but they're not in the Guinness Book of Records. And he's showing us how other things that are of less weight, dealing with NASA, are on the records, but the actual ISS, or was it the Hubble, I think? Maybe the Hubble, that was it, yeah, the Hubble wasn't in the Guinness Book of Records as the heaviest payload shipped out to space, because it was, but it wasn't officially in the Guinness Book of Records. And he highlighted that.
Suddenly there wasn't a lunar rover on the Apollo 11 mission, which is...
No, not on the Apollo 11 mission, that's correct, yeah. I think they came in on the 15th mission, I think. 15, 16, and 17.
So it's not the same lunar escape module?
You know, they didn't have one on Apollo 11, no. It was just, that was the first mission, you see, so they were just walking around on the lunar surface. But what you will notice, though, is that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, when they were on the surface, they didn't mention the Earth. Look at the Earth, sort of thing. They didn't say that, or doesn't the Earth look magnificent? Get a picture of me with the Earth in there. That language wasn't mentioned. Which I agree with David Percy, who is an award-winning film producer and a member of the Royal Society of Photographers in Britain. He said that was a form of whistleblowing, because what are the odds that you're going to go to the moon, the furthest place you've ever been, another celestial, body, and you're not going to mention where you've come from? You know. So he likened it to an attempt at whistleblowing. But it is strange to go such 3 days, risking your life and limb, and you don't mention the fact that, the Earth, where you came from. You look in the transcripts. And there isn't a photograph of Neil Armstrong as a portrait shot, posing portrait shot. There isn't any. There is one of Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, and he's to the right of the shot, right in the corner, with his back to us, doing something. Okay, that was taken not by Buzz Aldrin, but by the LEM. The LEM took that shot. It was a video shot. So there you go.
They did mention where they came from. They said, "Here, men from planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." So it says, "Men from the planet Earth."
We're talking about Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin when they're on the lunar surface live, doing whatever they're doing. They don't say, "Look at the Earth. Doesn't the Earth look magnificent?" Those words were not uttered by Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, I'm talking about they did say they were from Earth, though, on the planet.
Not Buzz Aldrin, not Neil Armstrong. They didn't utter those words on the lunar surface.
Well, yeah, they were talking to Houston. They're not going to say, "Hey, Houston, we're from Earth." Also, Buzz Aldrin didn't say, "Hey, Houston, my name is Buzz."
Well, of course not. Why would they say that? The point is, look at the Earth. The Earth looks magnificent. Did you see stars? Didn't see the stars.
Yeah, it was daytime.
Oh, really? When it's daytime, when it's nighttime? Yeah, really.
You see stars at night.
It's a cop out. You're giving me cop out, and very weak answers, man. Very weak.
Really?
Sorry.
It's weak to say that you only see stars at night?
They're on the lunar surface. They're on the lunar surface. They're not on Earth. They're on the lunar surface.
They were on the daytime side of the lunar surface the whole time.
They would have been closer to the stars than anyone else has ever been. So there's no blue sky. You're being silly now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they were on the daytime side of the moon the entire trip.
They still would have seen stars. Doesn't matter. They would have seen stars. Yeah, that's just ridiculous to not be able to see stars, man.
You wouldn't be able to see stars on the moon. It's too bright.
Yes, you would.
He's saying the same reason you wouldn't see it on Earth during the day. It's the same reason you can't. Really
Unfortunately, that's
you
not
could, like if you had the right like cameras or something, but with like your naked eye, you can't.
That's not going to work, sir.
What do you mean not going to work?
You're on the lunar surface.
You're arguing with science right now.
You're on the lunar surface, ladies and gentlemen, right? And you're looking at Earth, and you're not going to see the stars surrounding Earth.
Well, I don't think they were looking at Earth. I think they were looking at the moon.
An outrageous statement. What an outrageous statement to make.
He said it's
totally outrageous statement. I'm sorry. You know why? Because even Sir Patrick Moore, at the time, he wasn't a Sir Patrick. Sir Patrick Moore, Britain's #1 astronomer, stated, could you see the stars? Now, why would he ask that question if it wasn't possible to see it? Listen, sir, you know, you're out of your league here. You may just park up and just learn. You're out of your league.
That's not true. I'm not out of my league. I'm very smart.
No, you're not. You're not very smart. What are you talking about? You're not very smart at all. You're coming across like a wally. You've got the astronomers asking the astronauts, did you see the stars? Right? Because they know they would have.
You won. One astronomer. Let's not lie.
You're not listening at all again.
You quoted one guy.
They're on the lunar surface.
Ask the question.
They're not in Earth's atmosphere now. So the atmosphere is gone. So that means visibility to the stars is going to be clear. They're going to be the best. And it's funny how, who was it? I think it was Michael Collins who wrote a book later on saying how lovely the stars looked after he said he didn't see the stars. Okay? He doesn't. I'll quote you. Patrick Moore speaking to Neil Armstrong. Could you see the stars or the corona from the lunar surface? Words to that effect. Neil Armstrong goes, well, we couldn't see the stars of the corona without the optics. I don't remember what constellations were there at the time. And then Michael Collins says, I don't remember seeing any. And then to that, Neil Armstrong looks at him and says, shut your fucking mouth, you cunt, you've just grassed us up. And then he's looking back at the camera.
Is that exactly what happens?
That's exactly what happens. You see.
Give me this video. Because I guarantee you, it's not what happens.
I haven't got that one. I haven't got that one to hand just yet. So you need to. You can get it. It's the press conference. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, post-mission press conference, and it will come up. Okay.
And what did you say Neil Armstrong said to Michael Collins?
Why are you asking? You said you guarantee what he actually said, but when you haven't seen it.
Yeah. So you can
because it seems like he's violently paraphrasing what was actually said.
Yeah. I'm trying to give it to you word for word, verbatim. I might get
so give it to me verbatim then. Don't just make shit up.
Hang on. I'm trying to give you. If I've made one or two errors, you can forgive me for that. But the integrity,
probably not actually.
Hang on a minute. The integrity of the situation I've captured, and that is they couldn't see the stars, right? But the stars were there to be visible. That's why the astronomer, Sir Patrick Moore, he wasn't Sir at the time. He asked that question because everybody asked that question because it would have been possible to see the stars. So the idea, because you're on the daytime of the moon, it's crap. That's the brown stuff, ladies and gentlemen. They're swimming in the brown stuff. No wonder they can't think straight. So yeah, I love this topic matter, by the way. Remember, I'm coming with 21 years. 21 years, more than that. Sorry, wait a minute, 2001. We've got 24 years. 24-year research I'm coming in. You know?
Chad, I just want to highlight this pre-Google vocalization syndrome. I haven't seen the video, but I can guarantee what was
Creation
said.
Bear, do you know how to listen when people talk?
Fucking.
Because I never said I know what was said. I'm saying that I know for a fact that this guy is lying or parafrasing about what was said. Specifically,
I'm not lying at all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not lying.
Well, can't be fucking reasoned with.
I'm not lying at all.
You guys always do this pre-Google vocalization.
Did you listen to what I said, or are you just assuming things? Because I never said I know what was said. I'm saying I guarantee, especially the latter part where he said like Buzz Aldrin looked at him and wanted to hit him, or something weird like that. I don't know what he said exactly.
I said that Neil Armstrong looked at Michael Collins as if this, looked at him as if in surprise, because he shouldn't have said anything. He's not to. Michael Collins wasn't to say
That's
anything
the part
at all.
I have a problem with. He does not know that for a fact.
No, you
Oh,
do.
he does.
You
He
guarantee
does.
it,
Michael
right?
Collins said.
I guarantee that this guy is wrong about like his
I'm not wrong at
interpretation of
all.
the video.
I
Yes.
guarantee you're a NASA lover, and you don't like the way we're
Well, Chris is a
critiquing it.
flat earther, so you guys have like a
Well, of
habit
course
of
we're the
just having
champions.
stupid
That's
Another
opinions.
syndrome. This is another syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Just
Well, isn't that it's kind of how it works. It's not my fault. Statistics
that's
speak for
not how it works
themselves.
at all. It's not why it works at all. It's an embarrassment for
I
the
don't know, man.
Globers because they can't prove their globe. They've had a
Hey, man,
10-year
like
defeat.
98% of flat earthers I talk to don't know what they're talking about, so
And now they're
it'd be
embarrassed.
reasonable to
10 years
believe
of
it
a
in some
loss.
way.
Who wouldn't be upset and emotionally distraught? Distraught he is. Yeah. You're distraught, sir.
The syndrome is so bad. I've literally said 2 + 2 is 4, and we've had guys like you say, "Well,
Is that what happened? No,
might not
that's not what happened. That's not what just happened at all.
No,
It is what happened. You're
the
distraught, sir.
No.
Jen,
You are, sir. You're distraught.
If you said 2 + 2 is 4, I wouldn't say that you're wrong because you're a flat earther. It'd be like 2 + 2 is 4.
No,
You're not wrong.
Never
That's
be
what I'm
wrong
saying.
with the flat earth stuff.
dude. All right.
So you're kind of like lying, saying that like I did do that when I didn't do that.
I didn't. You're bad listening. I'm saying you guys have the syndrome where it doesn't matter what a flat earther says. You're just going to go against it because of.
Well, that's not true at all.
You just did. You just said just because he's a.
No. I'm saying it would reason to believe that you guys are wrong about it. I'm not. It's not
We're not
just
wrong.
because you're a flat earther,
bro.
Yeah. And anyway,
if you
ladies
said
and gentlemen,
something could be backed up, then I wouldn't disagree with you. The problem is when you just speak out your ass.
That's you. When you guarantee what was said when you haven't seen the video.
No, I said I guarantee. Oh, why did he get muted?
Incredible. So, is that the video in the chat? You want to go watch it? Oh, he's deafened. All right, maybe he'll watch it. But yeah, chat, I just want to highlight the. This is a severe syndrome that these guys have. He's like, well, I haven't seen the video, but I'll guarantee what was said in it. It's a really bad syndrome, bro. This has actually happened, though, too, by the way, where you say, hey, 2 + 2 is 4, and they somehow find a way to argue against you.
Well, and you're right. Jin described the video very accurately, and he's saying, no, that's not true. Just because Flat Earther said it.
And he's never seen it, too. And the fact he's like, no, I'll guarantee. Like, all right, let's, maybe we should pull it up, because I just kind of want to point and laugh at this guy.
Yeah. Pull it up anyway. I'm here. I'm a big man. My chest is bigger than Macy's. I can take it. I don't do embarrassment, ladies and gentlemen. Even if I make a mistake, I'm still coming at you. And I did put the disclaimer, words to that effect is what I use. So I may have not got the words exactly right, but the integrity of the situation I've captured exactly. So he wasn't on the lunar surface anyway, but he still should have been able to see the stars from his lunar command module whilst he was orbiting the moon, if he was up there. And then he made a statement that he doesn't remember seeing any. And then a few years down the line, he wrote a book saying how marvelous the stars were. So, we know they didn't go there. Caught with his pants down. That's what I mean. That's why they get distraught, ladies and gentlemen, because we expose their bums and they get smacked on their bottoms. And they don't like that. They don't like us seeing the skid mark in their pants, where they haven't wiped their bum properly. So they're heavily embarrassed. Yeah. That's why they get distraught, you see. It's a full expose.
Nor embarrassed.
Full expose, ladies and gentlemen. Full.
Oh, Matthew, that was really cute. You're like, I am smart. That was cute.
Yeah. So if you look in the chat, I've posted some videos there. Very interesting ones. The one with the Robert Persano and the balloon. It's all good. Very, very informative. It's all like, if you haven't seen it, it's a good material to catch up with. brings you up to speed very quickly of what's gone on that you missed. Whatever I post will not be a waste of your time. As time is precious, I'm the man that believed for 48 years.
Well, it actually was.
Well, you're a glober, so there you are. Anything we give you.
Because, like, again, I turned out to be right. Turns out you were just being schizophrenic. There's really nothing in that video that, like, can point you to the direction of Buzz Aldrin or whoever was pissed off.
Which video?
At
Which video tell us?
This video, man.
I looked at the full press conference, but then I skimmed through it to find that specific Yes, but obviously I skimmed through to find the specific clip, of which I found very easily when they're asking about the stars. I don't need to watch the full 10 hours to find the part where where the guy asks if you could see the solar, whatever the fuck you called it.
Okay, what?
The corona.
Yeah, corona. Yeah.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, when you watch that documentary, and what it documents the dejection from Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins, very nervous, and it's all there. You see the body language. It's as if they don't want to be asked questions because they're having to lie now for the rest of their lives.
You're literally just asserting things. These are
it's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't go to the moon, so you can deduce from the fact that they didn't go to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. You can deduce how,
ladies and gentlemen, who the fuck are you talking to?
When you are forced to lie for the rest of your life, that you went to the moon when you never went, you never left the earth, and now you're getting all this accolade for something you never did. And if you're a man of honor and integrity, it's not good to
you're just asserting things based on your preconceived notions.
And that body language,
how that works.
The body language of all three astronauts, the body language of all three astronauts speaks tremendous volumes. It will deafen and blow your eardrums.
Are you a psychiatrist? Do you have
I don't have to be a psychologist to understand psychology, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to be qualified.
To have an opinion on this and be considered an expert and have your opinion taken seriously.
I know that you're distraught. I know that
I'm not.
much. You're distraught.
You're yelling.
Nothing. Okay.
Buddy, you're yelling. I'm trying to have a normal conversation with you.
Can you give us a timestamp from the video?
Yeah. 48:45.
So you don't need a qualification in psychology, ladies and gentlemen, to know psychology, okay? Thank you. I brought up 4 boys on this earth. 4 boys.
But you do. Because you're making a claim that their body language means... Okay, but you have to have a source for this. Otherwise, you're just speaking out your ass.
The source is the video that I've given to you.
No. Yes. I see the video. Let's just agree to disagree on that, okay? I'll just humor you for a second on that part. But you're saying that their body language speaks volumes and proves that they're lying. What exactly?
It certainly does.
Where do you...
Ladies and gentlemen, when you see Buzz Aldrin, right? He's wearing a sky blue suit. He's the coolest looking guy in the clothes there. His suit is a sky blue suit, right? And he's frowning and looking down. Okay? He's not happy to be there. Okay? Right. Neil Armstrong.
What's the timestamp?
Looking and feeling and consoling himself.
25.
I'm going to have to lie for the rest of my life. You know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to show you the pictures of all these individuals because I've got
48:11. I'll just give you this.
Okay, I've got snapshots of them. Beautiful snapshots of these characters that we're talking about, and also a bonus, James Webb, who retired from from NASA a couple of weeks before.
Still not hearing any expert psychologist opinion, just a dude screaming.
I'm giving it to you straight, mate.
Yeah, but you're not an expert in this field, so how can I take what you say seriously? If you were to come in here and say that they got renowned psychologists to weigh in on this, then that would mean something. But it doesn't mean anything. We're just yelling.
That's going to run him over now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got an image of James Webb, and when you look at him, you can see that face is telling you, I am fed up of lying to the public. I'm not going to lie anymore.
Yeah, you're asserting things again.
Retiring from NASA 2 weeks before they go to the moon. Now, what man is going to retire from a project that you took from when JFK was alive? And you promised that you're going to get them to the moon, and then 2 weeks before they go, you retire. Because he knew they weren't going to go. That was James Webb. I'm going to post the
Yeah,
image
that's
shortly.
literally just conspiracy, like assumptions. It's
No,
just
it's not.
insane.
It's not an assumption at all. It's a fact.
It is.
You can see it.
Okay.
We know that.
Do you?
Go.
Okay. Maybe
I don't do
you just start
beliefs,
from
mate.
square
I
one.
don't believe in anything. Don't believe in anything.
Maybe we start from square one. Okay. We might be able to get somewhere with this conversation. What do you think makes something a fact? Define fact for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to define that for you at all. I don't have to do that. Don't worry. I know what it is. If you don't know, look it up in the dictionary.
I know what it is. I'm just trying to make
You
sure.
Look it up in the dictionary. That's all you need to do.
Okay, I'm just really worried that, like, when I read out the definition to you, it's not going to fit your narrative.
Unfortunately, it might be a fraudulent document, but you go ahead and read it. Let's go. You do that if you need to do that. You do that. I don't need to do that.
It seems like you do, though.
No, I don't, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
Not even 12.
I sound like
I'm pretty sure it's like 4 of them.
needs to tell you what a fact means? Do I sound like that guy? Thank you.
Buddy, you have like 2 people in chat. There are 2 people in your chat right now.
It doesn't matter.
One of them is me.
Those 2 people have the potential to send a message out, and 2 million people could get it. So thank you for the 2 of you.
2 million?
Thank you.
Delusional much. Damn.
Yeah. You're nothing on this place.
Okay, are you ready for the definition?
That is in CBR1, mate.
Are you ready for the definition of fact, or are you still yelling?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. A thing that is known or proved to be true, or information used as evidence or as part of a report or news article, or the truth about events as opposed to interpretation. Now, you're wrong on all 3 definitions, which is
I'm not wrong at all.
Impressive. No, because you don't have any evidence.
I'm going to present you this evidence very shortly. So you're going to be seeing evidence.
Okay, so you agree with me that what you said earlier wasn't evidence, right?
I'm not going to agree. Why would I agree with you? I don't live that way. Everybody has the right to have their own standards, okay? And
but like if we're trying to have a normal conversation, we end up just talking past each other if we don't agree on something.
That's what we are already talking past. Hang on, we are already talking past.
So like everybody else here is able to take script seriously, but it seems like you're a little new here.
We are already
have to blend in a little bit.
Yes, but
like, if you want to be taken seriously of this like whole thing y'all got going on in your hobby, you gotta be on the same page with everybody else.
Already.
Well, you've been talking past me since like you started talking.
I'm sorry, sir. You've got it all wrong again. You're losing again, and you're losing again and again and again. You're a loser. You're not winning here today. So you best just know your place.
That's
you're not winning here.
Statement, my guy.
You're not winning here. They didn't go to the moon, and I'm about to post images to that fact that the body language speaks a lot. You know when a person is angry. You know when a person is happy.
No. I'm not disagreeing on that.
Hungry. You know when a person's hurt themselves. You know the body language. It's all there. It's all in the body language, ladies and gentlemen, because we use that as a form of communication. Okay? So you don't have to be a psychiatrist to know that.
You understand that it's not always obvious. Like,
you're
for
losing
example,
again, sir. I've just drowned you with my facts.
Yeah, I'm drowning in facts right now. You got me. I just have one quick question, right? Like if I were to bump my knee, if I were to bump my knee right now, do you think it'd be possible for me to hide the fact that like I'm in pain? Like, do you think I could like?
Ladies and gentlemen, it would depend on the severity of the impact on the knee.
I mean that's a good cop-out answer, but basically it was more of a yes or no question.
That is the correct answer to a hypothetical situation that he gave. The perfect textbook answer. It would obviously depend on the impact to the knee. If it's a slight one, you can easily hide it. If it's a big one, I'm going to notice it because your body language.
Do you know my pain? Do you know my pain tolerance?
Hang on, if I can see you, your body's going to flow, and suddenly it's going to a little hiccup there where you banged your knee. I'm going to notice that. Then if I keep watching you, your pace has changed slightly, so we can see through your body language. Okay, it would depend on the impact to the knee.
My point I was trying to get at is that it is possible to hide how you actually feel about things. Because
ladies and gentlemen, the moon landing individuals, the astronauts couldn't hide their feelings. They couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, Jin kind of has a point.
Well,
here,
if you truly believe NASA's like manipulative, like as manipulative as they are, and they're all lying to you to get you to like
I
believe
know
some
they do.
narrative, wouldn't it make more sense to train them to like give off this sort of body language?
No, that's a cop out answer
Kind of
that
throw you
you're giving.
off.
That's a cop out answer you're
what?
giving. Because remember
Yes.
this, ladies and gentlemen, the astronauts who never went to
It's
the
stupid,
moon.
but I'm just trying to meet him at his
Listening
level.
again,
I can't have a normal conversation with him.
You don't seem to
I know Jin
understand
does kind of yap a
the
lot.
ramifications of that action of not going to the moon and the implications that they've got to lie for the rest of their lives. That's what they've got to do. They have become liars now.
You just
what kind
are
of tinfoil hat
assuming.
theory is that, though?
That's not an assumption. It's a fact.
Are you asking me about tinfoil hat
Trained to
theories?
act nervous to be more believable? That sounds ridiculous.
Tell him again,
right.
please.
You're right. That does sound crazy.
That was
That's
your
my
idea,
fucking.
though.
No. I was presenting as a hypothetical, trying to meet you on your level.
That's not our level.
Because everybody here thinks that like NASA's like some sort of like huge manipulative like pyramid scheme or whatever, lying to you about a bunch of shit. So like if they if they really were that crazy and manipulative, wouldn't it stand to reason from your frame of logic that they would PR train these people to look like they're nervous about it and that they might be lying?
Oh, that's so backwards. No.
Because maybe I don't know. Who knows? I'm not the one that thinks the world's out to get me. So
we don't think that either, dude. I think most people are just like you, where they just believe in stuff. I don't think there's like all these people working behind the scenes to manipulate everybody. I think there's just most people are regular people. You know, like
No,
if
I'm
you've
not-
ever
I'm
had a job before.
I'm not saying that like the people on the ground are the ones manipulating. I'm saying like the government and NASA.
But that's not a whole entity. Like there's just individuals who may or may not know. I would say most people probably don't know. Like if you've ever had a job, right? Like you don't know what your boss's emails look like, and then he doesn't know what his boss's emails look like, etc. You just do your little job. You don't have to be in the know.
Yeah, what is your point? I never disagreed with that. That was never an argument.
Or just saying like, oh, NASA's this manipulative. Everybody in there must be behind the scenes and trained PR people to like act nervous to be more believable. That was really funny. I've never heard that somebody like try to rationalize it like that.
No, I'm not trying to rationalize it.
I think they were being authentic. Like they knew they're capping. I don't want to go too far into this because we're so far into the weeds. But what I see is what Jin sees is like.
Okay, but that's still an assertion.
They're being. Well, let me finish. They're just like on this press conference. There are people asking them sincere questions, and they're like trying to like not cap in front of everybody. But it's clear to me that they are. Like when he's like, I don't remember what stars we could see. He looks over like, yeah, no, we didn't see any, bro. Don't say that.
It's, okay, you're paraphrasing again.
No, but
that's not what we said
in the chat. You typed it in the chat as well.
Yeah, no. I gave you the link, but like he didn't say like we didn't see anything. It's just the one dude was like, I don't remember seeing anything, and that's a nothing statement. That doesn't mean really anything.
Honest. That sounds
no. It just feels like you're assuming things based on your preconceived like idea that like the Earth is flat or whatever. Because like you could also jump to the very reasonable conclusion that like these are just scientists, and if you've met any fucking scientist, especially without any PR training, they're awkward as shit. Like you meet any nerd in high school, they don't know how to talk to people. So of course, if you put them in front of like 50 some interviewers, lights flashing at them or whatever. Well, they didn't have. I don't think they had flash photography back then, but my point still stands.
You're kind of rationalizing it though.
It's not. No, it's just kind of. I can go down the same rabbit hole as you two went and just say it's like common sense, and you can just tell that like these are just nerds with no social skills.
I think you're rationalizing it to make it sound better. I think what Jin's saying sounds way more.
Yes, because of your preconceived belief. Yes, of course, it's going to sound better to you because you think they're lying about it. I don't think they're lying or telling the truth. I don't know either way. But I'm trying to be reasonable about it and come to a reasonable conclusion that like maybe it's because these guys are fucking nerds and don't know how to talk to people.
I don't think that's the case. But if you and I went to space, bro.
Yeah, cool. It's just assertion versus assertion at this point. So it's pointless.
Okay, so if you and I went to space, you really think you wouldn't remember seeing stars? Like, what the fuck? That's one of the most magical things you could probably do in life is go to outer space if that was even real. And you're going to come back and be like, I don't remember. Like that sounds ridiculous. I wouldn't buy that for half a second. That's the thing. That's part of this whole presentation is like, if you go and do something amazing, you had an amazing dream, amazing something, like some birthday, like something that was amazing, you're going to come back and be ecstatic about it. Wow. Oh, you're not going to be able to shut up about it. There's been many things in my life where I was like that. And I wouldn't be like, I don't remember.
I can see your point, kinda, but the issue is that like the whole point of this was to like get on the moon. The stars were like an auxiliary thing that like wasn't like kind of the whole purpose of why they were there. Not to mention, this is like
you went to space.
This dude's like the third in command, so I don't really think he's the one in charge and the one using the optics thing, because I think it was the dude in the middle. I don't remember which one that is, but dude in the middle was the one that said he was using the optics to look at the stars. That doesn't mean all of them were like taking turns with their special binoculars or whatever to look at stars, because they were there to like collect samples of the moon and shit or whatever. The stars weren't that important. Yeah, it probably would have been cool to see. Like they couldn't see it with their naked eye.
Possibly see is like you go to space.
What? They couldn't.
That would be freaking gorgeous if that was even real. Like,
hold on, you got like super quiet. I need you to start over.
I'm just saying, like that would be one of the most magical things you could possibly do in life is go to space. You mean to tell me you'd be like, well, we didn't really look around. We didn't see.
No, they looked with their naked eye. I promise you they couldn't see it without the optic.
Yeah, who says they have their eyes? They were there. They couldn't just look up.
Balls Aldrin said that like it was. Where the fuck is it? It's literally.
Okay.
He didn't mention by name.
Show us an image of anyone that's on the moon.
Literally in the transcript that someone posted without.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. But like,
show us the fucking image of any one of them that are on there using optics to look up at the sky. Show that.
Does that even make sense though? Like, well, I look up and I don't see stars, but I grab an optic and now I see stars. Like that doesn't even make sense.
Well, I'm not an expert, but I argue it's on the same kind of level, just the way like night vision works. There are things that you can wear that change how you like perceive things. They have, like, granted, the technology wasn't there back then, but like we have colorblind glasses now. Like there are ways where you can change what you perceive with your eyes. That's just how that works.
But what's this idea that you can't see stars from space? Like that, that's something you stand on?
It's not from space. It's from the moon, because of the surface of the moon reflecting off the sun, reflecting off of it, and it's during the daylight cycle specifically. That like it creates, for lack of a better word, light pollution to where you can't see it.
I think Jin had a good point here when he said there's no atmosphere on the moon. Like at night,
yeah, but the atmosphere isn't what blocks it. It's the brightness.
I don't know. We're so far in the weeds. It's just arguing globe lore at this point. I don't even think the moon is like this at all. Obviously, outer space isn't even real. So, like, we're just entertaining trash right now. But
yeah, sure. It's like we start to get into the point that like you guys like can't really argue against or like prove anything. You can't hold your own in it. Is when you're like, okay, let's just get back to get a tape measure out to this sea. Because like the existence of all these other things is what proves like the Earth being the shape it is.
No, bro, hold on a second. Because it's not exclusive to flat earthers not believing in the moon landing. There's a lot of people who
I know, but
and they think the moon landing is
in the context is why.
Object. So it's not exclusive to our group of people.
I never said it was exclusive, but like we are in the flat Earth room, so it's like in which the context. It makes sense that you guys would be like, let's just talk about something else now.
It's not just talk about something else. It's the fact that outer space isn't real. We can debunk that easily. We can prove that.
No, you can't.
Is not real. Yes, right. Yes, we have. You've been here.
No, okay, whatever.
You could probably tell me what the argument.
As you said, we're getting into the weeds, so I don't really give a shit. It's impossible to reason with half of you. You seem to be somewhat normal.
Unreasonable, bro. We just went through your whole thing with you. But you could probably tell me.
No, it was not we. It was just you. You were the one who managed to like actually carry normal conversation.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, gas pressure. You know the argument, so that's not unreasonable.
Which has been since debunked, and you guys just keep.
It's not been debunked. That's not possible. You can't debunk entropy. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You can't debunk the second law of thermodynamics, bro. You can't debunk the fact that you're.
No. Of course, you can't debunk like laws and shit, but like you can debunk like someone's like, you know, logic like
made anything up.
Logic tree. You guys go down.
Okay, I'd love to see you try, but it's not possible. You can't debunk this idea that you have to have a container for gas pressure. That's not. No one's got around.
I'm not. No one's saying that you have to. That's what's being debunked.
That you just said it was debunked. What?
Yeah, and as I elaborate it further,
you said our logic tree
demonstrates that he doesn't know what entropy is. He didn't know what you were talking about, CB.
That's not our logic tree, though. Entropy is not our logic tree. It's just the fact that if you're gonna have
it's just you guys somehow like use the right equation and come up with the wrong answer.
It's not. That's not.
That's my point.
That's not what we're doing, man.
Like no one's arguing 2 + 2 is 4, but like you guys put it together and somehow come up with. I don't even know how to explain it. It doesn't make sense how you guys like think sometimes.
No, it's very simple. Gas pressure requires container. That's not like some made up crazy theory. It's just every single example that you go to where you're involving gas pressure, it's also going to involve a container. Every single one. But then for you guys, you go, well,
off the ball. That's his edge of space. Everybody cracks up, and then he slaps the ball, saying, "You will never see the curvature from that height." Okay, so you'd never see it from there. It'll be level.
The horizon. You can measure off the horizon. Essentially, you're measuring off the horizon, and you're going from there.
Can you? What point on the horizon are you measuring?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So if you're basically you're scaling it essentially. I mean, if we give me a minute.
It sounds like you're adjusting your data to fit your worldview.
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah. Okay. No, we've got plenty of time. We're just making sure we're keeping it a clean breast. For the listeners, again, a clean breast. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson says you don't see it from 24 miles off the Earth's surface. It's all flat, he says. All flat. And that's in keeping with what we're measuring on sea level. At sea level, it's flat, ladies and gentlemen. We're not measuring any curvature. So Neil deGrasse Tyson seems to be backing up our findings. Right. Now, there's a young man here, says it was 22 miles of his high altitude. And he was seeing curvature. I'd like to see the material as well, actually. Because that would be good to see as well.
I haven't got the material on me at the moment.
That's unfortunate because we would need to see that just to see what you were doing, you see.
My friend,
I understand what you've said you've done, but can't you get the material? No?
I wouldn't be able to get the material right now. My friend.
No, not right now, but maybe in a week, let's say. Give you a week to get it. How's that?
Yeah, I could. I could sort something out.
Yeah, bring it back because you want to prove your case. You see, so the onus is on you. Now we're giving you a week. The onus is on you. If you don't come back, no skin on our nose. We know it's flat. You see, but you bring the material. We can look at it, scrutinize it.
Yeah, we would love to see it. Don't get us wrong. It's just a week is being very generous. It's just interesting that right now an experiment that you say you were involved in, it's hard for you to come up with the actual details or any sort of link to it.
No, it's just these are private things done between friends. I'm trying to explain from a generalized perspective. So it's a whole different thing. I just came into this channel just to.
Well, just don't use your friend's name. If that's all you're worried about, doxing your friend, just pick a random name, call him Billy Bob. That'll do. I'll accept that. I'm happy with that. You and Billy Bob, you went and done something. What did you do? You made a little balloon and put a camera on it.
Yeah.
Well, he might be worried about back tracing, like if there's something in there that could work back to.
Yeah, that's
a fair point.
The reason why I don't. But
that's why you should leave your shirt on.
But what I might do in a few weeks, you know what might be better? Give me a few weeks. I'll get, try and recreate it and see what I can, put together.
You're going to buy another helium balloon?
Yeah. but I'm going to get my friends and me to put something together.
Gotcha.
If you guys are still around.
If you go ahead and do that, please provide the details of the camera model and the specific lens that it's using, because Jin had a really good point about a lot of these cameras using fisheye lens. So you're going to see an exaggerated form of the actual image if you use a certain type of lens.
I will look into that. If one of you kind of just private messaged me before I go, because I'm about to go, I've got to deal with some other stuff. And I've got.
No thanks. You can come back with the evidence when you have it.
All right then, I'll catch you up in a few weeks. If one of you private messaged me or something, just to say.
Good luck. Take care.
No.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah. Thanks for coming by.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's going to outpace NASA for evidence. Go ahead.
I was going to say that I gave him a week because I thought a week would be long enough, and there's just the right length of time for him to contact his mates, link up, and then bring that material to us, right? But he was talking weeks at the end there.
Well, I mean, first of all, he was lying out of his ass. That was obvious. And like one of the most interesting things, you sent up a fucking helium balloon by yourself out of like Near East London. What? And you and a group of friends, like what? You got all the clearances from all the airspace authorities to fucking do that, and you didn't even know what the fuck you were doing? Like, come on.
Yeah. It was West London, by the way, because near Heathrow.
What West London? Oh, especially that's even worse.
Yes, it was. That's the main airport. That one, Heathrow, London's main airport. So he would have to have had special clearance. Go ahead.
There was a flight path for Heathrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Windsor, all that lot.
Yeah, Slough, Windsor, Staines, it's all there. Eton. Yeah, it's right there, and that's heavily secured. Heavily. You go to Heathrow Airport now, you see the police. They got weapons, they're holding weapons. Ever since 9/11. So that changed.
Yeah, I mean, at Windsor, the airplane's supposed to be about 2,000 feet, wasn't they, Jim?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was fun enough for me. I'm glad we destroyed that guy because he was a dumbass. But you guys.
Actually, we didn't actually destroy him. Really, what we did was we made him aware that we know all about the jumps. He wasn't aware of the Neil deGrasse Tyson's statement, and we've given him a week to get his stuff together. He wants to take a couple of weeks. Okay, if he comes back, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. His name was Hyper N, by the way.
Yeah, no, for sure, I get it. I'm just saying that was enough of contributing to destruction for me for the moment. You guys enjoy your time.
Now we do more than that. When we destroy Global.
It was fun. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
Okay, wicked. Thanks.
God bless.
Yeah. Nice one. Yeah. When we take apart a Globo, now it's noisier than that. It gets really noisy because the Globo starts to scream and cry because he's getting totally trashed. We didn't do that to him. We just let him know that, okay, we're accepting what you're saying. And now I just wanted to know where you did, when. Okay, good. And how high? Okay, all right. And yeah, let him get his spiel out. And then we let him know what we know. We did well, I think. Well done, guys. Yeah. He was from England, of course. Yeah, I put him straight on that. We don't have a model. We don't claim to have a model. I put him straight on the ice wall, and my personal feeling is it would be fantastic if that's what it is, because it speaks to a great design, and clearly the ice is acting as a temperature regulator. Of course, that's why we don't overheat. That's why that ice would be there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good bit of engineering, and if the ice wall is that all the way around, yeah, well that's love right there. Okay. But obviously there is some kind of barrier. Water's level. It's being contained somehow. So there you are. I haven't been there to confirm the ice wall myself. I'd love to do that, of course. Would love to be doing that. That'd be a great adventure. provided the seas don't get too destructive. Of course, you can do it by plane. Could always do it by plane, but I like the ocean as well, though, you see. Yeah. I like the ocean, you know. And then to see the ice wall as you go by plane, it's going to be great, but by boat, yeah, man, you see it there at boats of speeds. Yeah, you know, surveying God's creation. That's what I'd be feeling like. This is how God made it. Look at this. And then you'd be thinking, wow, there's a lot we got to answer to God, man. Look at what he did for us. Look at this. Yeah. You know, people just don't realize, man. Such is the indoctrination, and it's coming thick and fast. The younger generations are coming in. They're being distracted by gaming now. And gaming itself, the industry is outstripping Hollywood by leaps and bounds, magnitudes of orders of money. They're just making it. And it hasn't peaked yet, this gaming phenomena. Okay? And I see it as a bad distraction. But there you are, you know. That's just my feeling on that. I say it's bad because they're missing out on nature a lot. That's the thing. Yeah, everybody needs to connect with nature and enjoy it. All aspects of it. Hiking, snowboarding, canoeing, mountain climbing, mountain bike trekking, tree trekking, all that stuff. And then at the ocean. And then finally getting to Antarctica if you can. That would be the icing on the cake, man. Yeah. Have a look around there. Breathe in that clean air. Because the air is like medicine. I proved that to myself when I've lived in London all my life. And in 1988, I went to Liverpool to meet some Jamaican girls that I met in London, in central London. I went to see a friend of mine, Kenny. His name was Kenny. Okay, he lived near Euston. Okay, and what I was doing was cutting through Euston Station, and I had all my cycling gear on. Okay, and these two black girls were laughing at me, and they ain't seen black guys cycling around, you see. So I asked them, "What are you laughing at?" "We're laughing at all your lycra legging and all that." I said, "Why, do you think it's sexy?" And they go, "Yeah." I go, "Okay, well, good. Why are you down here?" You know, because I could tell they were from up north because of the Liverpudlian voice. So when I asked them where they were, they said from Liverpool. I said, "Why are you down here?" "Oh, we're just sightseeing." So you know what I did? I didn't go and see my friend Kenny, right? I took these two girls down to the West End and gave them a tour, like West End tour. And then I invited them back I was staying with my brother. So I invited them back to my brother's house. I then went off to the Jamaican restaurant and got them some food so I could eat Jamaican food. And then they invited me up to Liverpool. Okay. That's why I ended up going up to Liverpool the following weekend. And I went up there, stayed there the weekend, the Friday, the Saturday, come back the Sunday, come back Monday because it was a bank holiday Monday, so I was lucky. Okay. And by the time I'd got back to London, I felt stronger. Right? I couldn't understand. I felt pumped up. I felt physically stronger. Right? And I put it down to the air quality. That's all it could have been because there's less traffic in Liverpool than there is in London. And the air and the break that I had gave me strength. So what I'm trying to say is if you go to Antarctica, I'm sure that the air quality will boost your energy and your strength because you're breathing in cleaner air. Cleanest air you could be breathing in.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim. I'm in London now, and there's so much pollution. I can smell it everywhere. Like there's exhaust fumes. There's what are those warehouses that when they burn something they produce smoke?
Incinerators. What, those incinerators?
Yeah. Jim, I see them everywhere. I smell it everywhere. It's really bad, you know, and especially when you go through like tunnels and that, and because it's not well ventilated, and the exhaust fumes like just build up, and it's really bad. I find it very difficult sometimes to smell, to breathe.
Yeah, there are three places that you'll notice it, right? The fourth place is very clean, right? That would be the Dartford Tunnel, really clean. But if you go through the Blackwall Tunnel, the Rotherhithe Tunnel, right, and then the Heathrow Tunnel that takes you into the airport, it's covered in bloody black thick exhaust stain. And you can see it, right? You can tell they don't maintain it regularly enough for my liking. So what you're saying is true. Yeah. That, you know, the traffic smog is deposited on all those tiles, because you know the Rotherhithe Tunnel, the walls are made of these special tiles from the where was it, 1800s. Yeah, really nice, but they're dirty now. I haven't been there 26 years.
Yeah, Jin, as soon as I drive outside London, the air quality is so wonderful. Like, it's so clean.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing. It's amazing, Jin.
Yeah,
go on, Jin.
I noticed it. I noticed it in 1988. But, and, you know, it's the first time that I noticed this phenomenon that I experienced. I'd gone up to Liverpool. There was far less traffic around. Okay. I was there the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, came back the Monday, and I felt stronger. I couldn't understand it. I kept thinking, what's happened to me? What's going on? I feel stronger. Why? Do you know what I mean? And it bothered me for a while. I thought about it. What happened? What did I eat? Regular food. Didn't have that much drink. What was different? And then I worked it out. It must have been the air quality. Had to have been. You know? Yeah. Definitely. And that's what I put it down to. So I think if you go to Antarctica now, you'll get an energy boost just by the air, because you're going to clean out your lungs. Now, clean air is going into the blood now, and the blood's going to get energized, and that blood gives you power. That's what I'd be looking to feel if I went to Antarctica. Yeah, clean air, cleaning your body out, removing the toxic chemicals that you breathe in daily. But when you go to Antarctica and places like that, those chemicals are not there. So the lungs clean out. And if you're a fit individual like myself now, regular exercise, okay, so I'm going to clean my lungs out quicker than those of you who don't exercise, smoke, drugs, whatever. It's going to take you a little longer to clean out. I'll be cleaned out quicker than you, okay? And then, everybody will get cleaned out, don't get me wrong. It's just that it depends on how fit you are. You know, if you're a smoker, for example, and then you're doing drugs and then you're not healthy at all, then clearly it's going to take you a little bit longer for the air to do its magic and clean you out properly. Someone like me who regularly exercises, okay, it's going to take a shorter time. And I noticed it at the weekend, you know, that was just 3 days. Do you know what I mean? And I noticed a change, and that was just Liverpool. So, I'm glad you said that, Ultimate. Because I thought that was strange. I couldn't understand it, what was going on. I had to sit down and think it through. Why am I getting this extra power boost? What happened? 1988.
Jin, I have to, because I like breathing in clean air. Just like you said, clean air gives you a lot of energy. I had to buy one of those machines. They called air purifiers.
Yeah, purifier. Yeah.
It cleans the air and bring it sucks in the dirty air, and then it blows out clean air. But it has to go through a filtration system.
Yeah.
So
my wife,
I had to buy one there, and I put it in my room, and I feel really good, Jin. I can think clearly. I feel so much energy, Jin. Yeah, go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm glad you did that. So you did it in your room. You see, my wife bought one. The company was called Ruskin. That was the name of the company, Ruskin, okay? And it was meant to be an air purifier. Now, it's an electric device. You plug it in. It's a fan. It's working, yeah? So that's me losing money again. I'm thinking, hang on a second. Because she didn't tell me she was going to get it. And I just came back from a cycle ride to sit in the living room, right? You know, a little noisy thing there, taking the money. I thought, what is this thing? What is this? This is an air purifier. Our son was just born, okay? First boy just born as well, right? So it would have been in April or May of 2000 we're going back to, yeah? Now, I looked at it. I said, this is an air purifier? I said, I don't think this is going to work, right? Doors open, windows are open. Nah, this is not a good idea. You know what I did? I unplugged it, right? I opened it up. Got the screwdrivers out, opened the thing up. This is a rental. This is a rental machine, okay? You're renting it. Open it up, and guess what I find? I find a filter, okay? And I'm looking for the filter, and I could see my wife through the filter easily. The holes were too big. I said, look, if this thing is supposed to be an air purifier, the filter has to be so fine, I shouldn't be able to see you. I can see you. Okay, send it back. That's what I said. Send it back immediately. Stop it. This is not working. We sent it back. Right? Because that's what I'm like. I'll open it to check it, I'm telling you. And that's what I did. I opened it up to find a massive spongy type filter, but I could see through it. If it's an air purifier, as an engineer myself, the filter has to be so fine so it purifies my air. It's not doing that with that thing. It's just circulating the air. That's all that thing was doing. An air circulator. That's what that was. So we sent it back. Yeah, and there was another time when we had to send something back. Back in the 2000s, my wife ordered some stuff from America. You know what they call the country living style. Country style living, okay, from the country. Now, in Britain, you've got Laura Ashley. Laura Ashley is the name for country style in England. And when you buy Laura Ashley, you're buying really strong, long-lasting garments. Because when you look at the country style, the whole idea of country style is that it's the country styling and you must have the longevity with it. Okay? Because the clothes last long with these country people. What my wife bought was so thin, it had no durability. You know what I did? I took the sleeve and just pulled it apart. I went, and it toggled. You see that? That is not country clothing. Send it back. This is from America. They're ripping you off. You've got the styling, but you don't have the durability. It's not going to last. This is not country clothing. Let's order from the online, order from Laura Ashley. That's when you're going to get the proper stuff. All the embroidery, thick cotton, durable corduroy, everything. Yeah. She was happy. So we sent it back. Yeah, it was cheap crap. Do you know what I mean? Charging big money for crap. Luckily, I knew about fashion and that. So, yeah, sent it back to America. There you go. We don't want your crap. Thanks. No, thank you. one sleeve torn off, just to prove a point. With the country style now, you couldn't do that. You couldn't tear it. They're really strong, and that's the whole point of country style. It's the longevity and the style that you want. Laura Ashley, top money. You pay for that, but you're getting the quality. You see. So that was the two occasions that I've sent things back in Japan, and both times was in the 2000. And I've only been in Japan not even a year yet. Haven't been in Japan. Have I been in Japan a year? April, yeah. So it was going to be a year, coming to be a year, because I got there in 99. And my first son was born in April of 2000. So it was going to be in my first year. So obviously I'm still quick on my toes, quick on my feet there. And I don't want to be ripped off. Let me check this out, get the screwdrivers out. Let's open up that air purifier. So that wasn't a good idea. I knew it wasn't. Far too noisy, and it was just circulating the air. What a rip-off. So I said, don't rent this anymore, just send it back, we don't need it. Just open the windows, it's good. The air's, we're in the countryside, it's good enough. Don't worry. When women get the ideas in their head, a new baby born, they want it to be like a bloody hospital laboratory kind of thing. Vacuum goes, nah, don't worry, man. The baby's going to need some bacteria, because that's how his immune system's going to get strong. So now, don't worry, man. The house was clean. Brand new apartment we're living in. Brand new. Yeah, brand spanking new apartment that was. We were the first people to live in it. And you put £1,500 as a deposit. All right? That's 2 months' rent, and then £500 extra as, in case you damage anything, and they'll use that money. You know what? I didn't damage a single thing. I hung up no pictures. The cooker was as good as the day it was put in. Me, I got my £500 back. I made sure. I said, come and have a look. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, nothing's chipped, nothing's scratched. Yeah, I want my money, please. Thank you. Sign here. Yeah, thank you. Put the money back in my pocket. Yeah. Usually people lose their deposit, that £500, because you would have hung up pictures and stuff on that. I hung nothing. Didn't drill any holes. Just lived in it, that's all, and kept it clean, polished the floors, everything. Yeah. It was like I was not there. Literally. Yeah. I even changed the filter. When you have these cookers these days, they've got the overhead fumes extractor. Now in there, they're going to get oily and that, so I took that out, cleaned it up, put a new one in. Yeah. You can buy them, you get like 4 in a box. Yeah. And then when I left, there was still like 2 of them in there, so we left that for the next people to come along to use it. Yeah. Next tenant, should I say. So yeah, that was life in Japan here, the early life there, back in 2000. Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm glad you feel good about the air purifier, though. Yeah, when because the filters is the key, isn't it? The filter, like you said, it's taking in the dirty air and then blowing out clean air from the other side. So that's good, very good. Have you still got it, Ultimate? Do you still have that? Yeah. Shame. Yeah, you've got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen, online shopping. Because sometimes you can't check the goods yourself, you see. It's a risk you run when you buy online sometimes. But, yeah, I was adamant with my wife, no, we can't. That's too thin. Look, I can see you through there. Look, it's too thin. This is not country. The style is there, but the durability isn't. And, I'm all about the durability, of course. That's how I grew up in England. I regularly watch the women, and they're pulling apart the garments before they buy them. Do you know what I mean? Remember, I grew up in the 60s. That's what women used to do. They came to the shop, going into Tesco's or what's the shop called? Woolworths, and they're still checking it out. It's a cheap shop, but they're still checking it out. They want to make sure they don't want to they're looking at all the sleeves, everything. They check it, and you see them pulling it. Yeah. I learned, man. I said, I was a kid when I watched that happening, but I said, I'm going to do the same. And I do the same. All right? That's the way I am. I learnt from my environment. So it's not that I'm a skinflint. It's just that I don't want to be ripped off. So easy to be ripped. They say a fool and his money are easily parted. All right? Don't forget those words, yeah? A fool and his money are easily parted. Right. Ever since I heard those words, I thought I better not be a fool then, but check everything. Be careful. All the while I'm believing in the globe. All the time. I'm ducking and diving, making sure I'm not getting ripped off. But the biggest rip-off is happening all the time, the globe, God. So that's what I mean. It's when I look back at my life, it's an embarrassment because of that globe, yeah? Ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving, trying to keep my head above water, right? And all the while I'm getting ripped off. The Earth is not a globe. Sorry, the Earth is a globe, but it's not a globe. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's comedy. Comedy of errors, ladies and gentlemen. My life. Comedy of errors. Okay. Who's come in? Welcome to the server. What brings you in today, sir? Madam. Young lady.
I'm at work. I'm at work.
Oh, you're at work. I see. You're listening. All right. Okay. Well, get on with your work. Stop cheating. Get on with your work there. You there. Get on with your work. Got to shout out so they can hear you. He's not working. Oi, boss. He's not working.
If he is working, dun dun dun.
Well done, Sporadic. Yesterday you were excellent. Yeah. You were excellent yesterday.
Oh, really? What did I do?
Well, you were talking about the lack of proof of globe, right? The radius, numbers, excellent work.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the shout out, Jen.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. And other stuff. Trying to get it more pinpoint. It was really good what you did, though, to the guy. You were talking about the maths that proves the rotation of the Earth and things like that. Yeah?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite topics.
Yeah. You were good when you did it yesterday. It was really good to listen to. Yeah. You and India were going at it. Yeah.
With the government shutdown, it's going to be pretty quiet around here for a while.
Oh, that's today?
They're talking about that. They're preparing to shut down.
Brett, that's low-key funny. Like, seriously.
Yeah, shut down. And how long does that go on for? 3 days, 4 days, a week?
Well, apparently it's going to go on for quite a while because Trump says he refuses to meet with Democrats.
Oh, what is going on? Come on, man.
They're still getting paid.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are.
As long as there's somebody to, like, oversee their work, I guess.
Yeah. But usually, how long does it last? Usually a week, 2 weeks?
It's varied. I mean, it's happened multiple times. I mean, sometimes it happens just the one day. You know, other times it's gone on. I'm trying to think. The longest one was
during Obama's last year or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it went on for a couple of weeks. And they did the dumbest shit too. Like they shut down parks and stuff.
Yeah.
Really? You know, that's what you're gonna. They tried to make it as miserable for everyone as possible. I go, you realize that if you do that, okay, the other side just digs their heels in because they blame the other. Like say a Democrat goes to the park and it's closed. You can't get in. Well, why can't I get in? Because some park ranger you wouldn't have seen anyway, never knew they're even there, isn't there today. So now you can't do what you're going to do because this person that you wouldn't have never even interacted with isn't there for some reason. And they're like, fucking.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, why are they shutting down the government? Why? What is going on?
It has a budget.
Yeah, the budget. Yes.
Suddenly they're going to claim they have no money despite being trillions in debt when you account for unfunded liabilities.
Yeah. Especially that 2.3 trillion that was never found. Wow, man. Donald Rumsfeld. All the way back then, you know. They never found that money, did they?
They can't continue another day because they're out of money, but they're going to waste it the second they can get their act together.
Exactly. Very true. Because that's all they do is just waste money. And who pays for it? The taxpayer. They don't care, do they? You're paying.
I'll power down the government, but keep all essential personnel funded. Fancy that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't everybody only be essential? Like, shouldn't this be the fewest, most capable people?
Yeah,
that's right.
The essential and non-essential positions that they have. There's the funny part. NASA is 99% non-essential. If you look at, they'll tell you what programs or what agencies are shutting down.
Yeah,
only 1%
it shouldn't
of the
affect
people.
your life anyway, should it? Shouldn't affect your life because it's all. If they're shutting down the government, you're talking about admin. It's all admin stuff. It's not. You can't shut down the park because the park is necessary. That's got nothing to do with the government at all. That's a city hall thing.
No, I mean, think about that. This is what they'll do. So you've got one park ranger who's there for some reason, who knows what the fuck they even do, and they're furloughed because the government shut down. So what they're gonna do is put 3 security guards at the gate of the park so you can't get in because that one park ranger isn't there for some reason.
Yeah.
Like none of it makes sense. Like it's just all garbage. Just literal garbage.
It's like they're stealing a holiday. That's what it seems like to me. They're stealing holidays here.
Yeah, just
Shut
shut
the
it down,
government
and leave it shut down.
Yeah. Because it's not going to affect your life. It's not making your life good anyway. Is it? Is it?
People can realize that the federal government, you don't need it. You don't need anything from it at all.
Yeah.
It's interesting now that NASA and all these other offices and agencies and so on are designated intelligence agencies with an intelligence and counterintelligence mission. Are these all essential now?
But who was that? That was NASA and who else? NASA? Was that the FDA?
The Weather Service.
Weather Service.
NOAA, which is the Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration.
Yeah, bloody hell. What's going on?
As of the latest Trump, what was it? Executive order or something? Or
This is why they had to do that, because there's been pushback for lots of years about why is NASA immune to the No Fear Act. The No Fear Act was a whistleblower protection. That if there's fraud, waste, and abuse in government, anyone who works for that agency can go directly to the press, can go directly to the people. They don't need to go through proper government channels to address fraud, waste, and abuse, except if it has to deal with national security, which is why Edward Snowden had to flee the country, because he couldn't whistleblow NSA. NSA was immune to the No Fear Act. And people are like, okay, well, fine, CIA, NSA, FBI, but why is NASA on that list? What does NASA have to do with national security? And people are like stumped. It's like, I don't get it. It seems there's some very space program scientists. Like, why is there even a discussion here? If is there waste and abuse there? Yes, we want to know, but no whistleblower can come forward. And the talking point too, where are all the whistleblowers, flat earthers? They'll get arrested. There's no whistleblower protection if you work at NASA. That's where they're at. There's fear. Okay, there's not no fear. There's fear. If you whistleblow at NASA, you have no idea what could happen to you. And now it's just enshrined in law. If you work at NASA, you are a member of the intelligence apparatus.
Wow. Look at this. Just like that, at a stroke of a pen.
Nothing to do with security. That way. It was just cloaked.
Well, yeah. I guess you're right there. Yeah.
Got their foundational documents. NASA was born out of the post-World War II Psychological Operations Board, overseen by the president and his special appointees. And as part of their deliberations about how the new space agency would take form, they decided to pluck assets from CIA. And there's a letter by Alan Dulles, CIA director, naming a specific person who would serve as his representative to this burgeoning new space agency. It's all public documents. This isn't like a conspiracy theory. But, they'll say, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. After World War II, we started the Cold War, and we had a space program to compete with Russia.
The thing I was talking about yesterday, too, I'm not sure if you're here for that, where Indio was talking about some young guy who was just confused as why they would lie. And it brought the domino effect. And anti-communist propaganda during the 60s and 70s. And then I brought in to the conversation, and at the same time, they're telling you that competition, scientific competition, put boots on the ground. And if one more country goes communist, the whole world will go into darkness and never recover. And people believe them. They're like, wow, really? we can't go back to the moon because there isn't a space race. And there isn't a space race because communism or something.
Yeah. It's like NASA is only an independent, quasi-independent organization in the pursuit of scientific endeavors, and it has always been an intelligence propaganda arm of the U.S. government.
Yeah, of all the independent agencies, NASA is the most dependent. It reports directly to the White House. I mean, what other independent agency? I mean, with the way things are going, you have the FBI and stuff. But prior to the recent events, independent agencies worked almost completely oblivious to who was in office. They were that sort of apolitical. It didn't matter who was in the White House. These cabinet these were non-cabinet positions that were confirmed by the Congress, and they functioned independently.
Kind of people used to scoff at us and others that would point out how NASA's founding was in propaganda, are now saying, yes, that was always the case after reading this latest executive order. We knew this to be the case all along.
Refraction. Hey, that's refraction. That's not a thing. That's perspective. All of a sudden, here's Black Swan. Well, that's refraction. You're like, holy shit.
That's exactly it.
Or they tell you with the whole, chemtrails. It's like, chemtrails aren't real. That's not possible. All of a sudden it's like Purdue drops a story how scientists have been seeding clouds for the last decade to try to reduce UV emissions. Oh yeah, everyone knew about that.
Yeah, we of course, because of global warming.
Yeah, that's been everyone knew about that. That's the same thing, but it's different. But
it's worse than moving the goalposts, Corit. They've moved the goalposts back to the other side of the field and back.
Yeah, so really, this is what your options are. Your options are, A, find some people or find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate and just document the downfall. I mean, that's really your choice. Just enjoy it while you can. When this government shuts down, enjoy it. Enjoy the government shutdown. I will. And hopefully Trump stays just a bitter old man and refuses to negotiate, and this will go all the way into Christmas or something like that. Aren't they going to take off anyway at the end of the month? Don't they all go home for their I'm trying to blank. What's that called when they do constituent meetings? There's a name for it.
Recess.
Yeah, there's a name for it, though I can't think of it off top. When they go back home, they're supposed to meet with their constituents.
Right.
They're going to do that anyway. I mean, their Christmas break is like 3 months. Get the fuck out of here. I got to Google up. It's going to. I don't know. I guess some people say, maybe it ends on September 13th and restarts again on January 3rd. I don't know. It all varies, I guess. They kind of do whatever the fuck they want to do. But they're hardly ever in session anyway. And when they do, it's just political theater anyway.
They vote to give themselves new abilities all the time. Pay raises. Not that they need it.
Yeah, I'm just simple Google it. It says it's going to they'll re-adjourn or whatever on the 3rd of January. not saying when it ends. Okay. September 29th. And then they'll come back again for something for Columbus Day for some reason. And then they go into recess again. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they kind of set their own schedule. See, anyway, the point was they make it. They're not doing jack and or shit right this time of year anyway. But like really, like the first quarter of each year, like January to like April, they do anything at all, and then they take off like spring and summer and.
And something happens, there's an emergency appointment, and they get ticked off that they have to come back from their recess. And that in itself makes big news. Like, oh my gosh, really? Like at some point during the 3 or 4 months that you've taken off work, something terrible happens in the United States. Shocker. Oh, members of Congress have to come back from their vacations. Boy, this must be a big deal.
It's just like the impression where people think these legislators like get up at like dark 30 and they work 19 hours a day just cramming through legislation and debating and and you walk through those buildings, they're empty, just empty. Every office is closed. There's like call center boxes to get in touch with which committees.
Yeah, but what they're really doing is day drinking at the Willard or the Capitol Bar and Grill.
That's about it. Yeah.
Trying to hook up with each other. Apparently, when you hear what some of these stories have come out recently are about. Some of the most black-pilling information about this that it's come out are these tell-alls about just how listless and uninterested and unprofessional they are behind closed doors. How there's like this culture of just not really caring about the mission and their job and what they're actually supposed to do, what their constituents think they're doing. I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's kind of nice to have these stories come out by credible people, including members of Congress themselves.
Speaking of credible people, my friend hasn't replied yet.
Regarding what? I missed something.
On X or Twitter. Your mate.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he hasn't replied yet. I'm not expecting one.
How do you guys think that thing is actually going to pan out? This whole Shiva thing. You think he's going to go through with it, but it's going to be a shit show, or you think he's going to
Shit show?
cancel it? Yeah.
Jump on X and have a read down his list of what they're going to do. They had it all broken down in like 7 or 8 steps. Number 1, introductions. Number 2, and they're making mathematical models to describe stuff. So it could be a potato chip for all we care, and the mathematical model is going to say yes, it's true.
I'd love to see who these other 4 people or these 5 people are that they got from the FE side. Like, are these going to be, like esoteric FE types who don't know who don't know Sharts from apple butter, going up against MIT engineers, right? Who have the ability to deceive the public with very sophisticated looking claims and machinations.
I was thinking at first that, it might be the likes of Witsit or whatever that, go on. But then it's like, oh, wait, is he actually still flat or is he a ball? But then that's Jaren, right? And then I saw, I think it was AV who posted in FU some stuff about apparently he's getting in on the action now on Twitter. Like there's a shitstorm brewing between Shiva and him. So it's like, okay, like it's getting weird, but okay. So who the fuck knows, man? This whole thing is crazy.
Yeah, on FU they posted the correspondence that took place between me representing 24/7 and Dr. Shiva, just like within the hour. And it really paints it paints a picture. Like, this is the timeline of what happened. I mean, I eagerly and happily accepted this his attention and invitation to bring me onto the summit. And then what took place in back chats was not public. At some point during those negotiations, even before I had a chance to like read or type out anything, he tweets out to his audience that I'd backed out. He says it's because I was unwavering or something, that I was unwilling to abide by his rules. His rules requiring basically a background investigation of every participant, a thorough one, by the way. And then, in my back chats, I characterized the problem before him, saying we need to have some preliminary discussions, potentially privately if you'd like. It's probably in your best interest, so that we can basically set the lay of the land for you. We've been down this road before. We know what has been tried, and this was done in the spirit on my part to help make his summit a success. He characterized this for the audience as if I was trying to change the outcome of the summit itself to turn it into a private engagement. And I thought that was not accurate at all. And I'm not the only one. Like, I don't want to sound like, I'm a martyr victim here of any kind. I mean, there's another decent guy named Man of Stone. He's from the Aether Cosmology people. He's sharp. And it looks like something similar happened to him. And I think he would be a great pick for this summit. Honestly, he's a sharp dude. So, I mean, he's trying to engineer a specific outcome. It's obvious. He first told the world that I had accepted his invitation to the summit, like before he sent me the details in DM for me to read on what his actual terms were. Or if he had sent them, I'd not read them yet. But even so, in my DMs, I told him emphatically several times, yes, we can do this. Let's negotiate. Let's talk about this. And he ignored all of my advances to bring him in to some preliminary chats ahead of time, which I can't really understand why he would turn that offer down. I told him who we are, 24/7, FE, been around for 10 years, live streaming everything. We're the ones at the transparent record.
anybody can come in and talk to us, no doxing required. He's willing to link him up with some of our most brilliant minds from our team. But, it's just amazing. Like, I came in with this attitude of willingness and excitement. And then he just, took somebody who could have been a fan of his and turned him into a sacrificial lamb for whatever kind of public optical spectacle that he's trying to convey here. I mean, this looks like, I think Indio put it best, it's another TFE 2.0. This is all about the people. I mean, our attempts to keep this on the topic are being derailed by his attempts to make it about the people again and again, and it's now obvious. So, a summit that is focused on the people and says that they're focused on the issues is already set for failure, in my opinion. And something else I thought about that came to mind regarding all this, it's almost like he's angling himself to be the top anti-FE.
Yes.
Like he
he
wants
will be
to
the arbiter
king.
of truth.
Yeah. So he's already got some of the so-called top FEs sending him DMs and he's retweeting their tweets. And it's clear, I mean, this guy, he's got money, he's got power, he's got recognition. He could very well stand to situate himself at the peak of anti-FE. And it seems like he's interested enough to do that. So I would imagine he's going to be on some shows. Imagine he's going to be on some anti-FE YouTube streams. But there's no reason to be really concerned or afraid. As long as it's focused on the issues, we've got the upper hand always.
Yeah, the way he's speaking on X, it doesn't even sound like it's really him. It sounds like it almost is Fight the Flat Earth or McToon speaking or something like that.
Yeah, I've been there too, man. That's what I was thinking. But have you seen his latest video where he's calling American politicians COCK suckers? And he says it on video like 500 times. It's nuts.
Yeah, I seen that this morning. That was pretty wild.
That was wild, right? So I'm like, dude, okay, maybe this is him. Maybe that was him in text chat this whole time. I don't know. I mean, there's. I mean, he seems to be a kind of a tough book to read.
Either way, I think it's a plus for FE, to be honest with you. I mean, it's getting exposure, right?
Yeah, 24/7 FE people need to be all over his feed, letting his fans know that we're here, we're willing to engage openly and transparently, as we've been doing for 10 years. I think that is the best message. That way everyone's reminded every day until November 8th that we're not the ones running away. We're not the ones backing out. We are positively engaging this. We're taking it by the horns and we're driving it.
Yeah, after he blocked me on X, I did go on YouTube and I left 2 nice comments on his YouTube channel, but I left it at that. I don't want to, further it any further than that.
Yeah, you don't want to harass him. If he blocks you, and you continue to harass, then that's a wise move.
Yeah, but like you guys were saying, I really do wonder who he is going to have, because it seems like he's alienated all of the groups. I really don't know who's left, to be honest with you.
That's it. Like, who is left? Who are these 4 or 5 FE people going to be? Because we all know who the biggest brains are in this space. You know, who are these people? A bunch of nobodies? A bunch of plants?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he'll get some guys from like Brazil or something like that, like maybe like Eddie Banjo or somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who maybe doesn't have the technical acumen. Maybe they're screening those people out, because from what it looks like, that's exactly what they're doing.
Screening out all the high ends and just keeping the yes sir, no sir.
Yeah, I don't think Eddie Banjo is going to join in on that one. He's not that kind of guy. He won't, he's very suspicious already with the Will Duffy nonsense.
Yeah,
so he's not going to fall into that trap. Not Eddie.
Yeah,
not Flat Earth
The fact
Banjo.
that this old mate is pushing this as a scientific endeavour, straight away, any flat earther that's got half a brain in their head, and I don't care if they're an ether earther or a Yumi or whatever, any single one of them with half a brain in their head's going to turn around and go, this is not a scientific endeavour. It's just a case of geometry and measurements. So anyone who goes there thinking that this is going to be a scientific endeavour, you've insta-failed yourself. Sorry. Unless you're going there to push that down stupid's neck with his 4 PhDs in stupidity.
Exactly. My sentiments exactly. Like I said, he's playing into our hands.
Hey, Jim, you know what we should do, Yoda? You probably have a laugh. Hold on. Yeah, Mr. QE, I've got a job for you.
That would be brilliant. And then we'd have to duck for cover when he finds out what we've done.
That might be, honestly, yeah. Him or Oakley.
I do PhDs pro bono. He's got 4. Get him.
There you go. There you go.
Well, QE was the first person that came to my mind when I seen his post, and that is what I wrote, actually. At first, that he should approach him, because I know that QE and Nathan would never, approach him first, so... I
Interesting you should mention... Sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, interesting you should mention Oakley. McBoogerita has already been on the channel putting down, like poisoning the well. You can't have this one because he just insults people. You can't have that person. Bruh. So he's already been in there listing all the good, bad, and ugly. So, yeah, it's just a shitstorm.
Typical. They're scared anyway. That's why it's a shitstorm, because they're scared. That's the behaviour of people who have got fear. That's why they do it. Scared of flat earthers, man. Can you believe that? They've grown up to be scared of flat earthers. Terrible. How embarrassing.
Is it that, or are they so indoctrinated into accepting what authority says that they'll just blindly accept it? They fear thinking for themselves in case they put themselves on show. It's like, oh shit, I've made a mistake, I'll learn from it. They don't think like that. They're, oh shit, I don't want to make a mistake so I look like an idiot. And so what they've got is this guy, hey, look at me, I've got 4 PhDs, I'm an expert, you've got to trust me. So there's going to be this whole following of these morons, however many he's got in his crew, that stare at him on Twitter. There's going to be this whole following of these clowns that are just going, oh, well, he's got 4 PhDs, he knows what he's talking about. Like, don't get me wrong, some of his subject matter is bloody tight, but I think he's bitten off more than he can chew in this scenario.
Yeah. That's right, definitely. Like I said, the fact that he's out of control is good for us. He's going to make some more cock-ups and, just play straight into our hands. He'll be delivering us to flat earth. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time. Telling you.
Can someone like recap the situation for anyone who just joined? AKA me.
Just step out for 15 minutes, but if someone else can, please. There's Frontline Unfiltered. AV just posted a recap of what happened with me.
Yeah, no, I got all the notifications and just read through it. But I mean, I got some questions in the chat no one responded to, so maybe someone could respond to those.
Whereabouts?